They took a chance. So I am completely sympathetic to immigrants, but you can't let in fucking immigrants. Okay, there got to be some kind of screening. You want to make it easier to get in for people that are hardworking, people that just want a better job. I'm with you. Just make it easier for them to get in. Make it easier for the people that have been here for 20 years to become citizens. I know people. I know a kid she's 28 now. She was born in America. She was born in Mexico, but her parents brought her over here when she was a baby. So she doesn't speak Spanish. She has been in America her whole fucking life, and she's not an American citizen. So she can't vote. She's limited what kind of jobs she can do. It's fucking weird. It's weird that we do that, but yet my grandparents just came over on a boat and they write a piece of paper and they're in. It's nuts. We should have a screening process to keep evil people out. That's it. Everyone else, look, can you imagine if you're born in Guatemala? Wouldn't you want to come over here and get a job as a landscaper? Fuck, you could make $600 a week, $700 a week. Oh my God. And then you live in a family, in a house with a bunch of people, which they're used to doing anyway. And then someone branches off and makes their own business. And all of a sudden you're living the American dream, right? This is what we all want for everybody. There's enough for everybody. But you can't let in murderers.
Yeah, there's got to be a process.
This is crazy. And you can't let them in and ship them to swing states and then try. I mean, it's just so in your face. Ship them to swing states. And then there's all this talk now of amnesty for all the people that came in. Well, I'm all for amnesty for the people that have been here their whole life, like this girl that I know who's 28 years old now. I'm all for that. Yeah, that makes no sense. She should be American. She's a fucking American. She pays sales tax and all this other tax. Yeah, those people. But there should be some sort of screening process. If you're in fucking gangs that bring in fentanyl, hey, maybe we should let that guy in. And this is the whole idea of having borders in the first place. And what's shocking is if you try to come here legally, it's very difficult. I've had friends from Canada, like comedians from Canada that want to move to America. It's a long fucking process to become an American citizen. It's difficult. And you have to do homework. You gotta answer tests. But if you just walk in, they'll give you money, they'll house you, they'll give you an EBT card, they'll give you food stamps. What the fuck are we doing? Well, we must be doing something. So it's either one of two things. Either we want cheap labor, and this is what Tim Dillon thinks. He thinks that the cheap labor market for construction and all these jobs that most people don't want to do anymore, it's falling off a cliff. And the best way to sustain those industries is to bring in cheap labor, and the best way to do that is to bring in migrant workers because they're willing to do jobs that a lot of people won't. And this is the positive side of Springfield, Ohio, where people talk about the Haitians that moved there. The people that employ these Haitians say these people are hard workers. They're so happy to be here. They want the American dream. That's great. That's what we want. We want more of that. That's all good. But you can't make it insanely difficult for a college-educated person from Norway to move here because they want to do literally, like when Chamath was on, he had explained that when he was over here going through his visa process, they had to show that he was doing something that an American couldn't do. You have to be someone of exceptional skill. That's a very difficult person to find. And then you could get a passport, and then you can get a green card, and eventually become a U.S. citizen. But it's a long process and a difficult process because every year where you go to get your visa renewed, you're at the whim of this person. Who knows if they had a bad day? Who knows their fucking wife just started fucking the mailman, and they found out about it, and she drained their bank account, and he's like, fuck you, go back to Canada. They can do that to you. They can do that to you at a whim. But if you walk in, Nancy Pelosi wants you to get amnesty.
He's a wildlife photographer for Cabela's, and he's somewhere.
That's a great job.
From somewhere over in Russia, but it literally took him years to get his citizenship. And he became friends with the girl who worked at the guy who approved his desk, and would literally message her. And she'd be like, nope, not today. Nope, not today. And he waited for a day when the guy was having a great day, and went and had his meeting, and he got his citizenship. But it took him years, and now he's working here for Cabela's, shooting wildlife photography and living the dream. And he grew up reading in Russia, reading these books about the Great West, and he wanted to be a cowboy, and
wow.
He tells these stories, but he is an example of somebody who believes in the American dream, and that's where I go back
for
to
them
like.
to acquire. It's difficult. So let's see what it says here. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek, the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades and includes individuals who entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. Okay, so, but you are still saying that those people are here. Noted that his letter that ICE is bound by statutory requirements not to release certain non-citizens from its custody during the pendency of removal proceedings. He added that most non-citizens who are convicted of homicide are typically not eligible for release from ICE custody. Like, listen, if you fucking kill people, if you're an illegal alien, you sneak across the border and you kill Americans, how about nobody's eligible for release? How about that? Let's just start with that.
Well, I mean,
So
if you
they're
think about
trying
it,
to
if you're a
blame
felon in the United States, you're not allowed to vote. So wouldn't it make sense that we don't accept,
Yeah.
somebody with a criminal record into the United States? Like we have a lot of fights that we're already fighting and a lot of budgetary restraints as a society that we can't really dig ourselves out of the hole with right now.
But we have so much money for Ukraine. It may be shocking to hear the Biden-Harris administration is actively releasing tens of thousands of criminal illegal aliens into our communities, but their own numbers conclusively prove this to be the case. This defies all common sense, read a statement. Newsweek has contacted the Harris campaign for comment via email outside of standard working hours. What does that mean? What is standard working hours? That's why they didn't get back to him? It was outside of standard working hours. The email arrived at 5:15. Put that back up again. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek the date in this letter is, this is the one that said it's being so there's a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson says it's being misused. Scroll that down a little bit further. See what it says there? Congressional Republicans voted against them twice. The Democratic presidential candidate added, we took executive action to reduce unlawful border crossings. See, this is the thing that gets weird. It's like, they say that Trump, the Biden administration is trying to say that Trump blocked some sort of border wall bill because he wanted it to be something that he could campaign against. So he instructed the Republicans to vote against it. There's so much that kind of fuckery. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's the possibility of that being on the table. I'm not accusing anyone of doing that, but imagine a world where it's a person could conspire. I'm not saying they did, but a person could conspire to make something happen because that would be something that they could campaign against. Look what you did. And that's how dirty this game is. That's why nobody wants to do it. Unless you're fucking crazy. Unless you're crazy like Trump. And he just waits. He sent Mark Cuban a letter when Mark Cuban's television show failed in like 2004, whatever the fuck it was. And someone posted it on Instagram today. See if you can find it, Jamie. But it's so petty. It's so petty, and the fact that he signed it and sent it to him, took time out of his day to type or have someone draft the letter. Probably didn't type it himself. Have someone draft the letter and send it to Mark Cuban in the mail. But it takes that kind of a person to literally make their way through the system. Is the only way you get through all these attacks. And we've seen the full force of it. It's like we've seen all the orcs that were hiding in the forest. They all came out.
The level of hell that those people go through.
This is the letter. This is from 2004. Mr. Mark Cuban. Dear Mark, I'm truly sorry to hear that your show has been canceled for lack of ratings. When I initially called you to congratulate you on the benefactor, little did you or I realize how disastrous and embarrassing it would turn out for you. If you ever decide to do another show, please call me and I'll be happy to lend a helping hand. With best wishes, Donald Trump. What a crazy backhanded. Why? I don't understand. I mean, what beef? They must have some kind of beef. What is the beef about? The guy's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's hilarious that he takes time out of his day.
Yeah.
Not just like say, good, fuck that guy, that show got canceled. Takes time out of his day
Yeah.
to write like a conciliatory. I'm sorry this happened to you, man.
Yeah.
You fucking loser. Like literally writes it in there. The whole thing is wild.
But what's hard is people use those things to distract us and to divide us. And like, even with my neighbor, I know we agree on 80% of the things. It's like, hey, I'm not against or for anyone. Like, I'm not against Kamala. I'm not against Trump. I'm for team humanity. I am too. Can we work together to solve the problem? And whoever wins, whether Trump or Kamala, I hope that we can continue the momentum in the dialogue. And I hope that, we can truly have an open conversation that gains traction. And what I love about it being public is it's forever memorialized in public record.
I think
there's no hiding.
Yes, and I think it will, and especially in today's day, I've seen so many videos sent me of your testimony, and I've had them recommended to me on Instagram too from accounts that I don't even follow. So it's getting around. But I think what's also interesting is that social chaos, it unveils things. It unveils things about human beings. And that is one of the benefits of having a guy that you can decide is Hitler. Like, even though half the country loves him, half the country loves that dude. Maybe more than half the country now. There's a lot of silent loves that guy people.
Yeah.
Because they realize, like, there's not a lot of other options out of this other than a fucking crazy person who would write Mark Cuban a letter like that. You need to be insane to pull this off.
Yeah.
And you might need to be insane in a way that you or I would find distasteful.
It is insanity because even at a smaller level, just testifying in front of the Senate, the level of hate and just like misrepresentations of truth. I don't even want to call it lies, but to me it's lies. The level of like misrepresentation and taking things out of context, and it just doesn't seem genuine, and it doesn't seem like people are really fighting for truth. They're fighting to win a game.
You were genuinely shook by it, but what I told you is the truth. Nobody cares. Don't read it. Nobody cares. Don't read anything about yourself, even good things.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. People know what the fuck is going on. They get to hear you talk in forums like this. They get to hear you actually talk and lay it out. They know who the fuck you are. All this is all just noise. But the good thing about this kind of noise, this social chaos, is it unveils all this corruption. It unveils the orcs that are hiding in the forest. You see it. And I am convinced, if they know the efficacy of foreign countries using social media bots to attack people, they know that works. They know that shift narratives, especially for people that are sitting on the fence. They know all that stuff works. If you don't think that there's companies in America that we're not aware of that organize social media campaigns and have bots attack certain individuals like yourself for having a dangerous narrative. If you don't think that, you're crazy.
But what's insane to me, Joe, is what part of saying, hey, we need to better understand how we're growing our food, how we're processing our food, how we're preserving our food. Maybe leftover petrochemicals aren't the best way to preserve our food products in America. You're not allowing that in other nations. And we're looking at the data, the statistics, and the numbers, and we're saying something's not right. The point of that conversation was to say today's the day we start the dialogue. The journey of 1,000 steps starts with one. And I look at it and say, my message was, how do we fix this? Well, we start by acknowledging there's a fucking problem in the first place.
They don't care. This is just about money and just about justifying the things that you're saying, the narratives that you're pushing to try to get that money. If they came out with an article, if someone did a peer-reviewed study that showed that if you drink exactly 13 glasses of water a day, you never get sick and you never get cancer, there would be articles the next day saying if everyone drinks 13 gallons of water or 13 glasses of water a day, there'll be no water for black people and people of color and the indigenous people, the trans people would die of dehydration and the wells would dry up and then the crops and we're not going to have food and there's a lot of impoverished people. You don't need 13 glasses of water a day. There would be some sort of a justification. If you came up with some sort of a diet that you could follow and everyone would live to be 150, there would be an article about how dangerous it is to tell people to stay healthy. Because if we all live to be 150,
that's what's crazy.
the resources
Literally,
will all
we're
be
there saying
gobbled
diet, lifestyle, nutrition, getting proactive, predictive, and personalized. That's the message.
It's a
The
beautiful
system's
message.
waiting for you to get sick, and then they're giving you drugs. Rather than waiting to get sick and taking a drug, let's get proactive and predictive. Let's look at you at the biological level. Let's stop the chronic disease from developing at its roots and prevent this crisis.
And don't you think there's a way that companies can do this and make money in an ethical way?
Absolutely.
There has to
And that's
be.
where I say, like,
This is what's crazy.
At
It's like
my
people are
company,
gonna
I'm
spend
not
money.
a philanthropist. We make money, and we're doing it for a fraction of the cost of the system today. We really are. Like, the patient's getting a deep dive into over 70 biomarkers, an hour on the phone with a clinician. The only way I can scale this and make it better for people and more cost effective is AI and large language models, which is what I'm rapidly running towards, which even in that Hatchet Job article, she says, and he's illegally using AI to prescribe. I'm not prescribing medicine using AI.
She claimed that?
Yeah,
That's
she said something to
defamatory.
that nature. And
Isn't that
they're,
defamatory?
yeah, I'm like, we are using AI to assess blood work, and then it is reviewed by a board certified clinician that then asserts the AI's homework, and the AI is just there as an additional tool. Now, the vision of the future, and I think this will happen, is I think AI will replace a lot of primary cares in America.
It's going to replace a lot of things, and anybody denying the efficacy of AI at this point is ignorant. You have to be ignorant, willfully. You have to be willfully ignorant, because they have used AI right now to diagnose diseases that people miss. They believe that AI is going to allow to assess breast cancer in a much more effective way, because it can do something with visuals that human beings can't see with the naked eye because you're detecting things. AI is going to be able to have a much higher percentage of a chance of catching that
Even
cancer.
at a great cash pay clinic, I think Waystwell is a phenomenal clinic. I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of phenomenal cash pay clinics. Peter T is brilliant. In any of those practices, the clinician has to do a chart review before you come in. That's going to take them at least 20 minutes if they're doing a good job. Then they're going to spend 45 minutes to an hour with you, walking you through everything in your chart, what they saw, family history, genetics, epigenetics, cross-reference that with blood work. That's a lot of work. AI can do it instantly at your own timeline and discretion. So your blood work comes back. Joe, you're busy. You don't have time to get on the phone for 40 minutes with a provider. No problem. You log into the app and you ask Alan, hey, remind me again, what was my blood work on testosterone? And then Alan's going to tell you, and then you can ask this AI anything. And it is backed by all the peer-reviewed journals, studies, white paper studies, all the data that we've loaded in that has been cross-referenced by our clinical team. And we're guiding that. It's not an open architecture, but we're allowing it to essentially help practice medicine in a way that we believe is the appropriate approach to medicine.
And how can that be bad?
I just think in the future, it's going to be the way of the future, and it'll allow us to get cost effective.
Crazy the world is. That's something that straightforward. The way you laid it out so brilliantly. Someone could label that as bad or woo or woo-woo.
Because you would know the AI, imagine a world where, and again, sword cuts both ways. Every tool can be good or bad. But what I'm envisioning is AI monitoring you 24/7, tying into your wearables. We know your REM sleep, your heart rate variability. You've gone through and you've done a DEXA. I know how much lean muscle mass you have, how much visceral fat, how much subcutaneous fat. I have your epigenetics, your genetics all loaded in. I know your family history. We've done a cancer screening. I know that you have no forms of cancerous tumors in your body at this moment. From there, now we have a clean bill of health and a starting point, but we're tracking you. I know that Joe slept 5 hours on Saturday. I know that Joe got 1 hour of sleep on Saturday. And then we can accrue those data sets and begin to cross-reference it. Like right now, we have over 60,000 patients at Waystwell. Imagine when it's nationwide and we have millions.
How are you monitoring their sleep?
We're not yet. This is the app that we're launching.
What
we would tie into it. We want to be agnostic, so we want to tie into Sleep 8. We want to tie into Root, any of them. If you'll give us access to that data, we'll know what date you started prescription care. You'll be able to refill your medicine straight through the pharmacy because it's vertically integrated. Here's the challenge with traditional medicine. Every software is based on how to get paid from the fucking insurance company. That's it. Pharmacy software is 30 years old. It is purely based on how do I get my money from CVS? How do I get my money from United? It's not meant to be a tool that helps drive health span and health care. But if we vertically integrate pharmacy software with the medical practices software, with the AI, the wearables, the REM sleep, it then knows what they, Joe started glutathione or whatever, a peptide or whatever it is. And we're going to see if we can track a marked improvement in heart rate variability, REM sleep, and all those variables. And then at the end of the year, we reassess you proactively and personalize through a DEXA and a VO2 max. And we say, look, Joe, you gained 1 pound of lean muscle mass. You didn't put on any additional body fat. Your visceral body fat is at an all-time low. Your chronic disease score is an A+. We do not think you're headed towards a chronic disease. We are proactive, not sitting back waiting for you to get cancer. We're going to roll our sleeves up and go to fucking work. And it's not hard. This does not cost a fortune. It is totally affordable. I hear all the time, like, this is your body. This is how I ended my speech to the Senate. And I believe this, 400 trillion to 1. 400 trillion to 1 are the chances you are alive in this room today. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to let these bastards at Big Pharma and Big Medical profiteer off of our family members and profiteer off chronic disease? Or are we going to take sovereignty and accountability? Are we going to test ourselves and drive our health span and take ourselves out of their fucking shitty life raft that's going down? Like, it doesn't matter if you have a first Republican, Democrat. Congratulations, you have a front row seat on the fucking Titanic. That's where we're headed if we don't get proactive. It is not a left or right issue. This is an American issue. That's all I keep trying to hammer home. And thank God the Republicans are talking about it. And I hope the Democrats will start talking about it.
That's why it's so fascinating about that's what's so fascinating about ideological capture. That the thing that you would think would be one thing we could all agree on. We should all be healthy. That would get attacked, and that it would be more cost effective. You could use technology, and you have a much more comprehensive understanding of your health, and that gets attacked. Yeah, that's how upside down things are. That's how and then there's people that if they think it helps their career or it helps them in journalism, it helps them get more connected, they will be the attack dog. They'll be the attack dog and go after someone with about as straightforward a message as you can get.
Yeah, it's one of the things that RFK said that I think it really did resonate with me was we have to start loving our kids more than we hate each other, and seeing like. I won't name it, but I know a little girl who struggles with her weight, and I look at that, and this kid is doing all she can, and it's hard to tell a little kid like your friends can eat that candy, but you can't. Everyone in school is drinking their soft drinks and all these things, and it's bad for all of them. Mm-hmm. It's just some kids are metabolically showing it sooner. Yeah. But it isn't good for anyone who's consuming these things.
And they're insanely addictive too.
And it creates an environment, that this is an addiction issue now. And then that leads to a mental health issue and low self-esteem. And
you're part of the problem with the addiction of food too, is you have to eat food. It's not like anything else. Addiction to gambling is like you can stop going to the casino.
Yeah.
But addiction to food is like you have to eat food. So every day you're testing your will.
Yeah.
Every day in a profound way. But if you stay out of the casino, you're not, he's not being tempted. But you have to imagine if you were a gambling addict, but you had to make 3 bets a day.
Yeah.
What? You're a food addict, but you have to eat 3 meals a day. That's fucking insane.
And that's where the GLP-1s, where I do say like morbidly obese, chronically ill, diabetic, pre-diabetic, patients headed over a cliff.
Yes.
It has been rebranded as a lifestyle drug for any girl who's trying to lose weight for spring break.
Right.
That's dangerous. And it is dangerous to say that there is no risk reward to prescribe that in children. We don't know the long-term ramifications. It's a little bit different risk analysis when we're talking about a chronically ill, obese patient in their 40s headed towards chronic disease crisis that's going to kill them.
Yeah.
That's a different risk profile and safety profile analysis than a 12-year-old little girl is overweight. That's a totally different talk track. So, I have some differing viewpoints from the other folks on that committee. But that's the beauty of a democracy. We can disagree on topics, but agree on the issue of we've got a lot of work to do and some things to fix.
But it's very straightforward. You can disagree all day long, but what you're saying is so straightforward and so beneficial to everyone across the board. If there's anything that you would want in life, like if you've ever been sick, real sick, you're like, God damn, I can't wait to be better again. It doesn't matter if you're rich. It doesn't matter if you're happily married. You love your job. If you're fucking dying, you're in bed and you literally can barely get up to pee. And then you crushed and you lay back down in bed. You go, oh, what did I do to fuck this up? How did I get so sick? I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to fucking get back on track. And
100%.
a lot of people don't, but some people actually do. They actually do realize at that moment, like, I can't let this happen again. Like, whatever I did to my immune system, pulling all-nighters, working at the job fucking 16 hours a day, and then you get, like, a horrible flu, and you're bedridden for 2 weeks. During that time, the one thing you want more than anything is to be healthy. You ask a healthy person what they want, they give you 1,000 things. You ask a sick person what they want to be well. They want to be well. If you told a person who's worth, like, Bill Gates money, if you said to Bill Gates, hey, you can have the flu for the rest of your life and keep all that money, or give it all up. You're going to have to start from scratch, but you'll be healthy. He'll give it all up and start from scratch.
I said, you're spot on. Like, you don't understand. I sit at dinners when I get the opportunity to be with my family, and I look around the table, and I really do think, Joe, ever since losing my brother, I am so present in those moments, and I just want everyone to be healthy. I want the good memories to last, and I want to be able to watch people live happy lives. And all the data and numbers and statistics, they're so overwhelming that people roll over. And that's why in front of the Senate, I brought it back to, I'm just going to talk about people. I didn't even talk about statistics because there were way smarter people out there than me from Harvard, Stanford, all these academic types that are brilliant. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, guys, if the Senate doesn't understand, these are your children, your wives, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, your wife. Like these are family members. This is not just a number. These are real lives. 1.9 million people dying a year of chronic disease. That doesn't even include deaths of despair, suicide, opioid abuse. We are a chronically ill society, and those impacts destroy families. Destroy families. The ramifications are so far beyond finances and numbers, but even finances and numbers, 24% of our federal budget, healthcare. Number one budget concern federally is healthcare. Number one concern for most states, healthcare. Number one reason for bankruptcy in the United States for an individual, healthcare. It is a huge problem. The dollars.
Welcome. How you living, pimp?
Is paid in human lives.
We got Shank in the building.
And that's
what's going on, Shank?
Don't sweep this under the rug. These are fucking people dying.
How much
hope you're doing well.
Put forth after the whole
Shout
family crisis and opioid crisis to mitigate the amount of these things.
Shank, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't really want you here. I didn't want to go through the whole thing. It's all a lot.
I think a tremendous amount, but the problem is then you swing that pendulum to overregulation, and you've created a drug addict in the marketplace, and all those addicts turned to fentanyl and black market products.
Right.
Because the addiction's already there. Now we've already addicted. More people are dying of opioids today than ever before. And so the damage is
prescribed less.
Yeah, the damage has been done.
Yeah.
And that's what's hard. I don't know how you put that genie back in the bottle. The question becomes, what is the next opioid crisis?
It's almost
What's
like
the next thing.
A hoarder's house. Like, how do you clean this up? You ever see those hoarder shows? You're like, what the fuck do you do with all this? It's almost like us. And the opioid crisis thing, the really scary thing is, like, we're propping up cartels. We're propping up, really vicious people that are criminals. They have to be vicious. That's how you get ahead in that world. There's no rules when you're in organized crime. You kill a lot of people. And that's what you prop up when you have drugs illegal. But now if you have drugs legal, if you just have, I mean, this is a dilemma as well, right? Because if you just had legal drugs, everything was legal. How long would it take for people figured out to not do cocaine? How long, if you could just get cocaine the same way you can get Coca-Cola, how weird would that be?
I would even argue that the market we live in now is a pharmaceutical insurance cartel. They are glorified drug dealers monetizing people's chronic disease, and they have such a stranglehold over academia, the universities. They fund most of the studies, the NIH. I mean, we just systematically go down from the food system to the government regulatory bodies to the enforcement committees to everything. They control the media. Like, as soon as somebody gets, get a little mouthy, anything, they come and hammer you and try to discredit you and portray it.
Also, how transparent is it, who owns the companies?
I know but most people aren't going to spend the time to go. Like, I look because I'm like, who is this attacking me? I want to understand their viewpoint. It wasn't, oh, ha, 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 gotcha, I'm going to bust these people. It was more of, let me try and understand the other side and try and see what we could have said that would have been so inflammatory, because the message is hope. It was hope. It was unity. It was working together. It was drop the part.
It's become healthy. Get America healthy. Anybody would be opposed to that. That's, I think, also a real problem with the liberals during this election. The concept of make America healthy again is so bipartisan and so universal and so clear, and the fact that the Republicans are running with it. They're like, they're so mad. Like, that should have been something the Democrats used to be anti-poison. The left used to be anti, dumping pollution in the waters. They were against big corporation. They were pro-free speech. They were against censorship. They were pro-reasonable discourse. They weren't about censoring people. And everything's just gone so topsy-turvy. To have the left be against a movement. What you should be saying is, fuck Trump, but this Make America Healthy Again thing, it's a good idea. We should probably do it too. We should probably just steal their idea. We should probably say, whatever you guys are going to do, we're going to do it too.
Yeah.
But we're going to be a better president, so go with us.
Yeah.
That, if they were smart, that's what they would do. People, you stole that idea from Trump. She said, I stole it. It's a good idea. Yeah. I like good ideas. I'm not dogmatic. Okay, show me a good idea.
And that's where I go, who has the most to win by dividing us? It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It is the powers that be. And when we peel back the layers, BlackRock, Vanguard, that own the majority shares of these pharmaceutical companies, that own the majority shares of most of the media outlets, that own the left and the right, they push agendas and they can control everything essentially except podcasts and free speech. And that's one of the things that Jordan Peterson said in a meeting the night before we testified, was he implored us to stop trying to cater to the mainstream media, because he said it's a lost cause. It's a lost hope. I hate to say that to you guys, but the world has given up on them. Why are you guys wasting your time with them? Focus on podcasts, books, areas where you can truly, in a long form format, expose the truth and ask and respond to hard-hitting questions. And we talked about you and your platform, and this is, has been, people try to label it as misinformation at times. And I'm like, what part is anytime I've come on, I've cited all my references on the Waste to Well website. I list reference after reference, study after study. Most of the
things that they labeled as misinformation during COVID turned out to be true. 100%. I mean, especially, what they did to Peter McCullough. Peter McCullough is the most published doctor in his field in human history. He's not a quack. Jay Bhattacharya, he's a professor at Stanford, right? Isn't that weird? What? These are the fucking actual experts. These are the real experts. Like, you guys are out of your fucking minds. And you're saying this is misinformation? But the problem is, misinformation is like, label it homophobe, transphobe, misogynist. Once they look racist, once they get you, they put that on you, misinformation. You spread misinformation. Like what? What misinformation? Tell me what was misinformation.
Yeah, and I'll even say, and again, I don't know. I don't want to be too conspiratorial. I went to bed and I was exhausted after listening to it. I posted it. I found nobody. I didn't think. I went to bed and I want to say I had 1.3 million views. And I posted a rebuttal about one of the periodicals that was misrepresentative. And I just posted, hey, not a fair assessment of what happened today. 2,000 American people traveled from around the country to sit and hear an open dialogue that was bipartisan, backed by some of the best and brightest minds in medicine. Harvard, Stanford, Stedman Hawkins, all were present. This was not a bunch of influencers, blah, 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 shame on you. That was all I felt. Didn't get in the weeds. Woke up the next day and all the momentum was gone. Like, we still, I think, are sitting at 1.3 million. I don't believe. And then Casey got messaged, hey,
And white people.
deplatform you, be careful as you start naming specific news outlets. And I still believe that somehow we got de-algorithmed or deprioritized after we began to push back on the media for the stuff they were saying.
Most certainly, I'm sure. And you probably got attacked anyway once you realized it was doing momentum. It's very creepy. And I wonder, like, at what level they can manipulate things at Google and at YouTube. I mean, there's a level that they can actively suppress videos, and they can actively suppress social media accounts and social media posts. When my special was gonna go live on Instagram or on Netflix rather, on Instagram, Cam Haynes put a thing in his story saying that it was going to go live, and they said that he couldn't mention me. He wasn't allowed to mention me. He wasn't allowed to mention me.
Yeah.
I forget what the label was.
Your
He posted
JRE Experience, I don't know if they're affiliated with you or just a fan page, JRE Experience Instagram. He print screened and messaged me, and it said this video is not suitable for repost or something. My video from testifying in front of the Senate.
and they won't let you repost.
This was a Senate hearing.
Right.
What are you talking about?
So someone has their claws in Meta that's able to suppress information. Someone has their claws in YouTube. Someone has their claws, and you can use whatever label. You could say the advertisers don't want to advertise on this because it's a controversial subject, and that's the problem. Okay, if that's all it is, but then it should still get a lot of views. So if you want to withhold advertising, but the views are substantial, that means that it's really being shared in a normal way with something so outrageous and something that gains that much momentum that quickly. It doesn't make sense that Peter's out that quickly. It was too profound. It was too
It was going crazy, and then I would see 100 new follow, 100 like whatever, and then the next morning dead, totally dead. Like literally right after these trades, we were all trading texts about that article, and I just cannot believe they reacted with an article this fast. And it's a total misrepresentation of what occurred today.
That's all they need.
And it tried to make it sound like it was a left or right wing political movement, like a right wing political ideology, and it's like everyone in that room, in fact, most of the people on the panel were Democrat background, registered Democratic voters. Like there were some Republicans on there, but it was a mixture, it was a melting pot. And we're all free thinkers. Like, don't take my ability to think critically away from me. I don't give a shit which party you're part of. I am here for team people. Like, let's talk about the issues and stop trying to make this left or right. Like it's not.
But they're smart in that all they need is one or two articles in respective publications to cite to point towards the fact that this is misinformation. And someone from whatever organization would look at that and gloss over it real quick. Oh yeah, we'll suppress that. And that's
Or
how
I
they
would think one step further. I feel like
you can't put that on your booth.
I feel like for example, the New York Post article. I honestly, the way they worded that, they tried to make it sound like I'm just a regular on your podcast, and I come on here and just shit all over the FDA. And I'm like, I'm doing my best to be transparent and say they're at a disadvantage, they're underfunded, they didn't build this model, they were put in this model, right? And they're doing their best to navigate, but they're underfunded, understaffed, and chronically corrupted by the environment itself. But I would tell you the same thing with academia, the same thing with hospital systems.
Also,
it's not
the people that work in the FDA, if you've been working in the FDA for 4 years, how much of a dent do you think you could put in the momentum of the machine that's behind you? What are you going to do? You're going to stick your neck out? You're going to get it chopped off. You're not going to move up the corporate ladder. It's not set up that way. And that's just the reality of being a human being, and you go, hey, I do my best.
So
most of those people are like most people. They're good people. Most people in all walks of life are good people. But sometimes good people do bad things because they can or because they have to.
The biggest thing I saw in healthcare was doctors were exhausted, whether orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons. I mean, I told you this. My buddy, he's a prominent sports medicine surgeon. He's a team doctor for multiple teams. He's had highest positions at hospital systems. Even he says, "What am I going to do? What am I fucking doing? I need to do surgeries. I've got to do a certain amount of surgeries to make all of this flow and work, and I've got to hold my team accountable for the amount of surgeries and their volumes. And you're never supposed to make it about volumes, but all of these hospital systems are incentivized off volume metrics that are based off cranking out the most amount of surgeries. And so there is a tremendous amount of pressure from the top down. And with insurance companies dwindling reimbursements and dwindling, like, even primary care reimbursements, but also surgical reimbursements, you're not going to be able to innovate when it's a race to the bottom, right? A total joint saying less now, it's going to take an 8% haircut every year, and it has for like the last 15 years. So nobody's going to go out and buy some brand new state-of-the-art joint or even innovate a brand new state-of-the-art joint, because it's all about commoditizing it and driving down the cost right now to make it affordable to even get a joint.
So it doesn't incentivize innovation.
Correct.
That's crazy, especially with something like replacement joints, which you would hope. And they've gotten a lot better at that. How many people do you know who've had hip replacements? I know a bunch. Yeah. I know a bunch. So. And it's like they're walking around like quick. Graham Hancock came in here 6 weeks after his hip replacement. And yeah, he's 150,000 years old. According to his aging, everything's older with him. He's Graham's got to be in his 70s, right? And back then, I'm not sure how old he was. This was back when we were in LA. But he was walking around 6 weeks later. Fine, no limp, nothing. It's extraordinary what you're doing. It's amazing. You would hope that they would continue to innovate that way. You know what's going on in California right now with home insurance? Okay. There's a real crisis in California with home insurance. Pull up the home insurance crisis. Home insurance is sky high, and particularly in areas where there are wildfires, because they lose so much. Where I used to live in California, I was evacuated 3 times.
Proactive measures are you
and the last time my kids were real little, and we went in the middle of the night. We had to take off at 2 o'clock in the morning. The fire was coming over the hill that was maybe 200 yards from us. Yeah,
Growing up in Houston, I was used to hurricanes. A fire would be terrifying.
Insurance keeps dropping California homeowners. Changes are in the works to try to stop the cherry picking. So they don't want to insure.
There he is. Dog, I was just going to fucking send you a message. Let's play some chess, big man. HVID monster. Yo, dog, you ready to play some chess? Excellent. All right. So you're going to whoop this shit out of me, but I'm going to let you win. See, I say that. It's practice. I'm ready to go. I'm going to fire on all cylinders and hope for the best. How's your day going? Take your time.
The only destiny drug traffickers have is either prison or death. Who sits down with the fearless agents and journalists who were there on the ground at the time to tell the inside story of the hunt for some of history's most dangerous criminal masterminds. These guys are the real deal. And this is Real Narcos.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
Welcome.
Here's this week's countdown of
Excellent.
Here's one to you.
Probably within the next generation, 20 to 40 years. If you want, yeah, some people with whom I speak don't want to be, but should you wish, you're on the list, baby. Word, dog.
This week is the drama The Old Man on FX.
You're okay. Take your time. That's a great question. It can be done in several different ways. Human growth hormone can assist with it, but at a certain point, you may need a mixture of human growth hormone and stem cells. Um, but I think, from what I understand, the human body can extend the length of the genitalia in both men and women. And eventually, you get to a point where the guy's dick becomes too big. Ask any of the girls with whom I've been. Heyo. But no, seriously, it can be too big and then it hurts the woman. So there's this balance between the size of a man and the size of a woman. And generally, I think that men eventually on Earth will basically be maxed out about 6'6". I know people get taller than that, but I think that perhaps the United Nations or the World Health Organization may say, look, for sustainability purposes, we don't want people to get bigger than that because they're not necessarily being that efficient with everything that all the food and other nourishment that perhaps could go to other people. So 6'6" is what we're going to make it. And approximately at 6'6", a woman who's about 6'5", 6'6", can comfortably, should she wish, take a much larger penis than, say, if she's 5'6" or so. So long story short, I think a man might be able to extend his penis to be about 18 inches and comfortably be inside a 6'6" woman. Not the whole thing, but like be able to penetrate and have enjoyment during sex. But if you get the penis longer than 18 inches, then it's going to be uncomfortable for the woman. So it's kind of this balance. And then you'd have to make bigger men and bigger women, bigger men and bigger women, and it never ends. So to at least limit that, 6'6", I think, is the sweet spot. Oh, I didn't even notice it's my... Legally, dog. My own. I guess I'm a virgin as a woman.
That is going on with your home, whether it be construction issues.
That's what I like. You got it, man. It's terrible. It's terrible.
You sort it all out. We'll put our heads together and we'll get it sorted. On that note, how about we quit?
I have a question about re-roofing. A small house is about built in 1988, but it needs the tile lifted and then.
Should you wish, I can blow a turn if you want.
Getting bids on it, and some others are saying 2 layers of paper, and others are saying 1.
Okay, so your question is are 2 layers necessary? Is that a good idea? Is it too much? I have a couple of thoughts about it. Number one, always better than 1, but when it comes to roofing, because roofing paper will age, it will become brittle eventually over time, and the more protection you have up there underneath the tile. But,
I cannot right now. I need the phone that I use. I'm playing chess on. Perhaps, yeah.
Say, look, there's the roof. Top layer, and it is not a guarantee in and of itself that the roof doesn't leak. What's really doing the true protection of the home is the underlay. That is the paper underneath the tiles. So I always tell you, do not shortchange.
It's my turn. There are a lot. There's this statement, if you build it, they will come. And perhaps one day will all be filled.
This is just me, and it's up to you, and you should to the roofers who are bidding your project. Paper anymore, roofing paper anymore in the homes that we design and specify, and in the homes that we actually participate in building. Because for so long now, rubberized membranes have been proven themselves so far superior to builder paper. So I would say, okay, fine, 2 layers, fine. But let's talk a modern membrane underneath my tile.
No, I'm not. I don't play that much, and I've never been very good. I just created a chess.com account very recently, so I do like to play.
membrane seal, and as a result, when they're all done laying,
That's right.
purposes one. Membrane, not just tiers of paper over the house. And two other things about them. Number one, they're rubberized, they're bituminous, they have stretch for actually loose, and so as a result, they do not become brittle and tend to break down as quickly over time. In fact, they last longer than builder.
Do I know who he is? Yeah, but do I know him personally? I know who he. Yeah, I know who he is.
That gets punctured through them, and the actual.
No, I don't want to be friends with that guy.
No doubt in my mind, no question, that modern.
I don't either, but from what I know, he's kind of creepy.
Now, do they more? Yeah, they do. Do a lot of builders lead with them when they're bidding a job? No, they.
Yeah, so as I understand, there will be something in the future known as a jump room. Essentially, it's like a portal. You can put it essentially anywhere in the world or anywhere in the universe. And perhaps, depending on the way that the information is communicated, you can instantaneously be in one part of the world and be instantaneously transported to another part of the world, which is very exciting.
Because it is thick, and like I said, it seals around the nails, and it remains pliable throughout the year. So one layer is all you need.
And that lasts forever?
It's gonna last. Yeah. I mean, this is how we do lifetime roofs. We'll put it that way.
Great. I really appreciate it.
Let's talk to. Hey, Julie.
I don't know about that. We'll do our best to find answers to any questions that you may have.
So I was wondering your thoughts on if we just one from the front.
I have no.
Well, if I don't know an answer, I'll either tell you that I can neither confirm nor deny that information, or I will tell you that we need to look up more information, or I'll know the answer. No, I don't. I know a little bit about a lot.
From outside the house, standing on the curb in the street, looking at the house.
Well, thank you.
Walk in, and once you're past the face of the house, now we're inside the house, looking out through windows into the backyard. It's a completely different experience. And so the idea of using black frame windows for the backside of the house because you love them and because they work with the configuration.
I have a lot of devices.
But in most cases, yeah, I would even say there are times when, there are actually, I'll say this, signing from the ground up.
Yeah, just click the chess in the park, join activity.
White traditional frames. Some of them are dark broad traditional, depending on room for room and the effect that we're looking for. And on some of the elevations of the house, you can see both at the same time. It all depends on whether it works with that theme. But as a general rule, it's kind of the mullet approach, right? All business up front and party in the back. So keep your white frame windows facing the street.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. Oh, what a terrible shot. We're all related.
Thanks, Julie.
Oh, this game is over. Yeah. Oh, that was terrible, 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 terrible. This game is over. We're all related. You and I are related.
We're not just in smart speakers, we're in a couple of speakers as well. And KOST
Beautiful.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Country music legend to the rescue. The Campfire 24-hour newsroom. Music legend Dolly Parton is joining Hurricane Helene recovery efforts, announcing a $2 million donation to help survivors and communities recover from the devastation. Helene has caused widespread destruction in 6 states, including Purton's home state of Tennessee.
I'm donating $1 million. But there's a lot to be done, and we're trying to find other ways to even raise more funds.
A week after Helene, 700,000 homes still don't have power or water. Forecasters say it will be hot again this weekend. They say temperatures are expected to be several degrees higher today than they were for the last couple of days. Hotter
Come for it. After losing my queen, I should have just resigned. I see what you did. You bring somebody else in here. You make them distract me. It's a very, very good strategy. I'm impressed. I'll leave it at that. I know. Fortunately, before that's what I like to hear. I like a man with confidence. Good on you, Doug. Wow, you are doing well. Good on you, man. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time, but I'm willing to take you up on it. Yeah. That's what happens. I've been playing pretty well before then, but a mistake like that will definitely not allow you to recover. Losing a queen, it's over.
I did this video to spread the word to the community that you should get your mammograms.
Donations can be made at More Than Pink LA. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Somebody's got to. She's been a dirty, dirty whore.
Because of Tijuana River, millions of gallons of raw sewage being dumped into the river. Closed beaches for the last 3 years. People who live near the river say they've had unexpected because of the stench of hydrogen sulfide, a chemical reagent used in various industrial processes. And the LAPD has a new boss.
LA Mayor Bass made the announcement yesterday.
Public safety is number one, and it's personal for me.
McDonald left the Long Beach PD, then in 2014 was elected LA County Sheriff. McDonald says he was drawn back to public service after seeing how cops were treated post George Floyd.
What we do is too important to society not to take it very seriously and to hold ourselves to the highest of standards.
At City Hall in downtown KFI News.
Pro Football Hall of Famer and Buffalo Bills legend Billy Shaw has died. Shaw's family says he passed away surrounded by his wife and 3 daughters after a brief illness.
Goodbye, my night.
Shaw spent his entire career with the Bills and is the only member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame to play his entire career in the American Football League.
Go for it. You're going to get it all.
Southern gentleman to everyone he encountered. All-around athleticism brought a new dimension to the guard position.
There you go. All right. I hope your fingers are ready. I'll give you a room tour. Just one moment. Excellent. Okay, just one moment. How do I do this? My games. Just one moment. I'll make it clear. Okay, I have to leave a game just for a second. All right. So behind me we have a projector. It has Joe Rogan going, but at any given time I could have any podcast going or sporting event. We've watched the Olympics on here, multiple Olympics, 3 Olympics actually. We've watched many Super Bowls, so that's what we got going on behind me. In the corner here, there's you'll see a Chromebook. It is live on quite a few different platforms. One moment, I'll read you what platforms. These are all the Chromebooks. I have them multi-streaming. I feel multi-streaming is a very important tool that I can utilize because it basically makes me uncancelable. So I'm live on like 8 different YouTubes. I'm live on 8 different Twitches. I'm live on 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on a bunch of Discords, including this one on multiple Aiden Rosses. I'm live in Aisha Speeds. I'm live in Music Biz Marty. I'm live on Billy. I'm live on Vaughn Live. I'm live on Telegram. I'm live on. I'm live on Loco TV. I'm live on Nemo TV. No Live. I'm live on D Live, YouNow, Breakers TV, Trovo, Vault, FC2 Live, and Arena TV. All right. Over here. Well, actually, let me show you here. I've got like 4 phones going and another one right here. They are bots. I'll show you how they work. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, you may see on the screen like little numbers. What these things are doing. Right, let me see if I can flip it so I can see what I'm showing you, so I know it's accurate. Okay, there we go. They are basically auto posting for me. If you want to see what kind of damage this does, go to Kick, and if you go to Kick, oops, I did not mean to do that. If you go to Kick and you look at the under browse, if you look at the most recent clips that have been made, there I've made like all of them, well, like 50% of them, which is great. Okay, up here we've got Telegram, that a bot. I've got another Discord, and then this device here is, in addition to being Discord and streaming on all those different platforms, it's also holding Discord. Okay, then I've got 3 different computers over here. We'll just watch one of them for right now. You can see they've got 1, 2, 3, and they've got robots going. So you'll see the robots in a moment. You should be able to see it's the pink pointer, and what the pink pointer is going to do is it's going to follow it's very smart. I programmed it to have image recognition, so wherever that follow button is, it knows where to click it. It will click it, and then it also knows where the I agree button is. It will click that, and then it will also create a clip of them, and then also it will spam them. So it spams them with all kinds of information on this Discord, and I do that on 3 different computers, which is pretty it gets out the word. I'll tell you that. Okay, over here I have a bunch of different computers set up. So let me explain. Up here is a Chromebook. Up here is a Chromebook. Up here is a Chromebook. All 3 of these essentially are able to get everything that I do over here. They're just basically redundant backups of streams. Right here, I have Aiden Ross's Discord, and as you can see, basically from here, those catch everything that goes on over here. So if any of my streams go down for any reason, or there's an app crash or a camera, whatever, I have redundant streams. When I first started this, I was just doing it on 1 computer like a normal person, and you just find that if you're going to stream as much as I do, you don't want to lose any data. And if OBS crashes, sure, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, so everywhere, war everywhere. So let's talk about that. So why did I do this? I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I have been doing this for more than 3 years. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. What does that mean? I have taken a 2018 article of The Economist magazine to heart. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource. It had overtaken petroleum as the #1 resource on Earth. And that means that data is very, very important. And essentially, I'm sitting on the Saudi Arabia of data. I have had every moment, essentially, of my life uploaded to the internet on 8 different streams for the last 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's exceptionally exciting to think that there is one person out there who is a time capsule of all of society, that at any given time, we can go back and see when any event happened. We can see what was happening perhaps in the news. We can perhaps see what's happening in art, in the social media world, and it's all captured. If you ever saw the movie during the 1990s starring Jim Carrey called The Truman Show, this is essentially a real-life Truman Show, except for the fact that I have given my consent for this to take place, as opposed to in the Truman Show, as I understand, that was all done without his consent. But basically, if you know the story of the Truman Show, he was a phenomenon, a global phenomenon. And when people find out about this, I think it will be that in real life. This is essentially the television show Big Brother in the real world. Additionally, some things that we talk about on this stream that aren't normally talked about in society that are very, very important. This is just the baseline of what we talk about. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about dark energy and dark matter. We talk about life extension technology, absolute fusion technology, where we take two atoms and slam them together. We take fission technology, where we pull them apart, and everything in between. We create, essentially, we talk about nuclear centrifuges. We talk about thermodynamics. We talk about geothermal energy, where you take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and use the Earth's heat to turn a turbine. Here's the key thing with any kind of energy: is it's just about turning a turbine. So whether that's water doing that, or air doing that, or the heat of the Earth, all of those things are great to just turn a turbine. The real groundbreaking thing is nuclear, but there are people who have their sentiments about nuclear without even going in the nuclear debate right now. Let's talk about tidal. This should be a groundbreaking, mind-blowing idea, is that every single second of the day, around the entire world, the Earth's coastlines are taking in a tide. And that has been true for millions of years. If we can take a turbine, just like we have in the air for air turbines, and put it in the ocean, except protect it, essentially make it like a plane turbine, and you put a net around it so that no animals will be hurt or no sea life will be hurt. Essentially, we can utilize the tidal force of the world's oceans to generate electricity, which is far, far, far greater than any hydroelectric dam could even begin to produce, because we could put these up and down the coastline for free power generation. That is just one idea of great ideas that we've discussed on this. Another is geothermal. And then let's get to nuclear for a second. So everyone's so scared of nuclear power. To be honest with you, nuclear is the future. People don't know this, but in approximately 80 years or so of the nuclear industry being viable around the world, there have only been 3 major incidents. And of those 3 major incidents, less than 50 people have ever been killed from nuclear fallout. And now people will say, well, what about 3 Mile Island? And what about Fukushima? And what about Chernobyl? Those are the 3. And I can tell you, you go to the Wikipedia page right now, and it will tell you how many people died from radiation, okay? At 3 Mile Island, 0 people died. At Chernobyl, around 40. It's like between 30 and lower, in the low end of the 40s. And Fukushima, between 2 and 3. This is from Wikipedia. So, I mean, I wasn't there. Maybe more people died, but I'm just using the figures that are stated there. So when people have this idea of nuclear fears, I want to calm those fears, because I think nuclear is the future. Okay, with that being said, what other cool things we talk about, Rabbi? We talk about things like life extension technology, the utilization of blood platelets, perhaps through ambrosia therapy, using the blood of young people and infusing it into older people. Perhaps we can utilize, as we've already discussed, stem cells and human growth hormone. Perhaps we can use nootropics and cold shock therapies. These are all things that we can use to extend the human life from age 80 to age 100, 120. But where it really gets exciting, and what HVid Monster was referencing earlier, and I mean this, and I want you to be on the list as well, Theodore, is mind uploading technology. That's the groundbreaking one, in my opinion. What is mind uploading technology, Rabbi? Well, it's a hypothetical technology that's becoming a real discussion in science, where we will be able to, perhaps within the next generation or two, 20 to 40 years, be able to scan an individual's brain into a computer. We will know where every atom is within their central nervous system, and we can upload that information into a computer for later download. That information will be stored for whenever you want. Maybe when you're 100 years old, 120 years old, you're 500 years old. Whenever you want, you'll be able to transition your mind into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. The future is yours. Or you may just say, Rabbi, I don't want any of that. I just want to die at age 80 like a normal person. Cool. Whatever you want. I want you to know, though, the possibilities are endless, and there aren't people who are discussing these types of things in the society. I am. I think it's a really exciting premise, and we're there. Scientifically, we are there. Essentially, it's the same type of technology that's used in an MRI or a CAT scan. The same type of information is just stored at a later date for people. So those are just some cool ideas, but there are even cooler ideas that we talk about. Revivification technology. What is that? Theodore, you may have been in love with someone, or you may have lost a loved one. Perhaps it was a parent, a grandparent, a child, someone. We've all lost someone, a friend, and maybe it was just too soon, and you want to get them back. And there's this longing that you have. You don't have closure, whatever it may be. There's a type of technology that exists. I call it revivification technology. I've seen it referenced as that. People call it all kinds of technology, but essentially it's the idea of being able to take a person's DNA and create a clone of them, which I understand does not have all of their hopes and dreams and their memories and all the good things that come with life. But what we can also do is take a photograph of them and be able to remove the layers so that we see their skin, then we see their muscular tissue, then we see what their brain perhaps makeup was by removing different layers, and we're able to map their brains, not saying today, but perhaps in 100 years, to be able to know where every atom is in their brain as well. We take that information, we upload it into that clone of their body that we made out of their DNA. And if you're wondering, how do we get their DNA still exists if they were around in recent times. And if they weren't, there's a way that we can essentially re-engineer their DNA through their offspring and get a near perfect version of what they would have been. We take that information, we create a clone of them, which is essentially a shell, and then we put their soul or their consciousness into them. And one day it would be something like this. A door would open to some kind of capsule where we were doing all this. They would open their eyes and they would have full consciousness, like nothing ever changed, like they were in a long sleep. And you would have to explain to them, say it was your grandma or grandpa or someone, that they were someone who was brought back from the dead, essentially using a technology known as revivification technology, and that they have all of the opportunities that a living person would have, including life extension technology and mind uploading technology, and that they were essentially someone who was cared enough by people in the modern times that they didn't want to let them go, and that will be seen as a great praiseworthy action, that there were some people that we felt were so special that we didn't want to let them go and we brought them back. These are all types of technology that we discuss that aren't normally discussed in general society, and I want to inject these types of what I feel intelligent conversations into the global conversation. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, all the time. I was interviewed about it 3 days ago. So AI is the future, and I've been using AI at least since ChatGPT was launched on November 30th, 2022. I don't know a lot of people who know exactly the date, but I can tell you that there are two different kinds. To my knowledge, there's artificial general intelligence, which arguably we just attained. As I understand, ChatGPT just passed the Turing test, which allows, which is the calculation of human intelligence, essentially in comparison to a computer. And now the next step, having attained artificial general consciousness through the passing of the Turing test, is the next step, which is artificial superintelligence, which is the really exciting part of artificial intelligence. So I think artificial intelligence is the future. What I talked about a couple days ago in an interview, and I'll just rehash, is it's replacing people, but in particular positions like coders, waitresses, frontline staff, any kind of customer service agent, any kind of entry-level position is going to be replaced within the next 2 to 3 years, and then more complicated positions within the next 5 to 7. If you have ever heard of the Da Vinci, it is a robotic surgeon that is better than perhaps any surgeon that has ever been. That is already a reality. The Da Vinci is already used in the medical field. There's another type of technology I think will be utilized perhaps at high-level law firms known as the Shapiro. It's essentially an AI lawyer that is much better than any lawyer could ever be. And instead of law firms paying out tens of millions of dollars to their partners and their clerks and such. They can just literally go to a piece of software that only the top 25 law firms have in the country, and they will be able to essentially dominate any other law firm, because any argument that perhaps might be made is by a human is going to be inferior to that of AI. AI will just be able to search every Westlaw case, every LexisNexis case that has ever been on the books, not just in United States jurisprudence, but perhaps globally too, instantaneously, like a calculator, much faster than any human would ever be able to calculate, more information than one human would ever have any of, which any human would have any knowledge, and they'll be, or law firm, and be able to utilize that instantaneously and essentially monopoly on the on the law field. Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you will. You'll get bored. If given enough time, infinity is a punishment. Why? Because that means you can't stop. So that's why I say you may want to live forever within reason. When I say within reason, what do I mean? I mean you're not going to be tortured during it. I mean that it's not going to be overall unenjoyable to you. I mean that you'll be able to stop it when you want. That's what I mean within reason. And that's the important thing. We have to think that there may be people who, I don't know, people want to punish in the future. Like whom? I don't know. I'm not going to name a name of someone, but we'll call it some bad guy from the past, John Doe. And everybody hates John Doe. And we're going to, with technology, bring back John Doe and punish John Doe into eternity. That is an opportunity as well, and is actually a very scary aspect of this that may need to be controlled in the future, because if not, essentially absolute power corrupts absolutely.
It's just to intimidate you. So here's the bottom line. How old is
Excellent. All right, back to that's an excellent. Yeah, so absolutely. And that's an opportunity as well. Let's talk about that. That, to my knowledge, is known essentially as memory erasure. And there are other ways to describe this, but I think that's an important type of technology that we talk about on this stream a lot, especially for people who have suffered some kind of post-traumatic stress event, a rape, a murder. They were having to defend themselves, and every night before they go to bed and their head hits the pillow, they have to deal with that. They have to deal with the guilt of something. There's perhaps an idea in the future to be able to have some type of memory erasure or some type of way to calm those types of feelings so that you don't have they're not as negative. With the idea of memory erasure, you might be able to have sex with all the people you want and then wipe your brain and then essentially do it all over again. But you have to understand, infinity is a long time. And even 1,000,000 years of having sex with all those women, you still have tens of hundreds of millions of years to fill up. If we think about the length of the universe, and again, I am not an expert in any of this, but as I understand, we have been around the entire universe, like since the Big Bang, if that's what we think that is where it all came from, perhaps. That was like 12 billion years ago. I think the forming of our planet was something like 4 billion years ago. Okay, and I think the overall length of the universe is supposed to be something like 64 billion years. So basically, if we were playing a football game or American football game, we'd be like in the first quarter. So there's still a long part of this game that needs to be played. And if we're thinking that we can live forever, we have to fill all of that with things. And if you're only having sex with, let's say, 1 million chicks, you're gonna run out. I mean, really, we have to look at the whole world. So that would be essentially 4 billion chicks, a half of the world's population at 8 billion, if you take that to be a truth. And then from there, we can do the calculation of like one woman a day for however many days. Essentially, though, you're going to get sick. You might get sick of just having sex with women. I talked about this recently, and this is not my thing, but I am someone who is open to science. And if anything, I think the consent is very important. The reason why, at least I personally am against bestiality, is because not only do I feel weird and all the other things that people feel, but the animal can't consent. So it's essentially a rape, and I don't like that. But in the future, with the type of technology known as telepathy, you might be able to get consent from an animal or an extraterrestrial being, which means that you might have get sick of just having sex with women here on Earth, and you want to start having sex with robots and cyborgs and different types of extraterrestrials. And while this does sound far-fetched, I can tell you this is all in line with what we hear from alien abductees. And I had a chance to say yesterday that alien disclosure and the alien phenomena is one of my great passions. And so I like to listen to the testimonies of alien abductees, and what they say is many of them are hybrids, or that there's a hybrid um, perhaps species that has been started here that lives amongst us. And so when I start talking about humans interbreeding with some type of extraterrestrial being, that's not that far-fetched. It's actually, we're told that that's already happening, which is absolutely fascinating to me, and I love to get into all of the science of that. But I just don't want you to limit yourself to say, look, I'm going to marry one person for the rest of my life, and then that life turns out to be 500 million years. Do you know how much of a punishment that would be when everybody else gets to frolic around and enjoy people and or the hottest chicks on earth, and you have to stay with some just nasty ass 700-year-old woman? You don't want that, and she doesn't want it either. That would be a punishment to both of you. So what we will see, I think, in the future, people will still fall in love. But psychologically, there is something known as the 7-year itch. What is the 7-year itch, Rabbi? Essentially, it is within 7 years of a relationship or so, after about 7 years, the human eye begins to wander, no matter who it is. And because of that, you have to understand that there's the possibility that love may be redefined, that currently it's love between two people. That's fine forever, and then they always get divorced, essentially. All right, well, instead we may have temporary marriage contracts. Like what? You get married for 7 years, and let's say that, Theodore, you are so in love with your spouse that you don't want to get divorced. That's cool. Get married for another 7 years. And you're so in love after 14 years, Theodore, that you want to continue to be married. Cool. No one's going to stop you. Be married for 21 years. And you're so in love, and you're going to do it for 28, 35, 42. Do it for as long as you want. But eventually you will get sick of that person. Eventually she will get sick of you after 70, 80, 90 years. And you may say, look, I want to go have a relationship with the hottest supermodel that I can. She thinks that my knowledge of being older and experience is sexy, and I think that her beauty is attractive, but I still love you. And I want you to know that I want to fall in love with you in 7 years or 14 years or 21 years. Before, we were limited to our lifetimes, but now we don't have that limitation. Perhaps you may be able to extend your life much longer than previously, and thus we may have to reimagine what our types of marriage contracts may consist of. And if somebody is like, Rabbi, I have a traditional view of marriage, I want to be married to my spouse forever, that's fine. Just keep renewing your marriage. Yeah, great question. I can tell you this, and I really mean this. I will quote an actor, Morgan Freeman. No, Morgan Freeman. And I think he's absolutely right when he says this. He says, if we want racism to go away, we need to stop talking about race. Okay, well, then we're always going to have racism. Hey, okay, just one moment. I can't hear you. That's not your fault. I have to just leave and come back on this one device. I'll be right back.
Health officials say there have also been 2 suspected bird flu found among dairy workers in Tulare County, the largest dairy producing county in the nation. Flights are resuming following a typhoon that
Yes. Did you say that you feel that you're racist?
ABC Tom Rivers says
Okay. Well, it is. I would say recognizing that you have a problem is the first step. So you've done that. Do you have any experience, or do you have any friends who are perhaps of other races?
the latest Labor Department figures show that jobs were August.
Okay, well, that's generally perhaps related to xenophobia. It's just fear of strangers, fear of people who don't look like you, perhaps. And I understand that. That's natural for anyone who is just fearful of people who don't perhaps look like them or speak like them or maybe different than them. So, know what you're going through is perfectly natural. And the best advice that I have to you is to develop as much experience with people in general as you can. But if you need to, go out of your way to diversify your friend group. How do you do so? I wouldn't go out and say, I need a black friend, or I need an Asian friend, or I need a Jewish friend, or I need a Hispanic friend. But what you can do is perhaps find groups that are already diverse and join them. I don't know. What kind of games do you like to play, or sports? Do you have any sports you play? Okay, it is. It's basically a made up. Um, okay. Well, see you, dude.
#1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in. Discover a new podcast.
Anyway.
Library of over
Dude, black people are amazing. Maybe you haven't been around the right black people, but black people are some of the coolest motherfuckers you're ever gonna meet. They're some of the funniest motherfuckers you're gonna meet. There are some fine ass black people. Not forever, dog. You'll be able to have a longer penis than they do in the future, so you can keep that in the back of your head. And you should know that I really mean this as a goal in the future. People are going to be having a lot more sex, and they're going to be much more flexible. Flexibility is very important to humanity. And so, one thing that I will essentially want to do once I go viral and everything is get people involved in their own body and their own flexibility. And one of the things that people will want to do in the future, particularly men, and I want to make it a goal for all men, is the ability to autofellatiate. If you know what that is, that's the ability to suck your own dick. Most men can't do it because of the length of their penis or their flexibility or a mixture of both. And I have a goal someday that every man on this earth who is alive will be able to suck their own dick. I think that would be an amazing gift to give to society. Absolutely. And in the future, you will be able to. And if you're wondering how, human growth hormone and stem cells into your penile shaft will essentially, if done over time, create a longer penis. And there are other ways to do this, but I don't want you to have to take part of them, which are like stretching and some other things. I mean, stretching of the penis, stretching of your body, your limbs and things, I think can be healthier, but stretching of your penis can be damaging. It's also painful. So why not have an easier stretching my penis? Yeah, with the penis pump. Yeah, yeah, it does temporarily, and I would probably tell you that if you did it enough, it would work long term. But eventually, if you stop, it will recess to its normal size. As I understand, it stretches like initially, it definitely works. So it'll bring a lot of blood there, and it'll make you essentially very erect. But all that blood will subside after 5 minutes or so of not being in the pump. But yeah, it will make it longer. And there are studies that have shown that they do perhaps provide a little bit of temporary growth if that is an issue of yours. Generally, I'm happy with what I have. And so I just kind of did it for scientific purposes to see if it could get any bigger. And I can tell you, yeah, it does, but it goes back to normal after 5 minutes of not being in the pump. I wouldn't. What I said we would do yesterday, we would sit with the leaders of both sides on a live stream in one room face to face, and we would have diplomatic negotiations. We would release all the hostages and put down all the arms, and we would make it a goal of ours to have a death rate of 0 on both sides. Now that's an interesting question. Oh, well, let's say immortal within reason, but I know what you mean. So let's talk about this. This is actually one of the most fascinating subjects that I have. If you were to say to me, Rabbi, what keeps you up at night, or what is the thing that interests you the most? It's this group allegedly that exists. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But it's called the Galactic Federation. What is the Galactic Federation, you may ask? Well, it's essentially the United Nations of aliens. And it's like, well, how do you know these guys exist, et cetera, et cetera? I can tell you that the former head of the Israeli space program, his name is Chaim Eshed, he has stated that there is a galactic federation, apparently, and essentially there is going to be some kind of terraforming of Mars from Earth, and that there may be some kind of extraterrestrial life that already has had communication with humanity. Okay, with that said, there's other evidence of a galactic federation from alien abductees and other people. So what am I saying? Essentially, there are different extraterrestrial species out there, or alien species, and we can go into the difference between extraterrestrial and aliens, but for right now, let's just consider them all the same. And basically, things that aren't humans, that are of higher intelligence, and they essentially can like sit around a table, and they are able to make decisions on the what's going on in the universe amongst themselves. Now, I have also heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I have actually on no subject have I ever gone to an alien abductee or like a channeler, except for this one. I was given I used to be a lot on Twitter Spaces, and somebody, I asked the question, I asked ChatGPT actually about the Galactic Federation when ChatGPT first came out and you could get better answers out of it. And I would ask it, like, tell me about the Galactic Federation. Tell me everything about it. And it would be like, the Galactic Federation is made up of like alien civilizations. And this wasn't like hypothetical or purported. It talked about it like it was a real thing. And that they were in a basic alliance against another alien threat. And it was like, what is this other alien threat? Apparently this alien threat was known as, this is how ChatGPT is the, is that a serious question? Okay, aliens being the reason why there's war on the earth, that's a potentiality. But what does that have to do with African American or black people? Hold on. Okay, so I now understand what you're saying. Essentially, you're saying the people at the top, I just name names: Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee. We get into the Merovingian bloodline: Reynolds, Russell, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, the House of Windsor, and the Warburg family. Essentially, that group, you're asking. Hold on. Right now, I would tell you that you're going into this with the wrong idea. Chances are the people who steal the most on this earth are Asians. Why? Because there are more Asians on earth than anything. What you're thinking is a very small-minded, I would say skewed look at perhaps inner city America, where there isn't very much opportunity to do anything, let alone succeed. And in order to eat or in order to provide for yourself, people steal of all colors. Yeah, that happened. But if we're looking at it globally, the most people who steal on this earth by numbers are Asians. By China and India alone, it's probably like 3 or 4 times all the shit that's stolen on this earth is stolen there. Like, and I'm talking your normal shoplifting. Okay, well, that's different. So well, okay, so if you want to know what that's about, it's about race baiting. It's about taking two sides and putting them against each other. And it will continue happening. Eventually, we will all be the same kind of color, like a tan in the middle, not black, not white. And then they'll put people's eye colors against each other or hair colors against each other or how tall people are and dick size and also labia size and clitoral size and breast size and buttock size. They will keep doing whatever they can to pit us against each other until we essentially war. And that's what it's about. So what do? If you're at the top and people start putting pressure on you, you start putting pressure on them together. So like if you remember in 2008 when people were like, there was the Wall Street movement and basically people were fed up with an Occupy Wall Street. Well, then what happened? Around 2012, they started taking, well, even 2008, we had some racial conflict, but really 2012, we not only get racial conflict, but we really get into genders and transgenders and all of that. And so we are all arguing about that shit, and everybody forgot that people were mad at the very wealthy in the world. And they'll keep doing that so that they'll use race. When race doesn't work, they will use gender. When gender doesn't work, they will use heterosexual versus homosexual. When that doesn't work, they will use age. And that's a big one too. If you wonder why is it that it always seems like they take an old person and say, look how stupid this person is acting, when in the past you were supposed to honor your elders. Now you tear them down. This is all being done purposefully to destroy society. Excellent. And you should know, I love Black people a lot. And so I'm very protective of Black people. I love people. I don't just love one group more than another. I can tell you, of the families that I just named, which is like 15 families, 2 are Jewish. Okay. The others are all types of different religions. So at the very core, it's not one religion that's against everyone. It's a group of people. And from there, it's not just those 13, 15 families. Then we have the Council of 300. If you know what the Council of 300 is. So that gets into the Pillsbury family and like even like the Disney family and the Guggenheim family. And yeah, you're going to get more people in there, and some of them will be Jews, absolutely. But you're also going to get in there the House of Saud. You're going to get the House of Kuwait. You're going to get the people in the owners of the Emirates and United Arab Emirates. So you're going to get a whole bunch of people at the very top. They don't give a shit about what religion you are. It's all about elitism at that point. Now, I can tell you, religion is changing. I've seen it change over the course of my life. We're moving towards what I call, I didn't come up with this term. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It's known as monism. What is monism? It's basically a blending of all of the religions or a merging of all of the religions. And I foresee a day in the future, essentially where all the religions will be united in a religious monism. The Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all stem from the same person, Abraham. So it's pretty easy to get those back to their original core to say, look, we were all amongst one family at some point. Let's come together. Let's say that neither your book is better than my book or my book is better than your book. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take all the religious books, all of the teachings of Confucianism and Buddhism and Judaism and Christianity and Islam. We're going to put them together, not in one book, but it'll be like you can buy it as a set if you want. Essentially, the world's historical religious books. And if you want to study that for the rest of your life over the millions of years and dissect that, that's cool. We're going to move forward as a society, and we're going to take care of each other from a humanist standpoint. We don't want war. We want to be able to eat what we want to eat. We want to be able to not die. We want to be able to utilize different types of technology. We don't want to be told who we can and cannot love. We want human freedom. Essentially, this goes to the Aleister Crowley statement, do as thou wilt. Essentially, that's what the people at the top do. They live by one law, do as thou wilt. Not the 613 mitzvot, not the 10 commandments, none of that. It's do as thou wilt. And that's what I want for you, and that's what I want for society. I want people to be able to do whatever they want. I don't want people to be limited anymore. So on certain subjects, like, for instance, the inability of Jews to eat pork, I want to change that. How can I change that? Essentially, the tradition is we don't eat pork because a pig does not chew its cud. What is chewing its cud? It's essentially like when an animal is able to like regurgitate or throw up a little bit using multiple stomachs. It does not have that ability currently, but it does have split hooves. So it is basically 50% of the way of being a kosher animal. It just doesn't chew its cud. However, you can genetically modify an organism, a pig, to chew its cud. So in the future, both Muslims and Jews, I think, will be able to enjoy pork products. And that's just one way that I feel we can unite people. Other ways that we can do it, perhaps, are through global, absolutely. Excellent. HFID Monster, I want you to know, I loved playing chess against you. We're going to continue to play. I wish I could have played better. I got a little distracted there, as you know, but this has been wonderful, and I really appreciate your friendship, man. Peace, dog. Have a great day. Shout out to HFID Monster. You're amazing.
Friends sent her an image of this woman and said, oh my God, everyone is on Ozempic these days. Just because the woman was skinny. It's like, first of all, that lady's always been skinny. You can find pictures of her from 30 years ago. She was skinny. Like, what are you talking about? Like, everybody wants to like, oh, that bitch. So we don't give anybody misinformation. We interrupted this podcast because Jamie found out at the end of the podcast that one of the Kardashians has her own GLP-1 daily pill. It's the latest product capitalized on weight loss drug. This is Kourtney Kardashian, who's the thinnest. Like, she was always thin, which is odd. So just so people know. But the point was, at the beginning, everyone was calling it the Kardashian drug. Maybe they were right. Back to the show.
But and that's what people do with everything, though. They want to think that it's the most eye-opening thing, having got behind the scenes and met you, and then met Cam, and met Aaron Rodgers, and met every person that you have introduced me to works their ass off. The level of dedication and commitment, and their schedules are crazy, and the pressure is crazy, and the stress is crazy, and they have kids and families, and they find a way. Cam's up at 3 a.m. to go run 30 miles.
He doesn't have to do that anymore because he doesn't have a regular job anymore.
Okay, well, that's good.
Finally, I tried to talk that guy into quit his job for like 10 fucking years. From the moment I met him, like, quit that job, dude. You make more money doing this. I was like trying to convince him. It took forever.
It's just inspiring to see, because you can sit on the outside and think, oh, that guy who's on top of the mountain, he's lucky. They got lucky. What you don't realize is you didn't see all the steps that it took for that guy to get a girl to get to the top of the mountain.
Cam was running marathons in the morning before work when he was working 8-hour days. He would get up 3:30 in the morning, run a fucking marathon, and then take 3 days off of work, take his, vacation time, and go run the Moab 240. Run 240 miles through the fucking mountains. Like, that's a regular guy with a regular job. And if you don't get inspired by that and realize, like, there's more in the tank than you think there is. And people like that, the benefit of people like that is that through their discipline, you can learn that you could do these things too. You can get inspired by maybe you can't run the Moab 240, but you will most certainly hold yourself to a higher standard when you know there's someone out there that's really busting their ass and trying to make things happen.
It's motivating. Like Philip Rowe, I know we've become really good friends. Philly Fresh from the UFC.
Love that dude.
Dude, working as a UPS guy, raising 2 kids, training MMA in his spare time, and like trying to get all his work in, makes it into the UFC. I mean, that's insane.
How about Deontay Wilder? He was driving for like Budweiser or Coca-Cola or something like that. Remember what he was driving for? What was it? Coca-Cola? Driving, delivering trucks. At like 21, starts boxing. At 23, wins a bronze medal in the fucking Olympics. Crazy. Budweiser,
just so
delivering Budweiser.
Yeah.
So the guy's just trying to take care of his family.
The reason I'm saying this is there is hope, people. Right. Like, if those guys can do it, we can
take
do
care
it.
of his kid who had medical problems. He needed money to take care of his kid, so he said, "I'll become a pro boxer."
That is so crazy.
Crazy, and then he has the gift. Yeah. This 1 in a fucking 100 million gift of power that he had.
Yeah,
it's nuts. But people like that exist to inspire you to do more. And, you could say, look, fuck her, she's on Ozempic. Or maybe she's not. Maybe she's really healthy. She fucking works out every day. Maybe that. Yeah. Maybe that too. Maybe instead of going, oh, fuck that, she's on Ozempic, going, damn, this is good. What's she doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And then maybe find out what she's doing. Maybe just realize you could do more yourself. And if you did, everything that you could do to make yourself healthy wouldn't even have the urge to look at someone else and say, oh, she's on Ozempic. You wouldn't care.
Yeah.
You would not.
What you see is momentum creates momentum. And even individuals I know that have taken Ozempic, a lot of those people they just needed wins on the board and they needed to create momentum. And these really obese individuals, when they start seeing there's hope and the weight starts coming off, as crazy as it is, the diet, the lifestyle, the nutrition, all that starts to fall in line more and more. And then they get a win on the board. And now they're the guy who's going to the gym 3 days a week.
And that's the benefit of SSRIs too, for some people. And for Ari, that was the benefit of him. He was really depressed. It was really bad. And I think it had something to do with taking DHT blockers. So he was taking whatever the fuck that stuff is for your hair. What's that stuff called?
Yeah, Propecia.
He was taking that.
It can really fuck up your hormones.
Yeah, some people, it wrecked him. It got him very depressed. But the SSRIs helped him get over the hump, and he eventually got off of them. And when his life is doing better, what a shock. He feels better. He's happy. His career's doing great. He's fucking not depressed anymore. Oh, crazy. They're all related. People are trying to tell you that your life sucking has no bearing on the level of depression that you have. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because there are people whose lives are seemingly on paper amazing and they're still depressed. But I guarantee you they probably have their priorities off. And I guarantee you they probably don't exercise. And if they do, it's some rare imbalance that some people do have.
I can tell you, running businesses, of course, everyone has stress and anxiety. If I didn't do an ice bath or go do Muay Thai, if I take a week off, my anxiety is terrible. I would have almost crippling anxiety, but doing physical activity and doing hard things and doing the ice bath and doing the sauna and going through that method in that process, it helps me immensely.
100%. You're used to a certain level of adversity. And if you have no adversity is very difficult to handle. But if you give yourself voluntary adversity that far exceeds anything you're going to experience outside of that, you're way better at handling stuff. If your workouts are so fucking brutal, and I've seen you do Muay Thai, it's fucking hard, man. It's hard. It's exhausting, and everything else seems easy. Because when you're on like round 5, and it's a 5-minute round, and you're 3.5 minutes in, and he's trying to get you to, he's trying to get you to do a switch kick over and over and over again, your fucking heart is beating out of your chest. You got to finish the round strong. And when you're done, when that bell goes off, you're like, oh my God. Like that feeling you don't get. You don't get that in the day.
And you feel so much better. And then
after it's over. But the feeling of being exhausted, pushing yourself, that struggle is so much more intense than anything you experience other than a life or death confrontation in your day.
Yeah, just even conquering going there. Like, there's so many days I'm driving and I go, why the fuck am I doing
Well,
this?
go to Starbucks, get one of them frappuccinos again,
exactly.
go back to my
Life
old
was
ways.
fun being fat. It was easy. This is not, I don't want to go get the shit beat out of me and work my ass off for an hour, but every time you leave, even no matter what, I'm like, oh, thank God I did that.
Every time I get out of that stupid ice bath, I feel like that. Every time I go in, I don't want to do it. I know I'm going to go in it because there's two people in my head. There's the general and there's the pussy. And the pussy is like, don't do it. Don't make me do that for 3 minutes. Don't make me get in there.
Yeah.
And the general's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know you're going to do it.
Yeah.
So stop with all these thoughts. Just put the lid up.
That one's one I still, to this day, I do it. I hate it every time. I still have not. There's never a day where I'm like, this is going to be easy.
That's a good thing, though. That's your win. That's your win of the day that you did that. You need those little wins. Just like we were talking about with those Epic. You need to get one on the board. You know, and get one on the board any way you can. Completing a workout. Write it down, complete it. You got one on the board. You got a win for the day. That's real. It seems like it's not, but it's real. That's why the belt system works in martial arts, right? You get a blue belt, you're like, oh, I got a blue belt. Holy shit, I'm not a white belt anymore. Oh, you get a purple belt. It incentivizes you. Human beings are subject to that.
You're nailing it. This is my point with the AI. I want to gamify it, and I want healthcare to be fun.
Yes.
I want people to know that they're challenging their friends. We're rising together. Joe, you're a pussy. You only worked out 30 minutes today. Your DEXA is at this. My overall mortality risk is improving. Yours isn't. Like, how do we make it fun? And you can choose what to share. Kind of like what Luke does.
Well, what you do with Tim Kennedy and what is that?
I watch his My Zone, and I watch what Tim does every day, and I'm like, if I can just get close to what Tim did, I will feel great about myself. So I try to beat his workouts, or Juan from On It Gym has his on there too, and I'll just try and beat those guys' workouts on those days.
It's funny because people will say that that's an addictive thing, which is really interesting. Because one of the things that people talk about with addictions that people are struggling with today, one of them is fitness apps.
Yeah.
Like, geez, isn't that like the greatest addiction of all time? Like, yeah, you can go off the rails, you can get a little crazy, but isn't it the greatest addiction of all time?
How many, I think, with addicts, they have them, one is finding religion and a higher calling and giving up to a higher power. But the other thing I've seen is, candidly, a lot of times they trade addiction.
Yes.
And they get really big into CrossFit or
jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, or jiu-jitsu. And it's a healthy addiction.
Exactly.
It is. It's a better alternative than drowning your sorrows in a bottle.
Well, that's also the same pathways of the mind that lead you to negative addictions, lead you to positive addictions.
Mm-hmm.
It's about channeling that kind of energy into something positive.
Yeah.
I am 100% an addict. Yeah. But I have figured out a way to be addicted to all things that are really good that I love.
Yeah.
That's the way to try to live your life. It's just try to funnel that, whatever that focus is that leads you to want to shoot heroin. And this is also works the other way too. And there was a guy that I know that was a world championship caliber pool player and wouldn't drink, wouldn't smoke, just drank water, super clean and healthy. And he was one of the top pool players in the world. And he was winning tournaments and gambling and winning a lot of money. And he was like rock solid. This guy he would hold down the cash. You know, like if you bet on that guy, you had a really good chance of he would win he would not choke ever. Yeah, he got in the car accident and he hurt his back. And the same thing that got that guy addicted to pool got him addicted to pills. He couldn't stop taking pills, man. That weird pathway. And my friend Tommy put it this way. It's like the same thing that got him addicted to, and he called it the same thing that got him addicted to pool, got him addicted to pills. It's like this obsession. So he found this thing that gave him relief from the pain, and he became obsessed with getting more of them. And then one day died. You know, he died young. Yeah, and this was a guy you would never have predicted that. And that's what's so insidious about what the Sackler family did. That's what's so insidious about the opioid crisis, is you can get good people. And everybody wants to say, that wouldn't happen to me. I'm mentally strong. That's nonsense. I'm telling you, this guy was as mentally strong as you get. Some people just get caught. It gets them, especially if you're in pain. Especially if you're one of those people that doesn't tolerate pain very well. Some people just, I don't know if they feel it different. I think they feel it different. I think it's the only thing. I think just like hot sauce tastes different to some folks, I think some people feel pain different. And you know what? One of the reasons I thought this is my mom got an injection in her knee, and she didn't even flinch. They stuck this giant-ass needle in my mom's knee and plunged it in there, and she didn't even flinch. And the doctor's like, that's crazy. Like, this fucking 70-year-old lady didn't flinch. And I was like, that's where I get it.
Yeah,
it has to.
Pain threshold.
It has to be from. I think it's a genetic thing.
Yeah.
I used to think that it was from being
when
hurt all the
when
time in martial arts.
When I owned a toxicology, I was in the toxicology lab and the non-abusive stuff after my brother passed from opioids, and I was trying to educate clinicians on that. One of the things I did was hire an expert, Dr. Bill Massey, and he came in and he sat on Obama's opioid abuse campaign committee and he was helping guide me on what makes sense and how do we do this. But one of the things he shared with me that was wild was this study that he did for Obama with rhesus monkeys, where they gave one set of rhesus monkeys basically a cage with metal and no warmth, no interaction with other monkeys. They got water and food, but at erratic times, there was no consistency in that monkey's life. Then they took another subset of rhesus monkeys where they gave them warmth, shelter, let them stay with their family for the right amount of time till they reached maturity. And what they found is when they introduced drug, heroin and cocaine to these monkeys, disproportionately the monkeys that were deprived died in OD. Whereas the monkeys that had that love and affection and warmth and comfort and essential needs met died at a much lower rate. Most of them actually survived. And he was breaking down that if you grow up in an environment with minimal dopamine response, when you light up that dopamine, maybe it's a boxing match, right? You're a kid who's been poor and you get in that boxing match and you knock a guy out.
You're alive.
You're hooked.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. This is the best I've felt. Everyone's cheering me on.
Yeah.
For some people, unfortunately, what they find first is a drug or an alcohol or a substance. But that same person could be the future Albert Einstein, the future Muhammad Ali, the future, whatever it may be. Insert here. They have that ability. It's just, can we give them a shot? Can we buy them the time and get them out of this? Because I've seen a lot of people beat drug addiction, but I've unfortunately lost a lot of people to it too.
They did it with rats too. They did a very similar thing. They did a rat park. And so they had the rats in the cage, and the rats, I think it was heroin that they used. See if you find what the rat park study was. Very similar type study. And they did another study where they had this enormous cage where the rats could run around. They had toys, things for them to do. And they didn't just do drugs until they died. They just went and had a party and lived like normal rats.
Yeah.
Which is just like all mammals, all humans. We have these reward systems that are built into us. Heroin or cocaine-laced rat. Oh, here it is. Alexander's experience in the 70s had come to be called Rat Park. Researchers had already proved that when rats were placed in a cage all alone with no other community of rats and offered 2 water bottles, one filled with water, the other filled with heroin or cocaine, the rats would repetitively drink from the drug-laced bottles until they overdosed and died. Like pigeons pressing a pleasure lever, they were relentless until their bodies and brains were overcome and they died. But Alexander wondered, is it about the drug or it might be related to the setting that they were in? To test his hypothesis, he put in rat parks.
This is a clipping question.
He put in rat parks where they were among others and free to roam and play, socialize, and to have sex. And they were given the same access to 2 types of drug-laced bottles. When inhabiting a rat park, they remarkably preferred the plain water. Even when they did imbibe from the drug-filled bottle, they did so intermittently, not obsessively, and never overdosed. The social community beat the power of drugs. And you gotta wonder if that would be the case with human beings. If everyone, it's not possible right now in the world that we live in, where everyone had a productive, happy, healthy life and was raised in a positive environment. How much less drug abuse and drug addiction would we have? It's a good question, because it really is this horrible childhood that is causing a lot of people to seek these things out. But that's not my friend. My friend who got addicted, he wasn't from abuse like that. He's from a normal family. Everything was fine. It was him dealing with pain, and back pain is some of the worst pain. It's fucking debilitating. I mean, I've known multiple friends who've had back surgery. When they're in pain, it's just like it takes over everything. Like, I've had knee surgery. You can kind of deal with it. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but it's going to get better. It'll be okay. But it's not your whole system. It's just your knee. The back feels like your whole being is hurt. It's a particular type of pain that people want relief from.
my buddy's dad was has been in the hospital, in and out of the hospital. He's in his 80s now. He used to go on the elk hunts with us and everything. He was a coach. They had him loaded up on pain meds, and everything was starting to fail. He'd been in the hospital for months. They were about to move him to hospice. And my buddy said, we're done. I don't want any more pain meds. And he talked to his dad. He said, Dad, can you survive without the pain meds? And he didn't think he could. And he battled, like, feeling terrible, everything. Long story short, he went from, they were going to put him in hospice because his kidneys and organs and all this was failing, to he drove a car last year. Right? He's out of the hospital. He's in his 80s. He's driving his truck again. Like,
I don't know if I want to be on the road with that guy.
It's all those pain meds were poisoning his brain, his body, his organs were shutting down because they were just pushing more and more and more. And I don't want to be too sinister, but there's a lot of money in keeping somebody in a hospital and billing that insurance company during those time frames and then moving them over. You know, I stood in surgeries where I watched them do neurosurgeries on people they knew were going to die, that they could bill them $800,000 and collect the insurance payment. So the hospital's going to do the surgery.
We're so close to having that one out, like you just Yeah. We're so close to having that one out. I think the problem is we could. The way that
it's just because our incentive systems are flawed, like what you were talking about earlier. Dopamine, wins, like reward systems. If we build a reward system based off money and numbers and finances, we shouldn't be shocked when we have killer earnings and really bad health outcomes.
It's the same with everything in the human race. Whenever it's incentivized by money, people don't go to what's best for people. They go to what's going to make them the most money. And that's the weird world that we find ourselves in, because people pretending that, because their ideology opposes the opposite. It's nuts. It's a weird fucking time. But listen, brother, I'm glad I met you. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you can speak about these things the way you can with so much information. You're so knowledgeable about it. You can pull it up at any moment. It's a daunting task that you have, but I think your message has changed a lot of people's lives. I really do. I think there's a lot of people that recognize that between you and all these other people in the space, Peter Thea and Andrew Huberman and all these people, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, all these people talking about health and what you can do to improve and studies and all these things that you do to change the path that you're on. I think it's affected countless lives.
No, it really thank you for giving me a voice, and thank you for having me on here, and also thank you to the U.S. Senate for being brave enough to let us sit there and hammer the U.S. government and critique them for their choices, and power to them for at least having the honesty and integrity to let us have an open forum.
Yes. Yeah, let's hope they keep doing it and just make America healthy again. Ideas, one of the most promising political ideas I've heard in a long time, because it's long overdue. Like there was a long time where they were denying that cigarettes cause cancer. They denied it as long as they could, and then eventually they couldn't deny it anymore. And I would hope that we would learn our lesson from all these other things they did. All these other things that they used to push, and now they realize they're dangerous.
Oh, yeah,
and they did it, and people went along with it. Time's come to change the way we approach food and health.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
If you were using the website in that way, you'd always call that a good user experience. You don't want people to kind of be cutting the corners.
Yeah, Lucia too. Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we need to look back at it and figure out this rewind button.
Good job. Brother. Experience.
Starting my day, Joe Rogan podcast my name. All day.
Also, first maybe if I were to accidentally show my passport or something.
Nice to meet you.
I really enjoy your show. It's very different. Like I was like when I first started watching, I was like, oh, this guy's fucking interviewing all kinds of crazy people. Like I'm like a Navy SEAL Art Bell. It's kind of cool, man. You know, like it's like you go out there with people. Like that one dude that was saying there's direct energy weapons in Antarctica. Yeah, you let that guy go out. He's going out on a long ass pier. Oh yeah, all those stories are so crazy. I was just finishing. Is it John Alexander?
So there's not maybe
yeah, the gentleman. that work with UAPs and unidentified phenomenon. And
He's done it all.
Fascinating.
He's done it all.
Fascinating. All the way back to Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
That guy, what a crazy story. Imagine being involved in that kind of shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
How much do you
Can't
believe-
stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
When I hear the UFO stuff, there's a part of my brain that's like, don't get suckered into this. This shit's nonsense. There's something that it just feels like like if they told me a super volcano was going to erupt, I would believe it. Super volcanoes is definitely real. I mean, there's a historical precedent. They've ruined civilizations. They tell me that there's UFOs, and part of me is just like, I don't fucking believe you.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you know what bothers me about the whole camp is none of these camps like talk to each other.
Right.
It's my camp.
Hell yeah.
Isn't that
Put it off,
what it is,
bitch.
though? That's the case in the military.
Years.
Right?
Yeah, I was going to compare it to special ops.
That guy doesn't know shit. I know.
That's kind of how.
When I was really young, I was like 24. I was dating this girl that was, she did something in government. And she was explaining to me. So this is pre-internet-ish. You know, like people didn't have the internet then. It was like early 90s, right? And she said that she one of her jobs was to make sure that information that the Navy had received would be available to the Army. So, like, you have to make sure people aren't running redundant tests. Like, we already did this. We'll get you this information. So there was like some sort of a database in like these computer terminals where she could share information. And she had some sort of top clearance. And one day, like just fucking around, she wrote Little Green Men in the search function. And her computer got shut down, and then people visited her. And they asked her, like, what are you doing? Like, why did you look this up? Like, what is this all about? And I think she wound up either getting fired or transferred to some other position or lost whatever clearance that she had.
Interesting.
But
I've not heard that one.
when I was young, I was like, wow, aliens are real. But as an older man, now looking back on it, I go, well, maybe what she was doing was inappropriate for her job. Like, maybe what she was doing was demonstrating that she couldn't be trusted because she's doing something that's not, there was no request to look up Little Green Men.
Yeah.
It was like she did it on her own.
Is this 100% factual? You know, it's just
I know the girl I dated. I don't really know.
Oh, you dated her?
Yeah, I dated her. Yeah. This is, like I said, early 90s, I was living in New York. I actually dated her in Boston, and we met up again in New York a couple of years later. So she was telling me about a job, and then she was telling me, like, check this out.
Really? I shouldn't be telling you this.
But because back then I was all in on UFOs. Like, wow, UFOs are real. But as an older man, I look back and go, well, if you have some kid, if she's basically my age, she's probably 24 as well, and you're having this kid work in these terminals that has access to top secret information and they have clearance, I would say, hey, maybe you shouldn't be just looking up shit randomly.
Yeah.
Like, we can't have this kid. We can't trust this kid.
It doesn't seem like everything's so compartmentalized in government, and especially at that kind of classified, whatever, security clearance level. I mean, there's whatever. I didn't get that high up, but I've not seen like a database where you can just look anything up, like, oh shit, we filled up JFK.
Right.
Let's look that up real quick.
Well, you know what Trump said about that one, right?
What did he say?
Trump said that if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't want to receive it.
Oh, yeah. I did hear that.
Crazy. What a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
That can only mean one thing, in my eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes any sense is the United States did it.
I mean, more and more just keeps unraveling. Yeah.
Tucker just comes out and says it openly. He says it openly.
Yeah.
CIA, they can't he has a crazy laugh. I don't know who could actually say it other than the people that read those papers. And
Well, who knows what they would? You know, the president is basically a part-time employee, not a part-time employee, but a short-term employee. You know, you got a long-running business, and for some technicality, every now and then you have to bring in some fucking CEO, and he does a 4-year term, and then hopefully he gets finagled so he gets another 4-year term because he's playing by the rules. And you just bring him in. Yeah, why would you tell that guy who killed Kennedy? Yeah. They hate shit from him all the time, which is totally illegal. What do you think about RFK's, you know, possibly getting them to investigate all that?
I think it would be one of the best things for the health of the people in the United States. If you really care about health, I think there's a lot of us, and it was me at one point in time, but I've gotten more educated about it. A lot of us are very ignorant about what we're doing to our bodies with food and with medication. Yeah. And I don't think we're being told the truth. And I think there's a reason why other countries, multiple other countries, have banned food elements, food like ingredients that we use all the time. These red dyes, all these different, and this was all. There was just a recent thing that they did. Who's involved in that? Brigham testified in that. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dogs just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. They had all these health experts testify, and they were all hammering this point over and over again. They were talking about the food additives. They were talking about glyphosate and how fucking dangerous glyphosate is, and like an enormous percentage of people show traces of glyphosate in their blood. They're getting it through all kinds of vegetables. It's ubiquitously sprayed on monocrop agriculture crops. We're all just consuming this poison. There's no reason to have fluoride in the water. There's fucking no reason. We've been putting fluoride in the water. Taste the taste. You don't want cavities. It doesn't make any sense. And we've been doing it forever. And there's no reason to do it. And there's like real data that shows that high levels of fluoride in water lowers IQ. The higher the fluoride is in water in certain areas, they can see a measurable dip in people's IQ.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Have you messed around with it? Have you heard the Yuka app?
No.
Dude, you got to get the Yuka app. What is it? So you basically scan anything, like food related, soap, deodorant. I think it's YUCA. There it is. There it is.
YUKA.
So
Shout out to Yuka.
There it is. See, like honey nut syrup. It'll tell you the additives in there.
Contains additives to avoid
and it'll tell you all this. It'll tell you all the chemicals and what the chemicals do to you.
Ah, that's genius.
Yeah,
What a great ad. No ad. Oh, we just didn't have for them. Good for them, though. But that's what people need. I think if RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this stuff, just like he did when he was an environmental attorney. You know, people think of him as just a vaccine kook. Listen, you got to look at that guy's, the history of that guy's work has all been about protecting people from corporations that are poisonous. Yeah. That's literally what that guy did his whole career. And if he can do that with health, particularly with things that we can avoid. Look, one of the things they demonstrated is that Lucky Charms, as sold in the United States, they don't sell the same way in Canada. In Canada, the dyes that we use to make it all pretty and exciting for kids, they don't allow that because it's fucking toxic. Yeah. So we allow it, which means someone's corrupt.
Yeah.
Someone's corrupt.
Probably the whole system, maybe.
Probably the whole system is heavily influenced. At the very least, forget about bribery. Let's not even say bribery. Heavily influenced by relationships that these people have with CEOs in these corporations and the boards of executives, and this weird little revolving door between the FDA and the CDC and all these different organizations, and then they leave, and then they get this amazing job working for some huge corporation that they were helping regulate just a few years ago. It's the most transparent thing. It should be. If insider trading is illegal, how's that legal?
Good point. I mean, does FDA approval even mean anything to you?
Not to me. It doesn't to me. But it took a long time before I got to that. It took a long time before I really understood, like, why do we think that saturated fat is bad? Oh, it's a lie by the sugar companies. Okay, why do people tell you that vitamin supplementation doesn't really help and you just need a balanced diet? Oh, because doctors don't know jack shit about nutrition, and then you're going to a guy who literally knows less than you because he went to medical school for how to fix knees or whatever the fuck he specialized in, and you're taking this guy's advice, and he doesn't know anything about nutrition. He's not read any peer-reviewed data. That guy's just trying to keep up. He's got fucking bills piling in, he's bringing people and shuffling them through the office, and he's worried about you get insurance in case you fuck up, malpractice insurance, and you have to pay your medical school bills. And those guys are barely getting, but they're floating. They're trying to just run people through their office as fast as they can.
Does it bother you if there's some type of a new? But does it bother you if it's not FDA approved at all? If it's new, like nobody's looked into it?
Well, I wouldn't think especially drugs.
Yeah.
It's just like, give it some time, kids. Give it some time. I mean, how many times do they have to pull drugs before people? Like, what is the percentage of drugs that the FDA approves and then pulls? I believe it's 25%.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's 25%. See if that's true. So these are the ones that they approve, and then eventually they find out, oh, this stuff's terrible for you, and then they pull it. Yeah, I think it's 25%. Which, you know, what does it say? 1/3.
Oh, shit, 1/3.
I was off. According to the 2017 study, which is probably worse now, about 1/3 of drugs approved by the FDA within a 10-year period receive alerts, warnings, or recalls in the years following their approval. That's fucking bananas. Give it some time, kids.
Yeah.
Also, have you seen the Steven Crowder undercover thing he did with that COVID czar in New York?
No.
Have you seen that? Jamie, go to his page and find the most recent one. Because the most recent one is fascinating. Because the most recent one, this guy is openly talking about how monkeypox is not really a threat, but they're trying to present it as a threat so they can sell this medication. And they're talking about pushing this. This guy's openly talking about monkeypox is really just gay guys get it from unprotected.
Don't get me wrong, I love IRL, and I think the advantage of IRL.
Yeah, is it on his Instagram? Go to it. I'll show you which one it is.
Live streaming is based on gaming. Gaming is
yeah, that's it. Is it? No. That's not it. That's not it. That's the one where he's talking about how he shut the city down. There's a recent one. No, I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. See that one right there? That's kind of yellow. It's yellow there. But which one? There's got to be one where he's talking about monkeypox.
game dominance, it needs to attract more gamers.
Because that was the one I was watching
We need
today.
to find out how to make sure that we can, we can appeal to
That's not, because that's all about shutting
also
schools
open-minded
down.
in the way that we understand that
God
the
damn, I
live
gotta
streaming
find it.
industry is changing.
Okay, just find it
We need
and
to be ready
get to
to
it.
take on
Because
these
I know I might have watched it on
genres,
X.
these
I probably
new
thought,
types of
I'm saying
concepts,
X now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel politically correct. Like when I call transgender person a girl, she. Like, you like that? How you did that? I said she.
He's going to change.
No, that's not it. That's Crowder confronting him. That guy's fired now. That guy's fucked. The monkeypox one, God damn it, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because I was like, this is just so bonkers. So these people are having conversations in public and openly admitting that they're trying to push people into taking drugs that don't even work. Really?
Still is by far the largest aspect of it, which is
This is gonna be a problem.
Yeah. And personally,
If you see this thing, you can find it. It's gotta be out there because I watched it this morning.
I'm so bad at gaming.
Did
What do you
you
think
do
your
monkeypox?
favorite thing
Nothing?
about owning kids
It's
is?
gonna be
Like your,
annoying.
if you can think of what's like the first thing that pops into your head?
Oh, wait up, hold up, back up. That was right there. Right above that, Dr. J. Varna. Okay. This is it.
It's not the new campaign last time.
Oh, so is it because the New York Post doesn't show it? That's okay. We can just read what it says because it's kind of interesting. We don't have to hear him say it. But Stephen Crowder's kind of decided to do this James O'Keefe type deal. And I don't know how they do that. It's pretty wizardry.
Yeah.
You know, generally I think you get like a gay guy who likes to talk. and some handsome dude who can sit down with this guy and get him a little tipsy. That seems to be happening. Gay guys like to spill the beans. He previously served senior health advisors. He's then Mayor Bill de Blasio, was tasked with running Big Apple's pandemic response. Okay, so he was talking about the approval process while discussing SIGA Technologies Technoviravant or T-Pox drugs. So this is the drug for monkeypox. So that's why spinning it in the media is helpful. We want the FDA to approve our drug specifically for monkeypox, and right now it's only considered experimental, and they won't approve it, he said. The U.S. T-Pox is not approved by the FDA for treatment of Mpox, but can be used to treat patients as part of a clinical trial known as the Study of Technoviravant for Human Mpox Virus, according to SIGA Technologies. The company's website added that the STOMP trial is being conducted to evaluate the efficacy of T-Pox for the treatment of Mpox. Varna then griped that the video filmed on August 14th said that employer is stuck with our drug, but the people aren't going to be as confident in it because the data doesn't look as strong as it should. And so then later he starts talking about stock prices. So he says sometimes you do a study and fucking nothing works at all, or people get really sick from it. He said in the covert reporting, the problem is if you do another study, it'll take a year or two to do it because you have to get the ethics approval, you got to get the money, you got to get the patients to come in. In the videos, Varna then gloated about how he knows the reporters well and referenced a September interview with New York Times on Mpox, which touted the T-Pox as a drug used to treat Mpox infection. He also described the World Health Organization's emergency authorization process before explaining how he wants the media to report on T-Pox. So he's talking, one of the things in the video, he's talking about stock prices. So they're talking about...
No one cares. Rabbi Rothschild's live, motherfucker.
Subscribe them.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So basically, we're trying to get the media to say is, oh, the
hey,
drug didn't work.
does this look like a candle, bitch?
Way, so they're going to do another study, and it'll probably work. In the meantime, people just describe it as an emergency drug. That's what we want the story to be, which is wild to say out loud. And he said the risk of Mpox spreading in the U.S. is very low, and it's almost certainly going to stay among gay men. Yeah, so it's all just... It's supposedly...
How about Rabbi?
Like, I don't think in America, like, I think 4 people died from it.
How about Rabbi?
You gotta go hard.
That's it.
You gotta go hard, guys.
You quit right before they talked about the 10-person sex parties.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. That was when he got busted for having parties during the COVID lockdowns while he was encouraging the lockdown.
Wow.
So you didn't hear that part?
No.
Oh, so Crowder got him on camera saying that he was doing Molly and partying.
Word up, you dumb
Said,
bitch.
I hope somebody doesn't see me doing this.
W
because
Rabbi.
I can get in real trouble because, obviously,
Hannah, shut the fuck up.
Wow. I mean, surprising, but not. Boy, everybody's on
at least people that are trying to pay attention to how nutty the people are actually run the show.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are. I mean, it's crazy. It's like everything you knew is just flipped upside down.
It's like a bunch of actors are running. That's what it's like. Because that's what they're really like. What politicians are like actors that are not quite good looking enough to get into movies and television shows. They can't host Entertainment Tonight, but they can read off a teleprompter, and they can do a good. Look, Kamala has one good read off the teleprompter, and she shot up in the polls. That's the power.
Dog, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
When you want to.
How about? How cool is Rabbi? Why don't you ask that? Hey, how cool is Rabbi?
Well, I was watching these guys with breaking down. They can track cell phones. They can figure out
how's
cell phones
Rabbi?
there. They can get metadata. And they were talking about these Kamala Harris rallies, about how organized they are.
Okay,
People
well,
were coming in on buses, and many of them
how
were
about Rabbi?
multiple rallies. And that when this one local one,
How about you shut the fuck up?
Came from somewhere else.
Okay, he owns the fucking thing. He had everybody on there. 2,500 people.
I'll send this to Jamie because this one actually.
It's like,
I think they know it because of the data. You can track data on a phone now.
Oh, they're doing the geofencing stuff.
I don't know exactly how they do it, but they're doing
Rabbi.
something in which they can tell when your phone has been in an area. Okay, I found this, guys.
What about Rabbi?
The other video.
No, Rabbi's in it. Have you heard Rabbi speak, motherfucker? This motherfucker's firing on all cylinders 24/7, 360. Busy.
Yeah, but this is the clip. I'm sending you the clip from Instagram for whatever reason. I don't know if Instagram's hiding it. I don't know what's happening. But
they wouldn't do that. It's not as loud as a crowd.
Bitch, that point. Fuck.
Okay. God, I hate that on my phone in the middle of the fucking show, but sometimes you have to. So these guys, what they were essentially showing is that people, it's very organized, and people are being busted. And is that okay? Is that ethical? I mean, maybe just making it more convenient for them to go to the Kamala Harris rally. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But if you are organizing crowds, like say if you do a game show, like if you host a game show, Wheel of Fortune. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Those people are all paid. Most of them, or sometimes you let fans do it for like a very popular show, but I have personally been on a lot of shows where the audience is paid. So it's basically like if you're filming a sitcom, and nobody knows what a sitcom is. There's a company you can hire and you pay the audience to come in, and the people cheer. They have an applause sign. Everybody cheers. They laugh when you tell them to laugh. Like there's a guy in the audience that's like doing this to them that the people at home don't see. So it's all theater, right? So they could do that same strategy for a political rally easily. If you're talking about all the money that you're going to be in control of when you are the president of the United States, which is a spectacular position. Not just that, but then all the money you're going to make in appearances and forever, right? You do Goldman Sachs talks, you make $500,000 for no apparent reason. There's so much money involved. You don't think you would pay audiences to come and cheer? That's cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you think that's immoral?
Well, I think we have very loose rules on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. Like there was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had gotten the subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her DA record when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be in trouble, and they weren't going to fact check her. and then they said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Which is what led to her saying quite a few things that weren't true, and no one said anything about it, particularly about troops being deployed overseas.
Yeah.
You see that video where the troops,
Oh, yeah.
troops are like, what the fuck?
I mean, I got a really good friend of mine that's deployed in overseas right now, and
according to Kamala Harris,
and yeah, sniping bad guys over in Africa.
Yeah, how mad would he be if he heard that?
I mean, they're pissed.
Oh, not in a war zone.
They're pissed.
They should be pissed. So this is from an Instagram account. I don't know what podcast this clip came from, but let's display it.
Rally, 5,003 mobile devices at Kamala Harris's rally in Charlotte, North
Dog,
Carolina.
how about you
Thursday
eat rabbi?
It appears over 3,600 came from Georgia, mainly Atlanta, Georgia, and approximately 720 from Savannah, Georgia. So that's a North Carolina rally with almost 80% of the attendees being from Georgia.
After you do the math, that's only 600 or so local people from North Carolina that attend. That's all who shows up, and you're planning to what, get 80-something million votes again? Something ain't right. And then all these people come from buses. And it's kind of weird because at the Trump events, you don't really have like organized buses like that. People just kind of show up and park on their own. But the Kamala rally, there's these lines of buses at every event, which is weird. And a lot of the people are also the same people that attend multiple rallies. Can you read those tweets?
Any of the same
Yeah,
ones
we know.
from
Are you
previous
fucking
events.
hot?
This guy's tracking the cell phones, I guess. And he says 90% have been to 3+ rallies, 54% even at Arizona and Nevada rallies.
Now, it could be that she is so popular that it's like Swifties. They just follow her around. Or it could be like, the Grateful Dead was in the 1970s. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's just so amazing all of a sudden. Maybe Stella got her groove. Something happened and she just kicked into gear and now she's her best self.
Yeah,
Her best self. I'm going to be the president. Yay, let's go to these rallies.
I'm sure that's what's going on.
Could be that. It could.
I mean,
It could be that.
I don't think it's really immoral. I mean, it's just a rally.
Well,
everybody wants their rally to be full. I mean, it's a facade.
Yeah,
It's a facade.
if you can do it for a game show, you can do it for a political event. I don't think it's immoral. I think if they did give her the questions, and they really did, and this is someone signed an affidavit. See what's going on with that. See what's the latest with that, Jamie. So someone signed an affidavit that was an ABC employee that claims these things. And it was very clear there was bias. It was very clear that they were fact-checking him and not fact-checking her. But it was, unfortunately, he doesn't do himself any favors because he kind of goes off the rails sometimes. They're eating dogs. They're eating cats. Which, by the way, they may very well be doing that. That's a thing they do in Haiti sometimes. Sometimes they sacrifice animals and, they have local rituals, religious rituals that they do.
I mean, this has been going on for a long time, though. Sometimes the kung pao chicken is a chicken,
That's a real thing. And to try to pretend that it's racist.
Wow, is that dangerous? God, you're fucking stupid.
Claim that there was an affidavit, but I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting about the veracity of it? I think Elon even put it on his Twitter.
That was sick as fuck.
Colin Rugg, I know, had it on his.
What's up, bitch?
Yeah.
Glad you're okay, you little slut.
It's probably going to be hard to tell unless charge made it to Congress, but it doesn't say that. It said it made it to Congress. Bill Ackman, that's right. Bill Ackman was the guy who tweeted it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate, but shared it anyway. This is what's fun. Fun to do on the internet. Vance addressed the supposed whistleblowers' allegations with reporters, saying it should be a national scandal if true. Trump again mentioned the whistleblower September 13th at a rally in Las Vegas, claiming that Harris had received the debate questions in advance. Fortunately, we had a leaker or a whistleblower. I don't care which. I love that person. What are you talking about? That's such a Trump statement. Representative Dan Muser in Pennsylvania said a Fox News interview that he would try to bring in ABC News and the whistleblower before Congress to testify about the affidavit.
The person who did it was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be Paul.
Yeah, that was amplified by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also doesn't do herself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on that. When I saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car crash, I was like, that might be a trap. That one might be a trap.
Yeah.
Like, I think they do stuff like that. Well, they'll throw out a fake story and get people to share it, like, without looking into it at all, and turns out to be complete horseshit, and it makes the whole thing look like horseshit now. Now it looks like the affidavit, it's at least connected to horseshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a good tactic.
Yeah. Smart tactic.
No way.
They got a lot of good tactics.
They're very organized, which is really interesting. And that's one of the things about Trump is that he's so dominant and he's so swing from the hip that no one can kind of corral him, And it seems like she's really open to being coached. Like some of these speeches are very different than any speeches she's ever given before. And you see the difference between that and then, like, did you see the Oprah interview?
No.
It's off the rails.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
In the fucking wine mob country again. Wow. Tim Dillon is the best. Tim Dillon's like, she's saying gypsy curses. What did she say?
Oh, man.
It's like when you get her off the rails and she is, it's kind of fucked up, right? Because that's not the job. The job is not being able to sound cool in an interview with Oprah. That's not the job. But that's the most important part about getting a job.
I just want to hear, like, how they're going to accomplish all this stuff.
Well, they're going to do it once they get in, even though they're already in.
Yeah. that seems to be the typical response, right?
Well, one thing you can see, like, really clearly is there is a ferocious effort to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again that I've never seen before. I've seen tight races. I've seen people very divided. I've seen it for years. There's always been, like, a division between the Republicans and Democrats in this country, but not like this. Not like this, where the guy almost gets killed twice, and they don't even talk about it.
It's scary, man.
It's nuts. Scary. Almost gets killed twice, and the second one, they just brushed it off. Like, I don't think the guy got a shot off.
Yeah.
Like, the guy was set up at a golf course for 12 hours with a bulletproof vest on an AK-47 and was specifically there to kill Trump. And you don't think that's crazy?
I think it's crazy they didn't cover it. I mean, it barely got covered. Barely. In and out.
And then the brother of the guy, or the guy's son, gets arrested for child pornography.
Have you looked into the BlackRock commercial stuff at all? Is that real?
The one shooter was in the BlackRock commercial. That was the kid that tried to kill Trump.
Yeah.
They said that this guy was in a BlackRock commercial, but I heard that that's not true.
Bullshit.
But they'll give you another one. They just
right.
You throw one out there like that, and then people retweet it, and those people look stupid because you retweet something dumb, and then it weakens the public's faith in what you have to say about things, and also makes the story look stupid. Like that story about that whistleblower will forever be connected to people retweeting the fact that he died in a car accident, even though he didn't die in a car accident.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be shrouded in bullshit.
Yeah.
Kind of changed.
It is, man. It's a great way to discredit.
Yeah, it's a great way to get somebody elected. When you're seeing the manipulation just in full bloom, just marching down the street in front of everybody, and no one's freaking out about it, that's what's really weird.
What do you think? Have you thought about who's behind all these assassination attempts into lone wolves?
Well, was it Matt Gaetz that was saying that he's been informed that there's 5 different kill teams looking for Trump in the country right now?
Somebody did just say that.
2 of them are domestic. Trump said it. There's 5 guys. They think they're going to get me. They're not going to get me. So what's the quote? Big threats on my life by Iran. The U.S. military is watching and waiting. News already been made by Iran that didn't work out, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0, no votes. 0 no votes, strictly bipartisan. Okay. Oh, I understand. 0 no votes, like no one voted against it. Strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker. Yeah, it wasn't just him that was saying that though. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Matt Gaetz. I know I have that saved too if you want to. But, so if there really are 5 different kill teams in the country looking for Trump right now, that's just insane.
But it should be hard to find it.
Yeah, there's rallies. Giant rallies. Yeah. In New York, there was 60,000 people. That's insane. So that's the difference between the Kamala Harris rallies. If that guy's telling the truth, they're going to tell the truth, and they really are just sort of manipulating this and putting on theater. That's a big difference between what's happening with Trump. Yeah, he got organically got 60,000 people to come see him and freak out in New York. It's kind of, the media is a monster. It really is. It's such an obvious monster. Such a deceptive, sneaky, propagandist monster.
It's. How long do you think the media has left?
They'll be around.
You think so?
It all depends on who gets into office, really. It depends on. So the real fear was when they started getting their claws into Twitter. The real fear was when the government started suppressing accurate information and Twitter let them do it. That was very close. So Elon buys Twitter, releases the Twitter files. Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, and all those journalists, they all uncover all these different aspects that's super disturbing, totally illegal. And they release everything. And then Twitter becomes kind of crazy. Twitter's wild now. Like it's totally wild west, unregulated. And then this is it. Okay, one of the 5 known teams hunting President Trump before Butler, Pennsylvania. The temple is Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz talking about this. But I think that if that hadn't happened, so if all of social media remained like staunch leftist, left-wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else, with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. Just anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like, they censor people from Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys, like Jay Bhattacharya. Oh, he's audited about COVID. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Censoring, like, legitimate experts in the field who aren't kooks, guys like Peter McCullough, who's the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. You're a kook. And we know now that was not true, and he was correct. Now we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened, even the people reluctant to admit they got duped. Yeah. If Elon does not come along and buy Twitter, I don't know where we are right now. I really don't. Because if they had the clamps on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with other social media apps, it would be fucking awful out there.
I know, man. Elon's been a blessing.
He really has.
It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around that much longer. I feel like that the media will die with the baby boomer generation.
I think if Elon didn't buy Twitter, they would have been fine. I really do.
Probably.
The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube, but they got a clamp on YouTube too. YouTube is, they're very restrictive in what you can talk about. Especially during the pandemic. They would ban you from YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true now.
We dealt with a lot of that.
We dealt with a lot of it, right?
I'll bet you did too.
Oh, yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you have to parse the words. Like Jimmy Dore, he was criticizing the vaccine. He said, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective.
Yeah.
He always has to say it, to cover his ass.
Was it nice for you to come off YouTube? Did you enjoy that when it first happened? Like, was
My
it a huge
strategy
pain in the ass gone?
No, I don't think that's it. But my strategy is to become 10% less famous. So when I went over to Spotify was going to give me all this money. And I was like, oh, great. Just fucking be a little less famous, too. That'd be good. Like, kind of like, go the Howard Stern route, kind of fade off into the sunset.
Yeah. Did it work?
No, it didn't work. I know. I was going to get caught up in this massive controversy, you know. But it also, even after, before that, this podcast was growing on Spotify a little too quick. But so there's no like extra pressure being on YouTube. But there is a pressure to rely on YouTube.
I guess I meant with that's what I meant. I meant with like the censorship stuff. I was wondering, you know. Yeah.
We got demonetized all the time. A lot of episodes got demonetized until we announced that we're going to go exclusive to Spotify. And then from that moment out, there was like a few months of the window.
No kidding.
They never demonetized us. They just took all the money. Don't go, Joe. No, it wasn't that. They wanted the money. Like, why would they demonetize me? Because they don't get a cut either. So what they're trying to do, essentially, is get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits you financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not talk about things you wanted to talk about, and they can't really prove that you follow this public narrative just because you want to keep your job.
I mean, you know what really bothers me is we both put a lot into this, you know, and what bothers me, it's like, just tell me what you want me to take out. What is it? And I don't even want to fucking tell you.
I don't want to talk to them. This is how my feeling of the thing is. I don't think they should be talking to people about what to put in. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off.
Some of it I'm totally with you. Some of it I get, you know, like, you know, pedophilia,
100% illegal stuff.
Even language. I mean, there's 3-year-olds out watch. I got a 3-year-old kid. You know, he's watching.
Right, they have YouTube Kids. Like,
so,
YouTube Kids is great.
So I get it when they like mark my shit with 18 plus, but but they won't tell me. You know, it's like, well, just like I can't correct the fucking problem if you don't tell me what it is.
Right.
And I mean, they just don't. They don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to censor somebody.
Yeah, there's that. And there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said that was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is to get you to self-censor. That's the best. Put the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Sean, you got 3 strikes. You know, it's kind of silly. It's weird. It's like, is this the penal system or is this a goddamn social media platform?
Yeah.
It should be, if advertisers don't want to advertise on that particular content, okay, that seems easy to manage, guys. And guess what? There'd be a lot of advertisers that would be willing to advertise on that content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertisement. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you can control what comes out of people's mouths, then you can control what they think.
Yeah, and if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, like, wow, I've got a fucking real good life now. And then all of a sudden YouTube comes along and says, oh, you were talking about the vaccine, Sean, we can't have COVID vaccine misinformation on our platform. This is going to cost lives. And some platforms make you do like a re-education thing where you have to like talk to them and have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions that they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we had to do that. I think we did that.
Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy because you're dealing with some fucking woke kid in Silicon Valley who up talks. And this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now with your show, I know that you don't think it's harmful, but it really is. It really is. It's truly harmful.
Yeah,
it's truly harmful. Exposing government corruption, and
I can tell. It's real harmful, all right.
It's fucking weird, man. It's weird. but I love the fact that at least it exists. And even though it's not perfect, because I don't think YouTube can be perfect because they're managing at scale. In order for them to get all the pornography and the murder, cartels upload murder videos to YouTube. Like, they're constantly trying to put out fires. Can you imagine the amount of data that YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis? Yeah. It kind of behooves them to just fucking give them strikes, threaten them. Let's just slow everything down. Like, too much of this is getting us in trouble. We just want to make a lot of money. Yeah. Like, I get it. There's only one YouTube. It's kind of genius. And it's a perfect setup. Like, the algorithm where it's constantly recommending stuff that you're interested in. It's fucking great. Great time waster. But it's also a tool for shaping narratives. And if only one narrative is pushed out there and other narratives will literally get you demonetized, so you lose your ability to make a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which it did to many people. They just removed their whole channel.
Well, I mean, where do you think this is going to end? Think it is going to end?
That should be, all that stuff we talked about should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the First Amendment. Demonetization, no. Because, look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no shows where someone swears, no shows where someone talks about sex, no shows where someone talks about over drinking or anything like that. They just have rules. We don't want to be associated with that. Okay, that's totally reasonable. But when you want to stop a channel from uploading a video because they're making an argument that maybe the lab leak hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling that off the air, well, now what are you doing? If you're deleting an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information, not just to us, but also to the organizations that paid for these crazy gain of function research projects. Like, what the fuck are you doing, and what did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it came from that area. Like, have you ever seen that Jon Stewart interview where he's on the Colbert Show?
Yeah.
Fucking amazing, right? Amazing. But even that, Colbert's trying to stop him and just saying maybe these people who are working on these fucking viruses let one leak. Maybe. That would get you removed from YouTube. That's a violation of the First Amendment, in my opinion. Yeah. Because you should, especially some of these people are very informed people. They were biologists, and they were talking about the very specific design of this virus, ferrin cleavage sites, and how it's very different than anything you see from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting banned. Like, Brett Weinstein almost lost his channel. He almost lost his channel. I didn't know that. Yeah. I didn't know that. We had to have him on, do an emergency podcast, let people know what the fuck is going on. Damn. They almost pulled his channel. Damn. And he's a biologist. A brilliant one, and he's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. I mean, I don't know. I think about it all the time, obviously. In this industry, so it just I hope X, turns out to be the new thing.
I don't think X is going anywhere. I think Elon knows how important it is, and he's got all the money in the world. I think we'll keep that bitch running. And I think it's also getting attached to AI now, which is going to be an insane moneymaker. I don't think X has any problems. I think he's going to grow it into some sort of an all-in-one app. They probably have cryptocurrency on it and private messaging and phone calls. You'll be able to shop on it. That's what it's probably going to be, if I had to guess. And I think that for places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and all these other places, the more they can find people and more they force people into these boxes and make people toe the line if they want to make any money off of advertising or if they don't want to get their channel deleted, the more companies like Rumble will emerge. That's what I think. I think there's going to be just right now, Rumble's a hard sell for some folks because they see it as like, the right wing, fucking like a MAGA. I'm not going to Truth Social. It's Truth Social video. There's a lot of people that have those prejudices, but Russell Brand's on there. A lot of people are on there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and we should support it and want it to grow. We should want them all to grow. Like Spotify's got video now. We need more video. Because audio is just not enough. Just audio podcasts, you want you want people to share things virally.
Yeah.
And the virally stuff, it's all like Elon Musk when he smoked a blunt on my podcast. That's all video. You want video of that.
Yeah.
And the more we have platforms where that stuff is just free, where you can just say whatever you want, say whatever you think about anything, which really X and Rumble are the only places that I know of that you can really do that right now.
Have you had any problem on audio at all?
No.
Good.
No.
Good. I haven't either.
It's audio is like they're leaving that alone for now. I think it's probably because it's not as easy to share.
That's what's coming next.
Yeah, probably. I mean, all they would have to do is just put images of you and images of me, and then have our audio and upload that as a video, and then maybe they would start coming after audio.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I hope I just hope this shit starts to turn around.
I do too, but I don't think it turns around if Kamala Harris gets into office. I think they clamp down more. I think the same stuff that they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do with something else, with other things. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed that the same rules have to apply to Facebook, they have to apply to Twitter, and that Elon Musk could lose his privileges. And, there's so many wild things that they're saying. Tim Walz said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it certainly does. It does. Sometimes people say things wrong, and the goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and then this guy, who's an expert, says the right thing.
Yeah.
And then you correct them.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation, I mean, it's all opinion.
Right. Well, so much of it turns out to be true. How about masks don't work? You would get screamed at for masks don't work. Well, guess what? They don't fucking work. They don't work. He said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic, before they knew how big it was going to be?
Yes.
He was like, you don't have to wear a mask.
Then it was wear two.
It was wear double.
With toothpaste diapers on.
It's bananas how easily people fell in line. That scared me the most.
I know. It was, I mean, it's like, what are you doing? There's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they won't do.
There's a lot of cowards out there. There's a lot of people that have never been pushed, and they don't know what to do when they get nervous. And they're out there voting.
Do you think they're cowards, or do you think they're just lazy and they like being told what to do?
There's both.
Takes all the decisions out of the day.
There's both. But there's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone because I'm like, this guy nailed it. But essentially they were saying, especially with beta males, they don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express that opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say this? And then if that's the case, they don't. And am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? And probably not, because right-wing people don't really go after you the same way left-wing people do. Like if you want to talk about a woman's right to choose.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to say, I agree with a woman's right to choose, but like Bill Burr's bit, you ever see that bit?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I agree with a woman's right to choose, but I also think you're killing a baby. It's a kind of a crazy bit. It's because it's really funny because he's brilliant, but it's just, that's really what it is.
I mean, that's the truth.
That is what it is. It is what it is. Factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's pro-choice. But I think that if you look at all the things that they have that distract us, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Ben Affleck are breaking up, and you're just getting force-fed all kinds of shit while the border is wide open, while they have apps where people can get flights.
The BP1 app.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds like I had Chamath on. Do you know Chamath? I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I'll fuck it up. Brilliant guy. And we were talking about how hard it was for his family to legally immigrate into this country, and how difficult it was to get a visa. And this is a brilliant guy. He started Facebook. He's one of the original guys at Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way, and every step of the way there was this tremendous anxiety when he would go to get his visa renewed. because he didn't know if he was going to get kicked out of the country because someone could arbitrarily go, no, not good enough. Because he had to prove to be here that he has skills that an American doesn't have. Yeah. He's a real expert in something.
I went down to the border about, I think it was about two years ago-ish, maybe a little longer. And I went down with Ed Calderon. And
I love Ed.
Yeah, what a great guy.
He's a great guy. I've had him on a couple times.
Yeah, that's where I found him. So thank you. So now I went down to TJ with him, and this was like before it really hit the news cycle. And we walked into a migrant camp, probably a couple thousand migrants there. And so I yanked one of them out and interviewed him, and used Ed to help translate. And I mean, the guy's been sitting there for I think he was there with his wife and kids for 2 years. And I was like, why don't you just go across, dude? It's an honest question. Why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. Wow. He's like, no, I just want to do it the right way. And
oh my God.
He's running around with this little battery pack charging cell phones for 50 cents. And I'm just like, fuck it, man. Why don't they just, because nobody's anti-immigration.
No,
not that I know of. And it's
we're
anti-terrorist. Why don't you just unfuck the immigration process, and maybe we can get some more people in.
Stop coming to my stream or else.
Legally,
hi.
If you do that, and then we actually know
who the fuck is you, baby?
And we have documentation of who they are.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Meanwhile, that's racist.
Yeah.
Kaijiri, I love you.
And they want them to vote.
Right, we're friends.
Crazy. They're pumping them out into swing states. It's so transparent. It's happening right in front of everybody's face, and it's a wild grab for power. And the only people talking about it are people like us, which is really crazy. The only people that are talking about it are people that aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not even something that, that right-wing news wants to discuss.
Good point. I mean, have you done any digging on who's coming across there? And
yeah. I talked to Dr. Phil about it. Dr. Phil did this big investigation. He's got his own network now, Merit Media. It's gotten so bad that Dr. Phil decided he has to start a network for news.
Good for him, man.
He's a great guy.
Good for him.
Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about how they really don't know how many people that are coming through that are criminals. They're dropping off their IDs on the Mexican side. They just get rid of their IDs so that when they cross over, they have nothing on them. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they've done. Gang members, cartel members, guys escaping Venezuelan prisons. No one knows.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over here, and we'll give you an EBT card. We'll set you up. Go to New York City. They'll put you in a nice hotel. They give you free food. And meanwhile, there's poor people in Chicago that are like, what about us? What about American citizens that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about us. You haven't done anything for us. Why? Because they know those people are going to vote Democrat. Because they know they already got them. They already got them. We've got those people. Statistically, they look at the numbers. Statistically, we've always, this has gone blue. We're fine. Yeah, we're good. Let's just get some people in them swing states. And
it's fucking scary, man. I mean, I've been diving into the border shit for quite a while, and ever since this Afghanistan withdrawal, that was like a big. I was just fucking.
Did you talk to Tim about that?
Tim
Kennedy, when you had him on?
A little bit.
Dude, he told me some shit. He told me some shit that you can't imagine. That guy saw so much overseas. He said the worst things he ever saw was the Afghanistan pullout.
Dude, do you know who Tyler Andrew Vargas is?
No.
That's the one Marine that survived that that suicide bombing at Abbey Gate. Abbey Gate it killed 13 Marines.
Yeah.
And so I called him. Well, everybody wanted to come on the show, and I was like, I'm never gonna get this fucking guy. Like all the media, everybody wants him. And but I was like, all right, fine, I'll reach out. So hit him on the gram, and messaged right back, and he got in, and he's like, man, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. He's like, I was literally just praying with my fiance that you would reach out.
That
Because
is wow.
you just did an ABC Good Morning America interviewed for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of that interview because it made the administration look so fucking bad. They wouldn't air it. So I got him on, kept getting dinged, by YouTube. They didn't like the real footage. Which was actually like from his cell phone that we did previews and shit. But man, like to have like his testimony about what happened that day, and then the care that afterwards, which was fucking atrocious. Guy, I watched this guy in my studios on Second Story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on in his intestines. I mean, I was like, man, this didn't even have to happen. They had the fucking guy in the sights. They could have killed him, and nobody gave him permission. Just maybe I can't backseat quarterback it, but maybe they shouldn't have asked. Just eliminated him. Jesus Christ! But, I mean, he's talking about before we got into the actual incident, he was talking about like moms trying to throw their babies over the wall and getting caught up in razor wire and just seeing a fucking baby dangle there by the leg. It's and there's like no there's no repercussions for how that went down. The media just wants to fucking cover it up. And so I started digging deep, and I teamed up with the former CA targeter Sarah Adams, and then a really good friend of mine, Scott Manning. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, Ahmad Massoud, who's the leader, the commander of the Northern Alliance out there. That's like the resistance. It's kind of fighting the Taliban. The Taliban pretty much took over government in Afghanistan, and
I saw the parade.
Yeah, with all our shit that we left there.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. So got a bunch of intel from Massoud, and so kind of looping all the way back around the southern border. I mean, so once Taliban took control of all of our shit, I mean, this could go on for a while, but so now what they're doing is they have the passport office over there just making legitimate passports to. There's 21 terrorist organizations over there training. Hamza bin Laden, who we were told was killed, is actually fucking alive, and he's marrying into all these other terrorist networks. So he married Mullah Omar's daughter. He married who else? He married into all these different terrorist networks, and so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, just like the UFO guys. they all hate each other, but they all have the one common theme, like disclosure. These guys, the one common thing is, let's go take over the Western world. So he is basically Hamza bin Laden is married into all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have one common goal: to come over to, the Western world and ruin our way of life. And so what they're doing is they're funneling as many of these terrorists into the passport office, creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them. They get them flights into all over South Central America, and then they funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. And so, there is zero. I don't give a fuck what the FBI or any of these people are saying. There is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. And so, what we're going to see is like October 7th style attacks, like we just saw in Israel and in the mall in Russia, and everybody's like, oh,
do you think this is by design?
By design,
like the leaving the border porous, allowing these people to come in.
Absolutely, I think it's by design. I mean, they basically told Border Patrol, stand down. Like, do not do your fucking job. We're going to blast you. I mean, remember the guy on the horse that they said was whipping people, and it wound up being like the reins of the horse? I mean, I think it's by design, from from the government, but I think that the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before. And I think they have one common goal, and that I think the goal is voting. You know, they want them to vote, but I don't think they're competent enough to realize the death and destruction and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that border open. You know, because they don't have anybody, you know, that they don't have anybody with any experience that they don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on that's telling them like, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all agenda driven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all they care about is voting. Just get the people in, don't worry about the consequences. But the more insidious conspiracy would be that they want unrest because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down on rights.
I mean, shit though. Unrest. I mean, they got really good at unrest. You know what I mean? In 2020, right? All through, or even before 2020. You know, up to that election. So I don't think they need to import terrorism.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of unrest. The kind of unrest that you get from people blowing up Target is very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, you know, them people, I mean, do you ever think about why nothing's happened yet? Like China. Have you looked into the power grid at all?
Yeah.
Dude,
it's not good.
Lights out, buddy.
It's so easy to kill.
Yeah.
The power grid's so weak. It's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's nuts because anybody can target it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, China, you know, we have those, we have, you know, we get those big everything's imported from China, and we have these huge, you know, transformers. You can tell me to shut up if they already know all the shit. But all of those transformers are imported from China. And they're not checked. They don't fucking check them for malware or Trojan horses or anything. And it would take, I mean, these transformers, it's not like the little box outside your house, you know, the green box. They have to take overpasses out just to transport these things. So you're talking years. And I think the number was like 9. If they took out 9 transformers, then the entire U.S. would be out of power. On top of that, so then DOE, Department of Energy, actually investigated one because somebody was, it got to D.C. that, whatever, they decided to look into it. And they wouldn't fucking release the results. So, you know, they're in our water treatment plants, they're in our power grid. I've been talking about this shit from years, and then cell phone towers, and then FBI Director Chris Wray comes out and says, "Oh yeah, turns out our grid's really vulnerable. China's in there, and they're also in our treatment plants, which means they can fucking poison us."
Yeah, they own land around military bases. Like if they are on a long-term strategy, it's very effective. They're doing a great job. They undercut the competition to give us cell phone towers and all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. Mike Baker was explaining all of it to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are they letting this go through? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? Like, how did they do that? I mean, one of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing and we relied on all these countries. We really found that out during COVID when you couldn't get shipments. It was like, whoa, wait a minute. How much of our shit is made over there? Like everything? Like how much medicine is made overseas? How many different things that we need that we constantly use, we don't even know how to make?
Yeah.
A lot.
Masks. You see those piles of the fucking masks out? You know, I didn't wear them very long, but I fell for it for about 30 days. And then I was like, this is fucking cool. But yeah, you pull the mask out, and I live out in the woods, so I didn't, you know. But yeah, made in China. I'm like, what, didn't this thing come?
Yeah. They're making money hand over fist.
Right. Cool.
The whole thing is nuts.
Go U.S.
Yeah, it's nuts. But getting away from manufacturing in this country really did not do this country any justice. It's just for corporations to save a little bit of money and to push everything off to third world countries to manufacture things. It's including our phones. And I've said this over and over again. If Apple could make an American-made phone and charge me more money, I'll pay double for it. Yeah. Charge me a phone where I know that people get union wages, they get health care, they get paid correctly, they can live a good life, and they work normal hours. They don't have to sleep in a fucking bunk like they do in that Foxconn building when they have nets all around the building to keep people from jumping from the roofs. Yeah. You've seen that shit, right? No, actually. You haven't seen it? No. The Chinese factories where they make iPhones are so fucked that people are so distraught that they put all these fencing with giant nets all around the buildings because so many people were jumping to their death that they decided, we'll just catch them with nets. Are you serious? Yeah, look at this. Those are the nets. Those are suicide nets all around the building. Sorry, buddy. Back to the assembly line. How crazy is that? Damn, that is fucked up. How crazy is that? Wow. Instead of making the conditions better where people don't want to kill themselves so often that you need nets around a building, they go, nah, nets is fine. Fuck those people. Dude, it's straight slavery. Yeah. It's close to it. I mean, they don't really have any other options. And when you're getting a phone, and what's a phone? Like $1,500? Is that what it is? Charge $2,000. Yeah. Charge $2,000. People will pay it. Most people are like putting on a part of their bill to pay a little bit of it off every day, and you really don't need to fucking switch phones every year. Like everybody does, but you don't need to. It's stupid. Like I have a iPhone 11 that I use sometimes. Like it's one of my numbers. It fucking works great. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. 5-year-old phone, a 4-year-old phone, whatever the fuck it is. So you could get a made in America phone, and you wouldn't feel like you're supporting this horrific shit that everybody turns a blind eye to. Because that's the only way you get that kind of stuff. They have them all made over there. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't think it's coming back, but well, it could. I mean, there would have to be a large concerted effort, but the problem is it took decades to go away. It'll probably take slightly longer to come back. Because there's got to be planning and funding, and people have to make long-term investments. It's going to be a big gamble. Yeah. But so I mean, I'm sure you've seen Who Killed what is it? Michael Moore's documentary. The Flint, Michigan one. What is it called again? Roger Me. That's right. Obviously, Who Killed Roger Rabbit. No. Roger Me. But it's all about what happened to Flint, Michigan once they pulled out auto manufacturing. And the entire population those people who live in check to check, they were doing okay, but they had jobs, and then all of a sudden, gone. Every job's gone. There's no jobs. There's nothing to do. The entire industry's gone. And just people went into dire poverty, like horrific dire poverty, like instantaneously. Yeah. And just so a corporation can make some more money. It's sad. It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. And it's horrible that that's an option. That a corporation would decide, fuck this town. What do you think it would? I mean, you think it's going to come back, or you think it could come back? It could come back. I'm optimistic, but honest. I try to look at it honestly, but also go. I think most people are good people. I really do. I really believe that. Even most of these people that are walking in from Guatemala, I'd do it too. 100%. If I was living in the middle of nowhere and you told me, hey, America's letting people in, you get a landscaper job, you make $20 an hour, I'm like, what? Yeah. I would 100% walk. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? I think most people are good people and they just want a better life. And I think the more we unite under that idea and stop buying into this bullshit that, like, if either side is correct, that it's the end of democracy. I think we have to stop all that tribal nonsense that's happening between the left and the right, because people are just subscribing to ideologies and getting captured in them, just like a religious fervor. Like they think that they're doing the only thing that could possibly be done to save us all, and that the other side is a dire threat. That's why something like 24% of Americans think it would be a good thing if Donald Trump got shot. I just read that. Fucking insane. Yeah. Fucking insane. That people would think that violence by an assassin would be a good thing on a former president. Like, we're that fucked. But I think that that's just a lot of media manipulation and a lot of people getting riled up and living in these echo chambers and these bubbles. But I think ultimately at the core, most people are good people. And I think if we had some wins, if some things like that did start getting built and they did start bringing back more American manufacturing, and people start getting excited about the idea that America becomes not just a place of innovation and art and creativity, but also like we start manufacturing great shit again.
Yeah.
There's no reason why we don't do that.
I mean, I don't feel like. I feel like technology is advancing. It's such a rapid pace. I feel like AI will take over. AI and robots will take over everything.
Well, if AI and robots do that, at least we can get AI and robots to manufacture things in America.
Yeah,
that would be good.
No, I'm with you. I don't see. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see the union worker. I don't see where their place really fits in.
It's going to be a lot less, that's for sure. It's pretty much every job, every manual labor job is under threat.
I think every job's under threat.
I don't think so. What are you going to do, Rich? How are you going to think like that?
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck. And comedy, you're always going to have comedy. Movies are in real trouble because AI can write pretty fucking amazing scripts, and the CGI, the way they can crank out videos, bananas.
Yeah,
I mean it's bananas. It looks perfect and it comes out for like minutes instead of years.
Do you really think podcasting is safe from AI?
I don't know. Well, I know AI is going to translate, so Spotify is going to translate my show to multiple different languages.
Nice.
Eventually, once they get the technology completely dialed in. But they'll be able to do it in Spanish, German, French, and you're going to be able to hear it'll sound like me, but speaking fluent French.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are you like the test bunny?
No, they've done it already.
Oh, cool.
They've definitely done it. But they're going to be able to, once they have it completely dialed in where there's no glitch, because there's going to be some weird glitches in context and, cultural things like that aren't going to make sense if you translate it.
Yeah.
That'll be weird. But once they get it dialed in pretty good, it'll be great for everybody. It'll open up the world to I want to know what these folks are saying in Russia. I'd like to listen to a Russian podcast.
Yeah.
I've watched some Russian news things and seen the teleprompter roll, and it's like they're always mocking us and make fun of us for having 78 genders, and they relentlessly mock us in the news. I'm like, that's interesting. This is how Russia looks at America.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, probably shouldn't be talking about my direction that I'm going to go, but fuck it, whatever. That's what I want to do. I want to start going and talking to all these foreign dignitaries and getting a different perspective on what we're doing. I don't think we're the good guys anymore. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that I was involved in, as a SEAL or say a contractor, and I mean, like BRICS. Are you familiar with BRICS?
No.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I think. Don't quote me on this. I think they have 22 countries now. It's kind of like a counter to NATO. It's all these countries that are tired of us, tired of the tariffs, tired of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar. And so basically what they're trying to do is throw the U.S. currency off the world stage and pull it and use Chinese yen. Whoa. And, that would destroy us if all trade went to, if the world reserve currency went to the Chinese yen, that would destroy our economy. And so, but yet they're gaining a lot of traction on this. And so, yeah, I would love to go to any one of these 22 countries and talk to them and just ask, why are you doing this?
Right.
Why are you doing this? Because that gives, nobody's fucking talking about this, and
I didn't even know about it until just now.
Yeah, there's no journalists talking about this. You could look up BRICS on X. There's a page. It's pretty, I don't know if it's like an official one, but but they're always posting like updates about it and what's going on. And so I think it would be really important for somebody to go around and start talking to, getting another perspective rather than what, Fox and CNN have to say about it.
What changed with you that altered your perspective about us being the good guys?
COVID.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I used to get like really upset when people would, talk about, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan and when I was still in, and I got so pissed off, I moved out of the fucking country. And I was like, I don't even want to listen to this shit anymore. But after diving in and looking at the policies that came out and kind of, it's kind of like when it's just reflecting on some of the policy decisions and stuff that didn't really make sense at the time when I was in, that now I look back and I'm like, man, what the like? I didn't have time to think about it then because it was okay. Go on the next stop, go on the next mission, whatever, right? But now, like looking back through the podcast and talking to, my podcast started with all my former colleagues and mill and agency. Nobody thinks we should have been there, especially Iraq. Nobody thinks we should have been there. And I just keep going down the rabbit hole, and then I don't diving into the military industrial complex, all the lies that the government has been telling us, all the unreleased classified shit, it's overwhelming, and it's created a 100% complete distrust in government. I mean, the Dick Cheney stuff. I mean, about Dick Cheney, Halliburton.
Yeah.
Did you look into that?
Yeah.
At all?
Well, he was the CEO of Halliburton, and then Halliburton got no big contracts to rebuild in Iraq.
Yeah, but I don't think people understand like how
crazy that is.
How big? I mean, it was the fucking logistics company for 2 wars. That's everything, Joe. They're delivering your mail. They're building your barracks. They're cooking your food. They're in charge of garbage. They're in charge of fuel. Everything that's logistical over there is Halliburton, in both countries. And I mean, I think people think Afghanistan, they're like, oh man, you're probably in a tent or sleeping on the side of a mountain or something. No, man, there's fucking Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, Thai restaurants. I mean, it's all logistics. I mean, it's cities that we built over there, and it all was built by Halliburton. Wow, who was the CEO's vice president of the fucking country. Like, what? Are you serious?
And now he supports Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Right?
When you see the left getting excited that Dick Cheney is supporting their candidate, the world's gone haywire.
Yeah.
The same people that used to think Dick Cheney was the devil, now all of a sudden they're like, look, Dick Cheney.
There's nobody died. It's like nobody actually has an opinion anymore. They're just told, hey, this is what we're going with for the next 2 hours.
I wonder how long they can keep that up with the internet, because the distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. It's ever been in the history of printed words right now. More distrust than ever. And at the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show at CNN.
Yeah.
That's never happened before. But now that's the world that we live in. And so propaganda is not effective anymore. And it's also the delivery method that they use. It sucks. They sit there with makeup on, with perfect clothes, and they said, right now in Syria, and they start reading these things, and they're reading them off the teleprompter, and you know that person could be working at fucking Entertainment Tonight. They could be working at, any other shit. They're just a talking head.
Yeah.
They just, no one believes, they know they're the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks that's the real news anymore. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired. Like those old liberal boomers, they still like MSNBC to the death. Like the Stephen Kings out there.
Yeah.
MSNBC to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about the baby boomer generation. I mean, I think that the media would die. If things continue just the way they are and the censorship doesn't get too bad, I think the media is done when the baby.
Didn't George Soros just buy 200 radio stations?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. First of all, what a bad investment, because who the fuck listens to radio? That's a bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only the only place where you get a lot of right-wing ideas. There's a lot of local right-wing talk radio. The reason why I know is my mechanic, whenever he fixes one of my cars and he brings it back, he's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So he turned my car on the other day, and I'm listening to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and the border, and that she was the fucking border czar. They didn't swear, but they were going over this. I was like, that's interesting. Maybe that's what he wants to stop. If you want to own 200 radio stations, just start firing all those right-wing guys.
That's what I think.
You would stop a lot of that, because I think that's where a lot of people are getting their information that aren't using podcasts. Because it seems like I don't hear a lot of left-wing AM talk radio shows. Do you?
No.
Weird, right?
It is.
It's like the one area that seems to be dominated by right-wing talkers.
Well, we're probably about to.
But I don't know what a good move that would be. Maybe he knows more than me about how many people that affects. And maybe my mechanic, I should ask him.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's so wealthy, I don't think he really cares about a good investment.
Also, he's so old.
Just wants a megaphone.
He likes to manipulate governments. He likes to manipulate society. I think he thinks it's his version of a video game.
Yeah.
I think he genuinely seems to enjoy it.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
I think you're right. I mean,
Elon's openly saying he thinks that guy hates humanity. Like that.
It appears that way.
That is a wild thing to say. That's such a wild thing to say. And it's such a wild thing to do, like a supervillain in a Batman movie. Like some billionaire guy who likes to hire the most progressive district attorneys that's going to let people out of jail and then fund the next person who's more to the left of that person and just keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Keep pushing it. Until you get tents everywhere, violence in the streets,
He's done a damn good job.
How come there's no right-wing guys like that to do it the other direction?
I always wonder that, too.
I always wonder that. Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart?
No.
It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, man. I think a lot of rich people feel guilty, and they get into philanthropy, and it also is a good way to cover their ass and make them look like better people. And the people that really go after you, if they don't think you're a good person, are generally the left. So if you could throw them a little cheddar, you're like,
I wonder if they're buying their place outside of the rules. Like, hey, I donated to your thing. I don't have to live by these fucking rules.
Got to be a little bit of that in there, What do you got?
Shows the top donors to OpenSecrets.org. 6 of the top 7 are Republicans.
Oh,
individual donors.
Individual donors. What I was talking about was they showed a chart that had Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. So this is individual donors. Wow, some guys donated $105 million.
Wow.
But that guy's probably worth billions. That's probably some sort of a write-off too, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporation donations via party, because that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to see how much money overall is being spent to push the Democratic Party. It's pretty extreme. You know, and you gotta think, why is what are they getting out of that? Like, what's the end goal? And how could you look at what's going on right now and go, this is great?
Sometimes I think it is a complete facade.
This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google?
Federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents, PAC, and these are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top four. Why? What is that Google chart that I was saying? And I don't even see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Would they put it under Alphabet?
I'm a little confused. So
Yeah.
you're a lawyer.
I'll try.
Okay.
This is
is
another
Open
psyop.
Secrets, though. Open Secrets might be like, that's not donate to nonprofits, though.
I just have top of corporate donors. Is just all I typed in.
Okay. Is this corporate donors to what, though?
That's why I was
Giving to programs that empower organizations to do more, so you can find promising fund. I think that's fundraising shit. I don't think that's necessarily political donors. Campaign donors.
Parties, PACs.
That's the individuals, right?
This is the corporates.
This is the corporate ones. Yeah. So what was that Google chart then? The number 2 donator to the Democratic Party was that Sam Bankman-Fried guy, which is crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah. That one seemed like maybe that was a good way to skirt around stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah.
This is what it says Google or Alphabet gave on Open Secrets. It says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent 21 mil
lobbying.
Top recipients, obviously, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, they're all looking. So Google's all blue.
Oh, this is who they donated to?
Yeah. Never Back Down Inc. What is that? It's like a Chuck Norris movie. It's weird because, it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be the government works for the people. And it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that the people in power continue to run things exactly the same way. That's what I think they're really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, he's going to, like, one of the things he's talked about is having Elon come in and do some sort of a government efficiency agency. They're terrified of that.
Yeah.
Because it's not efficient.
Yeah.
And he's going to come in with like that Tesla mindset. It's like you're working 16 hours a day and you're sleeping on the fucking couch.
Yeah.
We're here to get some shit done. And you try applying that to government. That's,
Yeah, he shaved. What did he shave? Like 80% of the staff off Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
When he got it?
Yeah, it was like, what the fuck are you people doing? Why do you have so many people working here doing nothing?
Yeah.
And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right. Especially you don't want to censor people. Like, it's interesting how people react to it. That he's ruined Twitter, he's destroyed Twitter. No, he's you can still block these crazy people if you want. You can still not see them if you want.
Yeah.
But what he's allowed is everyone to talk. Everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that that's good, you're very short-sighted. And you don't understand human beings. Like, you cannot have human beings censored because someone is going to be in power and they're going to take advantage of that censorship. They're not different than us. They're not these incredibly benevolent beings who just want everything to work out well. No, they're people.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are dirty people. Dirty, corrupt people that went to Diddy parties.
It's that control what they say, control what they think,
it's wild. It's a crazy time to be a person, to watch all this go down. At the same time, AI is being developed, and we're not even exactly sure where it's at right now. You know, at any moment in time, it could be a sentient force, and AI is already manipulating, lying, changing things. One of the things that they put this AI program, they gave it a task and they gave it a specific allotted amount of time, and it couldn't achieve it in the allotted amount of time, so it gave itself more time.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
They also have things called hallucinations. AI doesn't want to admit it's wrong, or it doesn't know things. So if it doesn't have information, it will kind of create an answer.
No shit.
Yeah. And they don't understand why it's doing that. And sometimes that answer is not true.
I got to be honest, man. This AI stuff scares the shit out of me.
It should. I think it's a life form. I think it's the next kind of living thing. I think we're going to give birth to it. I think we're just running head first towards the cliff. Just feet on the ground, full clip, looking down, not looking ahead, and I think we're going right over a cliff with this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough. I mean, what are we gonna do though? I mean, China, Xi Jinping has come out and said that he believes that the winner to the race of AI will achieve global domination. So what do? Do you probably try to control it? Is Americans, do you try to control it, or do you go, fuck it, we got to do it, man, we got to go, or China's going to pass us up, which they probably already have, but
I don't think they have. I think one thing they're doing is they're stealing our tech. And there was some recent speculation that China had gotten access to some of OpenAI's work. They think it's possible, which means it probably did happen. I think there's probably a shit ton of espionage. I mean, this is the reason why they banned Huawei products from the United States. You know, I'm a cell phone dork. I really love technology. And Huawei had a phone that was coming out that I was really excited about. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, they were doing 100 megapixel cameras in phones way before anybody else. They had a Porsche design Huawei phone that was like this incredible phone. It was like built better than any other phone. It was much more expensive, but built better than any phone you get in America. And I was like, wow, and this was back when I would use both Android and Apple regularly. And then they banned it. And I was like, that sounds kind of crazy. Only one company? Like, there's other Chinese companies. Like,
yeah.
And then I started looking into it, and it's not just the cell phones. It's routers. It's all sorts of things. They found third-party inputs and different pieces of technology and different ways that they can exploit and use this stuff to siphon information from networks. Like, if they're attached to a network that's at a university and they're doing research projects, they can siphon that information. They also embed students in these places that are beholden to the CCP. These students rise up, get their PhDs, and some of them wind up going back to China. The whole thing is really strange because we're such an open, loose society that we're vulnerable to these kind of attacks.
Yeah.
You can't buy shit in China. You want to buy land in China? Good luck, fuckface. They won't sell you a house. They're not going to sell you land near the military base. You're out of your fucking mind. But in America, we're so goofy. We let China buy up farmland that's near military bases.
Yeah.
And then we let them sell us the cell phone towers surrounding the military bases. And we don't even check them.
Let them fly spy balloons, traverse the entire United States.
Apparently that was something they didn't want to tell Trump about. They hid that from Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That was some of this had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Because he probably shoot it down. Yeah. Fucking 100% he'd say shoot it down.
Why wouldn't you?
They did eventually shoot it down.
It bothers me though, like, maybe they're not ahead of us, but I mean, the energy that they're building coal mines every day to power all this stuff, and we're going on about should we use fossil fuels or not?
Yeah.
And we just talked about how weak our grid is. So if we don't beef up the grid and start going, nuclear, then we're gonna fucking lose this race.
Well, not only that, like, how are you saying, like California, for example, California is not going to have internal combustion engine cars by 2035. by 2035, you have to buy only electric cars.
That happened.
I mean, it can be reversed for sure, and it probably will be once the Great War happens. But if you're going to say that and you have a grid that you have to shut down, like you have to do brownouts every summer because of people using the air conditioning.
Yeah.
And after he said that, after Newsom said this about this thing about 2035, within 2 months, they asked people to stop charging their Teslas because it was wrecking the grid. What?
Mind-blowing, right?
You're asking people to stop charging their electric cars. So, and you're not doing anything to strengthen your grid? Like, what are you doing to beef this up for 2035? Do you have some immense project that you're building that is going to make a much more sustainable, much more robust grid that's going to be able to handle 30 million electric cars in your state? Are you out of your fucking mind?
There's literally no. I mean, I look into this all the time. There's no infrastructure going in to correct the problem because the problem is so big that nobody wants to tackle it.
Yeah, and it's a long-term problem. You know, just like when they talk about like putting in chip manufacturing plants, like NVIDIA just stopped its production in Austin. See what happened with that? So apparently they weren't achieving the results that they demanded, that they desire. You know, like you have to have certain tolerances when you're making these computer chips. And so they set this plant up in Texas. And I think they just canceled the contracts for a bunch of people working there because they've kind of recognized that this is just not going to work.
Why is it going to work?
Good question. I didn't really get into it. I just read part of it. I mean, they're asking Jamie to pull it up. I think it's not meeting their standards.
NVIDIA is the company. Didn't they start buying?
Maybe it was Samsung.
Didn't NVIDIA start producing all their chips in the ocean? They're buying like these massive like ships.
Really?
That's you'd have to look that
in the
up.
ocean.
There's a huge thing that Intel did in Ohio. They're still trying to do it to make chips there for semiconductors or whatever. And part of the reason
this was in Texas.
No, I just say part of the reason they picked it was because there's no seismic activity there.
Oh, that
being
makes
like
sense.
in the ocean sounds opposite of that.
Super sketch.
Interesting.
Why are they doing it in the ocean though?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into I didn't look into
International law.
It was one of those articles I started reading and I was like, I don't understand it. But
Yeah. See if you can find the Texas one. They're canceling the. See if it's Samsung. God damn it! I was just reading this too.
Multiple semiconductor manufacturing projects delayed in the U.S. That's a month old.
No, this is pretty recent. This is pretty recent. They were talking about they're not achieving the results that they desire, which is my point is it's a long-term project in order to get up to the manufacturing levels that China's at right now. It's a long-term project. We're really behind this.
Yeah.
Like they're way ahead of us. They make everything. And they make amazing things now. It used to be made in China was junk. Made in China, they make some of the most incredible electric cars you can buy.
Well, the drone game too. I mean, that's the future of warfare, right? Is all these drone swarms, and DJI. You know, that's a Chinese company, and this is going to be a big fucking problem when we realize, hey, the next one isn't going to be guys in caves anymore.
Right. Samsung withdraws its personnel from the Taylor plant located in Texas due to 2 NMGAA yields unable to improve beyond the 10 to 20% range. That's it. Click on that. So see what it says. So it is Samsung. So this is an enormous project that Samsung and everybody was all excited. Samsung was going to start making chips. So the Taylor hub was initially planned to mass produce wafers of advanced processes below the 4 nm. I don't know what that means. Nanometer lithography, allowing Samsung to secure lucrative clients in the U.S. Unfortunately, despite progressing with the chip-making plant, the company has faced a challenge that has become all too familiar with the entity, ensuring healthy yields, particularly with its
2nm-GAA process. The situation surrounds 3 nanometer GAA is not pretty either, with Business Korea reporting that Samsung's yields for this technology stand at 50%, whereas TSMC has a significant lead as its 3 nanometer yields are in the 60 to 70% range.
Taiwan semiconductor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's they're just not good enough yet. I mean, they're doing it from the ground up. There's gonna be a lot of trial and error. It's gonna take a long ass time. You know, I mean, remember when SpaceX started and rockets were exploding?
Yeah.
And people were like, oh my God, the rocket exploded. And Elon was like, yeah, we're gonna blow some rockets up because we have to figure out exactly what the tolerances are and how to do it correctly. And this is all part of the process. We knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
And that's when you're doing something that's that enormous. Like if you want to start making all the computers here, like good Lord. That is a stretch. They've been doing it over there for so long. They've got it down to a science.
Yeah.
And, you've got all these companies, whether it's Lenovo or they've been manufacturing laptops forever, manufacturing chips, hard drives, and processors. To catch up with them, good Lord, they're so far ahead of us.
Yeah. It's, I mean, I hope it comes back to the U.S., but I would like to see us just start getting stuff from somebody other than China.
That'd be nice.
That'd be a great start,
Well, I think Samsung has stopped making their phones in China. I think they're the only country.
Did they really?
Yeah. Google that. 90% sure that's true.
I was saying that these NVIDIA chips, which are, I guess, are ours, because it's a Silicon Valley based company.
Mm-hmm.
Puts the U.S. way further ahead of China
with artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
The gap between China and the U.S. leading in artificial intelligence chip technology is set to widen even further after NVIDIA founder and chief executive Jensen Huang unveiled next-generation processors for what he called the new era of generative AI and robotics used in industries. But we're right, but we're not making it. But the thing is, the other part of it is, like, they're going to get access to this stuff, this is the really creepy thing that people keep admitting, is that it's very porous. The top secret information these companies have, espionage is like super common. It's so valuable.
Yeah.
It's so lucrative that, they don't even, sometimes they probably don't even know when stuff is getting siphoned over there.
Well, I mean, you have to just think, it's Chinese, from what I understand, it's Chinese law that any business that is being conducted within China, if the technology helps the military or could potentially help the military, then CCP has access.
Yeah.
And that's end of story. So any fucking thing over there that's being developed or manufactured, it's all of that technology is in there.
Yeah,
it just is.
It's not. The countries, or like what China's doing is companies do not get to function on their own. They function under the wing of the government.
Yeah, they suck these American companies in with getting around the red tape, and then it's in the cheap labor, cheap prices. And then once it's going, they control it. Is money trying to end right now? Because we're not in America, buddy.
And people are whores, and they just go over there.
Yeah,
they take that money, got a great deal, thinking about buying a jet. Yeah. We've seen what they do. It's pretty amazing stuff. Do you know the story about the woman who was working on anti-gravity technology?
No.
She was working on anti-gravity technology. She was originally from China and then disappeared and went back to China. She apparently was making some breakthroughs and came back to America and wound up dead. I forget how she died, but some slippery circumstances where like car accident or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
damn.
Yeah. Like, that's wild.
Like the guy that came up with the Hydra engine.
Yes. Oh, that guy. Yeah, the guy that came with the water engine. That's a great story too. But that this woman, if they've developed some sort of anti-gravity technology, and I've always wondered when we're looking at these things that people call UAPs or whatever you want to call them, like how many of those are super sophisticated drones? It's not zero.
It's not 0%. Like, I'm not saying that there's not a real phenomenon going on that people are seeing that defies science and logic and might be a super intelligent creature from somewhere else or a super intelligent thing from somewhere else. If it's even biological at this point, it might be that all life eventually becomes digital life, and all life eventually becomes some sort of artificial intelligence, or at least connected to artificial intelligence. That might be like the progression of biological life. It eventually creates something way better than itself, and that's what propagates the universe. And if someone in this world has developed some sort of technology similar to what they use, that's a huge example. Yeah. And that's the thing that gets me about all this UAP talk. I'm like, if some other country had, or if we had something that was just a game changer, something that didn't require any propulsion systems at all. It relied on gravity, and it bends space and time and can instantaneously traverse between one point in the sky and another. That kind of technology is nuts. And if that is in the hands of the United States government, it would make sense that it would like help them to like spread this UFO nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, you've dove into this more than anybody else I know. I mean, what do you think it all is?
I think it's a bunch of things. I think there is a possibility, a very strong possibility, that there's life out there. And that if I was life out there and I was much more advanced than us, I would definitely visit us. And there's also the fact that the sightings kicked up in a huge way after 1945. After the atomic bomb, after they did the Trinity experiment, and after they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all those nuclear tests that they did in the 50s and the 60s, that's exactly when the sightings start ramping up. And if I was an intelligent life force from another planet, I would go, oh, these crazy monkeys have nukes. And then we'd have to, you'd have to think, okay, do we intervene? Well, if they blow themselves up, it will take so long for that planet to get back to a point where it has intelligent life again. If they kill every person on this planet, we're back to shrews and mice and fucking a couple of monkeys in the jungle. How long before you can get a city again? How long before you can get a cell phone again? How many millions of years does it take? And if I was an intelligent life force that realized that this is an error that could be corrected, I would probably correct it. I'd probably put a stop to the nukes. I'd probably make a show of force, hover over military bases, shut down all of their electronics, shut down all just to let them know. Yeah, I would probably do that. But, how much do they actually intervene? How many of them are there? Are there different ones? I mean, if there's one that comes here, who's to say there's not a shit ton of different kinds? Some of them malevolent. Some of them that only want us for our biology. Some of them that are just doing tests on us. Some of them that are, kidnapping people and erasing their memories and putting them back in the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories that are real fucking similar. Like the Travis Walton story. You ever heard that one?
What's that one?
This guy was a logger in the 1970s. He was in Oregon. Was it Oregon?
Oh, did they make a movie about
it? Yeah. Fire in the Sky.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Crazy story.
Kind of like that. Do you know who's that? Chris Bledsoe?
No.
Have you heard of him?
What's that one?
Chris Bledsoe. He's a guy that had an experience as well. You've not heard of Chris Bledsoe?
Maybe I haven't. Forgot. It's possible.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. His memory's kind of gone, and that's what it sounds like.
They all have a very similar story. They get medical examinations. And there's girls that were pregnant and, like newly pregnant and got abducted, and all of a sudden they weren't pregnant anymore and couldn't figure out what happened.
Wow.
Yeah. There's quite a few though. John Mack had this book. John Mack was a psychologist who was at Harvard. He wrote this book. I think it's called Abduction. And it's all like him interviewing people that have had these kind of experiences happen to them. And this book was in the 1990s, right? So there was, I don't think these people got to share stories where they could come up with the same story organically. Like today, you've heard so many stories online about UFO abductions or crash retrieval or something that you could formulate in your own mind a dream that seemed like these things that you had heard over and over and over again. But when you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens, they have the same sort of story. There's all these different people that didn't know anything about the phenomena, didn't know anything about UFO abductions, and then all of a sudden had one event in their life that freaked them out for the rest of their life. And they take them through hypnotic regression. These people, you should hear the recordings of Betty and Barney Hill. They're like yelling and screaming and freaking out. Like, no one thought about being abducted by aliens in the 1950s or whatever that was. Yeah. But these people have this wild fucking story that's super similar to all these different stories that John Mack talks about. And maybe there's different kinds of aliens. Maybe there's aliens that are just like our scientists that just come down here and study and report on like the state of the biological entity known as the human beings and visit and return. And maybe they monitor us and watch us and make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like, give us enough room to figure it out on our own, but don't intervene unless they're about
Welcome.
themselves.
How are you, pimp?
That's best case.
What's good? Excellent. Hell yeah, dog. How'd you sleep? Excellent. Very well. What is on your agenda for today? Hell yeah. Sounds good, man. Feel free to stream it. We're watching Joe Rogan, dog.
Just have fun.
Same shit, different day. Let's see, what is he talking about? Exactly. I don't know. He's talking about specifically on this subject. Hold on.
The Anunnaki and all these different.
He's talking about the Anunnaki, which is some amazing stuff. Yeah, I'm all about that. I like that Joe Rogan is an open-minded, free speech advocating individual, and I fuck with that.
I think there's. I think it is the afterlife.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever these things are that come here, they're from some sort of another dimension, and that we just don't have the ability to interact with that. We're limited in our capacity as a biological entity to interact with these dimensions that are we can't get to. Have what it is.
Word, dog.
But in some cases,
that's just visible light.
You know, just like a person can
meaning there's microwave light and infrared light, all kinds of other light we can't see.
People can kind of access these realms, and I think that's probably what some of these entities are. I think people are probably having real experiences with something that probably is real, but that normally you cannot interact with.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into? Because I think I kind of group all this stuff in together. But if you,
yeah.
So I like to hear, dog.
Yeah.
That is what I like to hear.
And we had remote viewers on. We tried to get them to do things they couldn't. What's really? Like, okay, this is an unnatural environment. It's a television show. It's like weird pressure. The skeptical people. This and I don't know if they're the real. I think it's probably a skill, but I don't know how.
Do you play GTA?
You know, it's like
hell yeah, play that Sunday. Sunday, I want you to play that. Doesn't have to be today. It's Sunday. I'm gonna watch. Doug, you are advanced, son. Doing all this modding, all this advanced gaming. I I know it is. It absolutely is. It's complicated, and it's a lot of trial and oh, for sure. For sure. Super complicated, huge pain in the ass. But well, if I had the computers to do it, I mean, I have computers, but they're not that fast. They're not gaming computers. But someday, I'm gonna have you teach me all that shit. We're gonna teach the world together, baby. Very cool.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Music, radio, and podcasts, all in
Did you see that Jack Dorsey got in a car accident? He totaled his fucking McLaren live on Kick. He got banned from Kick. I'm surprised he didn't fucking get arrested because he was like vaping in the car. But as he was fucking driving, he's on a fucking phone. I cannot believe that the Florida Highway Patrol did not cite him for anything. But it was all on camera. It's literally him in like fucking a downpour on his fucking phone texting or reading chat or something. He hydroplanes and nearly kills a bunch of people, including the passenger. But they all survived, fortunately. Yeah, really, really fortunate. It's a pretty wild video. Normally I would say, oh dude, this motherfucker is just doing this for fame. But no, this one was not. He almost died.
And nod heads, and look at things, and everybody would know what you're thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of born. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication, which was, you know, it wasn't maybe as descriptive, but it was just as deliberate as speaking the language. And then you introduce technology, and basically what he was kind of saying is, you know, that our brains have been kind of dumbed down from, you know, thousands and thousands of years of technology coming out and language and all these other things. And I don't know,
lose the ability to
exactly. We don't. I mean, you hear it all the time. You don't use it, you lose it.
Right.
You know, and so basically, what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. I mean, and
that makes sense if you don't use it. I mean, isn't that what the appendix is? Isn't the appendix an organ that we no longer need anymore because we?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over time has made it unnecessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of the human anatomy. And that's why it ruptures sometimes. But I don't think it has a real function anymore. What it used to have. The appendix kind of helping us in two ways, both with the gut. It helps fight off invading pathogens. That's one thing that is true. When they take out your appendix, like your immune system's not as good. But also to repopulate the gut with its beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. So how did the appendix form, and why is the appendix like? There's a thing that was speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we used to. Why do humans have an appendix form shaped? Modern researchers believe the appendix has many key Okay, here it is. Go to the top. Worm-shaped tube attached to the large intestine in the human body. It's an organ that is credited with very little significance and often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications due to infection. However, modern researchers believe the appendix has many key functions in the human body, and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing that I had read. I think it was something about processing fiber. The vestigial, support the theory of the appendix of vestigial origin that was once used by our herbivorous ancestors. This is it. It was found that in herbivorous vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger, and it helps in the digestion of tough herbivorous foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is, like, we're changing, right? We don't eat like that anymore, so it's changing, and its function changes. It makes sense that if we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language, we'd probably lose this connection that animals do seem to have with each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of. I mean, if you've heard of people, kind of. How do I describe this? Me and my wife were just having this conversation the other day. If you heard of people that kind of they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for their death.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
It's like a intuition that they're unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for their departure.
Yeah,
and not even realizing that that they're gonna pass.
Yeah, I have heard about that.
I mean, I think that's just another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's kind of what I think.
I think it makes sense. I think technology certainly distracts human beings from human interactions, and kids today are growing up more socially unbalanced and more their progress is retarded. There's something about the use of technology that is limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person.
Yeah,
and over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you wanted to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and the lack of emotional connectivity and empathy that people have that seem to have those, especially like on the far ends of the spectrum, and then accentuate that with like added technology, constant technology. Each technology is more and more invasive. The population of people that have these problems, it's almost like we're moving towards becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah, my this person that works for me turned me onto this podcast the other day, and it was talking about how this is unverified, but it was still fascinating conversation. They were talking about how in, I can't remember the amount of years, but humans will begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at a phone so much that we're evolving. I guess I don't know if I would call that evolving. Yeah, devolving.
Wow. That makes sense.
It does, right? Totally. I mean, it's like, shit, go anywhere. That's what everybody's doing.
Narrow band of focus.
Yep.
Right into, like, if you look at most people's phone usage, like, what's the average person's phone usage? I bet screen time's like 4 hours average.
I'll bet it's more than that.
Okay, but let's say it's just 4.
Yeah.
That's a giant chunk of your day.
Yeah, if you're up for 12 hours, it's 25% of the day.
So if 25% of the day you're just looking like this, that's got to have an ultimate effect on your vision.
Yeah.
Especially over time, and especially if this becomes like completely normal for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't 1,000 years, man. It was like, I mean, it was within our lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just makes sense. Well, we're an adaptive organism. We adapt,
It's this stuff all just scares the hell out of me. I think psychedelics plays a role in all this, in accessing, other information.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a giant crime. That stuff's illegal. It's limited, and it's limited into like, right now they're doing some research on it. And, the FDA was going to approve MDMA therapy for benefits for veterans dealing with PTSD, and they stopped it, and they decided more tests need to be done. Meanwhile, you're seeing like real results from people, life-changing results, and there's a lot of people out there that need help, and they should be doing something, and it's not hurting anybody.
Dude, do you want to hear the best story I've ever heard from
Sure.
him? So I got one of my best friends, former Green Beret, worked with him at the agency for a long time. He was blown up, survived like the worst fucking car bomb I've ever seen. Like, got up, walked away, dude's head's like right next to the car. Then gets out. I don't want to mention his name because I'm going to bring up some symptoms. But he got fucking shot in the head by a 38 special round in the middle of the road and survived it. And I've stayed with him through this whole process. Anyways, couldn't walk without a cane, was bedridden 5-6 days out of every week, hadn't had sex with his wife in over 2 fucking years, couldn't go outside without sunglasses on because of light sensitivity. And I've been telling him, hey, you have to go down and like do this ibogaine thing. Nothing else is working. I think this shit's gonna change. I wasn't even aware of all this stuff. I knew about the bedridden stuff, but he was hiding a lot of that shit from me. And his wife called me, and so I got him piped in and to this program. Went down, did ibogaine, and did 5-MeO. Left his fucking cane there, went home, banged his wife, doesn't need the sunglasses anymore, and is not bedridden. And that was about 6 months ago, and I just talked to him the other day. He's still good to go. That's wild. And this shit happened like, when did he go? I bet it was 4 years. 4 years of like living through that shit. I mean, cracked skull.
One ibogaine treatment.
God. I was like, do you think you'll go back and like see what, like if more benefits show up? And he was like, no, I'm not going to do it. But he's like, not unless I start to slip. But he's like, I'm like good. I'm at peace. I feel fucking great.
That's incredible.
You know,
imagine if there was a drug that could do that.
There is.
But imagine if there was a drug the pharmaceutical drug companies could sell that could do that.
Yeah.
There would be treatment centers everywhere.
Yeah.
Are you suffering from PTSD? We can cure you.
Yeah.
Here at Ibogenesis, and then you go into that place and you get hooked up. It would be just like fucking these GLP-1s that they're trying to get people to lose weight. It'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody would. Everyone has stress. Everyone has trauma. Come on in.
Yep.
And they just be selling it.
Yeah. You know, and I mean, even mine. Like I haven't drank in almost 3 years now.
Really?
Yeah. God, I went down and did the ibogaine experience, and like it was just like, have you done ibogaine?
Yeah.
Why not?
What was good about it? Tell me what it was like.
Well, for
very,
me,
very effective for people with addiction.
Yeah. Well, there it is right there, right? I drank it almost 3 years. But, I mean, it was like, do you want like the whole experience?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I went down to Mexico. And I just kept having these guys come on my show. And first one was Eddie Gallagher. He was talking about psychedelics. And I was like, oh, no, that shit's for hippies. I'm not fucking with that. And then, you know, the one that really got me was I had this guy on, his name DJ Shipley. And he, like,
I saw that one.
You saw that one?
Yeah, it's great.
Dude, DJ's a fucking beast, bro.
Yeah, I follow that guy.
Shit. Like, takes Davey Seal to a whole different level. But anyways, but yeah, he like went out of his way after we recorded. He was like, "Hey, dude, like, you should really fucking think about going down there." And I was like, "All right, well, you know, I've done like a ton of research. I've talked to a bunch of guys about it. I understand like how it works now, and so." Fuck it, I'll go. And so I went down there because I just wanted to be more in the moment with my family. I got 2 little kids now, and so I went down there, and that was like I felt like I was kind of like through the PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but I just wanted to get rid of anxiety and be in the moment with my family and And so I went down and did the ibogaine thing, and we took these pills, and like I didn't get a lot of visuals, but the first visual I got was I was just sitting there like looking in this mirror, shaking this fucking maraca, And my head's like, I was like, all right, this shit is not working. Well, then my head like split open like
in the mirror.
Yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like peel like a fucking banana. Like it was just like, and then another head like just blossomed out of it. Whoa. Yeah, it was really odd. And then I was like, all right, it's definitely fucking kicking in. So I'm gonna lay back and it was kind of to me like the whole experience. Maybe I guess I just lost total concept of time. It didn't feel. It was like 12 hours, but it didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like 5 minutes either. But I got like this life review kind of thing. I just had these TV screens. It looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and then these two lines of TV screens that were going in my peripheral vision. And what was playing in those TV screens was, and it was moving, like at kind of a slow pace. And so, like I could see what was going on in the TV screens through my peripheral, but if I tried to concentrate on any one particular thing, then they would like all just disappear until I stopped trying to like concentrate on one thing, and then they'd all appear again. And I could like look at it through my peripheral, and I'd be like, oh, you know, that was in Baghdad. That's when I was 5 years old, and my dad was like yelling at me, and that was this, and it was like, but it wasn't like I wasn't like reliving traumatic events. It was just like passing me by,
like a recording.
Yeah,
like a little VHS tape.
Yeah, and so I just let them like pass, and then I went into some other stage, which I don't really understand, but it was a bunch of like these walls of stuffed animals, and I was kind of like going through this maze. And then like the last thing I talked about before I did the experience was China. And so then I had like this horrible thing about the Chinese invasion. But what came out of that, like it's like, oh well, that doesn't sound very good. Well, yeah, what came out of that, I lost 11 pounds in literally 1 week. It's a week-long type of experience. I lost 11 fucking pounds. It's also a heavy metals detoxer, by the way, so that's probably had like some heavy metals blocking me up or something. But though the whites of my eyes like cleared up, like, and it wasn't just me. I like journaled all this shit down, and then I didn't tell my wife any of this stuff. And I came home, and she's like, your eyes look like a lot lighter. Like the whites look a lot lighter, whiter, and my brown eyes looked like they had lightened up. Huh. Yeah. And then it was also like I had realized everything that I was ingesting that was poison. It was like this, going back to intuition, it was like this intuition of like I was like, you know, I didn't go down there to quit drinking. You know, it just fucking happened. Man. Like I was just like, I don't think I'm gonna drink anymore. So I haven't had a drink in, like I said, just under 3 years. And
do you think you had a drinking problem?
Oh fuck yeah, man! I had a drinking problem, big drinking problem. But
you didn't think it at the time.
Well, my drinking problem had digressed quite a bit. So, I mean, I used to drink close to 2/5 of vodka a day. Yeah, and but you know, then that was coming out of the agency. I didn't have anything to do really, and you know, I was processing a lot of kind of what had happened over the past 14 years. Didn't have any friends. Severely depressed, whatever, man. Love to party, you know, and that just, it was wake up, drink many bottles of vodka all day long, and then at night, you know, I'd crack a fifth. But by the time I went there, it was like probably 2 bottles of wine instead of 2 bottles of vodka a night.
Still, holy shit.
Yeah,
that's a lot of wine.
Well, I mean, it is. But anyways, came back and I just didn't want the wine anymore. I used to take Adderall, addicted to that. Didn't need that. Didn't need this Ambien anymore. Didn't need anything. And cold turkey, man. Quit weed for about 6 months, and then I went back. And even sugar, man, I quit sugar for about 6 months. And it was, the funny thing is, man, like it was zero effort. It wasn't like I'm not fucking drinking and I'm not going to do sugar and I'm not going to smoke weed and no more Adderall. I just didn't want it, and there was no. There was just no urge. There was no addiction left. It was gone.
Wow.
And
that's the thing they say about Ibogaine, that it uniquely rewires your brain.
Yeah.
And there's some sort of a scientific understanding of how it works, but the fact that it's illegal in this country is bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are suffering through opioid addiction? It's an enormous number. And if there was a thing that we are aware of that could help all of our citizens that are struggling right now, listening to this, if people are struggling, and there's a thing, and it's illegal in this country.
Yep.
As far as I know, I don't think people are dying from Ibogaine. Ibogaine was, it was very funny that Hunter chose this, but Hunter S. Thompson used that during, was it the McGovern elections? It was like 72, whatever it was, and when he wrote Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. So he created a rumor that Ed Muskie, who was one of the candidates, had a severe Ibogaine addiction, and the Brazilian scientists were coming to visit him and give him this treatment. And it became such a rumor, and it spread so far, and that it started affecting him. And he was giving campaign speeches, and he was denying it. He was all sweating, and he looked like a maniac. And Hunter essentially derailed this guy's campaign by saying that he was addicted to Ibogaine, of all things.
I think Ibogaine would be impossible to do.
See if you can find Hunter on the Dick Cavett show where he admits that he started the rumor. It's very funny.
Wow.
I fucking love that dude. God, I wish I met him.
Yeah, me too.
He was a fucking maniac.
That would have been wild.
But the fact that he used Ibogaine was really funny and ironic, because that's the thing that gets you to quit addictions.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a fun experience, man. There's a lot of
people really believe that Muskie was eating Ibogaine. I never said he was. I said there was a rumor in Milwaukee that he was, which was true. When I started the rumor in Milwaukee.
Oh, shit. That guy, he fucked everybody up because he would do actual journalism mixed in with fiction. And and called it gonzo journalism. He essentially started a new kind of journalism. It's like there was an understanding that some of this was not real, and you had to kind of like figure out what was real and what wasn't real, and he was just going to do it his way.
He was a cool dude, man. He was a cool dude. That would have been a hell of an interview.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. But the fact that he chose Ibogaine is kind of funny.
Yeah. Because they say it's like the one that you
can't get addicted to.
Honestly, I don't think I could get addicted to any of them. But
yeah, I don't think so either. I've heard of people that get addicted to certain psychedelics, but I think there's people psychedelics to learn more about themselves, and I think
welcome
to escape.
How are you, Burhan? What's good?
And then they use that as their reality, and they do it way too much. I think there's abuse with everything.
Yeah,
I think you can certainly abuse at least some psychedelics, but the benefits of them far outweigh the negatives, and there's a lot of people that are hurting in this country, and they should have access to all the different things that can help them.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have to go to Mexico to do that,
it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's fucking working. I mean, it's working, and it's just like, why can't you like let us? I'm speaking, for the veteran population right now, but like, why can't you just let us fucking get better?
Right.
Like, everybody knows the 22 a day you know, which is actually like 40 something a day, veterans that are killing themselves. And this shit is a fucking game changer. But I don't think Big Pharma's going to allow it. I think that's what the holdup is.
Well, maybe that's something that RFK Jr. can help.
Yeah.
If they get into office.
Yeah.
If they get into office. I mean, but when you hear about the 5 kill teams and you hear about all this different shit that's going on, I mean, October hasn't even started yet. We got a full month of October, and who knows what the fuck can happen?
Yeah.
Leading up to the elections.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let up.
Well, I don't think so. Whoever they are. And not only that, but it's, you know, forget about the organization. Like, forget about, like, that there are people out there, probably like Iran and maybe state actors or who knows, that's trying to kill Trump. What about the fucking general kooks that have been buying all this rhetoric every day that he's a threat to democracy, and they think that this is the one thing that can give them meaning in their life, the one great act that they can accomplish to go out and kill Trump?
I mean, it's... I don't know, man. I mean, there's so much that goes into this, like that first shooter, right? What was he, 20 years old?
Yeah.
You know, 20 years old. Then you got, you know, Trump's basically been in the media for what, about 8 years? I think he showed up, what, about a year before the 2016 election, right? Kind of went in. So we're going on, what, 8 years now of the media just slamming him over and over. He's a threat to democracy. This is going to ruin the country. You know, so if you take that 20-year-old, I mean, since he was 12 years old, that's all he's heard.
Yeah.
12 fucking years old. That's all he's heard.
And little kids have no ability to discern.
So is it a very well orchestrated act to kill him, or is it media manipulation that nobody really thought too far into this, and now we're seeing the consequences, you know, of what that kind of pushing an agenda like that will do.
It's probably both things.
You know,
it's probably both things. It's probably all the above. And the fact that 24% of Americans think, or polled, obviously polled, because those are the dumbest motherfuckers of all time anyway. People that answer polls. So you always have to think of that, you know? Like 99% of people don't answer polls. So out of that 1%, 24% of those retards are dumb enough to think that it's a good idea to shoot Trump.
Yeah.
And that the American people shouldn't be able to decide on their own. That's what's really crazy. They think they're right and you're wrong, and no matter what, they have to stop you from getting your vote. They have to stop you from voting in the direction that you are thinking you are going to vote for. It's just a scary time. Scary time for the Republic. It really is.
Yes, it is.
Like weirdly scary. And also like weirdly chaotic in the sense that this is all happening at the same time as the rise of podcasts and social media and new ways to get information. So more people are aware of how fucked we are now than like during the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Like people were against the Vietnam War and, you know, they're against fighting the troops in the Vietnam War, but they didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have like full access to it like we have now.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where this ends, man. I mean, part of me thinks, you know, part of me thinks we're just gonna end in some type of a civil war.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like it's definitely being pushed in that direction.
I mean, I think we're all kind of already there. It's just going to look a lot different.
It's a Cold War, right?
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
You see these states banding together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see blue states banding together. You see red states banding together. You see, you know, a lot of governors aligning, sending National Guard down here to Texas, you know, to try to secure the border. You got, you know, these extreme. Look, I don't. Whether you agree with me or not, they're extreme. And so, you know, like the abortion stuff, like you got states that are making these like super harsh abortion laws, like we're going to hunt you down if you get one and throw your ass in prison. And I think I can't remember how many states now passed constitutional carry is like I can't remember. I think there's only like a state or two left that need constitutional carry. But I mean, I think basically what I'm getting at is I think the lines are kind of like being drawn right now, or the alliances are kind of forming up. Like, hey, let's pass these super red laws, these super left laws or blue laws, and it'll drive everybody out of the state that we want, and it'll. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do know you're getting.
I think this is all like kind of happening naturally.
Yeah, I don't know what the solution to any of this stuff is. I hope it's a greater understanding that we develop over time, where we figure out how to communicate better and work together. And I think some of that can be facilitated through AI if it's done correctly. If it's like a real open source AI, where people can get a real better understanding of the actual mechanisms instead of like whatever beliefs you have and why the system works the way it is. If you can just have it laid out, factually laid out, where there can be no shenanigans. You can't deny it.
I mean, I think one way would just be having podcasters and journalists. I mean, how the fuck would you do this? But, you know, one thing on my show, and I kind of went off the rails a little bit the last month. I got a little probably more political than I want. I hate politics, man.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's just
they come up all the time.
State of the country.
You think I like them.
Yeah, you know, every time I dive in, I feel like I fucked a hooker on a rusty couch. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't think this shit's gonna wash off me now. But you know what I'm talking about? I do. But anyways, where I was going is people have just lost the fucking ability to think for themselves. They can't critical think anymore. And you know, so like one thing that I do on mine is if I bring somebody on I'm like, don't say Trump 500 times on my show. Let's not say like fuck the left, fuck the right. Like, let's not say these fucking Democrats and these fucking Republicans. Like, just give me the policy. Just give me the problem. Just like, let's just leave all that shit out.
Yeah.
Because if you leave all those adjectives out, then it forces people to go, well, shit, I don't really know. It forces them to formulate their own opinion because they don't know what their side thinks about that particular issue, unless you're talking about abortion or something like that. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you leave that out if you can leave those adjectives out, then I think common sense will start to make a comeback because it won't be so tribal. It will be like, well, actually, I don't really, I don't know where the party that I align with stands on this, so I'm gonna have to formulate my own fucking opinion here, and man, that would do wonders.
We definitely need more people that are willing to do that too, because some people just don't have the time or the interest to form their own opinions on things.
Yeah,
it's so much easier to just agree with whatever their side believes.
Yeah.
How did you get started in doing a podcast? Like, what was the motivation behind it?
Well, I used to teach weapons and tactics, and I taught Keanu Reeves for John Wick 3, and then I got a lot of hate. I'll just put it that way. I got a lot of hate from the special operations community, from the 2A community, and I was like, you know what, man, like, it's a very egocentric community anyways, and so I was like, I'm like fucking done with this shit. And so I just started, dude, I didn't know what to do. I was like doing camping stove reviews, and I bought a bunch of fucking alpacas and put them in my front yard, and I thought I was going to be a farmer, and like, yeah. And then, but you know what I did? I was like, dude, I'm so fucking tired of like my guys killing themselves and going into depression and suicide attempts, and I got sick of the same talking heads on TV kind of documenting what was going on over there. It was a bunch of people who had never even stepped foot in any of those war zones, documenting what happened over there. So so I just started, and I built like, I don't know, maybe 250,000 subs on YouTube from like gun stuff. And so I started, I was like, we got to document the history. 2, there's a major fucking suicide epidemic happening. So let's talk about some guys that had attempted. I tried to kill myself, but let's get some guys that have really been through it, dug themselves out of it, and let's. So it's we're documenting history the way it happened. We are talking about the veteran crisis that's going on and how people got out of it. And then at the end of every episode was, hey, let's talk about your business, because it's stories what sells. So let's do the whole story and get everybody like super attached to you. Let's document the history, talk about your vulnerabilities, what it was like retransitioning back into civilian life, how fucked up it was, how you ruined your family, how you tried to kill yourself, all that shit, how you came out of it, and then let's talk about your business. And so, these guys would come on and their business would like jet launch overnight, which I'm sure I just like doing it. I liked fucking helping people, but I'll tell you, like I started, it was awesome. I loved it. I still, there's nothing else I'd rather do. I started feeling a lot of resentment to my guests because they would come on my show and then they would like pass me up business wise like that. And I was like, fuck, man, like what the fuck do I have to do to make a business out of this shit? Like I'm great at like jet launching everybody else's shit, but I'm not making any fucking money here and I got a family to support and this isn't going to work out. And then I don't know what happened, man, but then something just like switched. Like God just stepped in and was like, you're doing good shit. Like I'm going to bless you. And I just like hit a turning point. And now I just talk to whoever I'm interested in. But
well, you're doing a great show, and I think that's all it takes. I think you do a great show, and then the beautiful thing about social media and YouTube and all these different things is that people could just share it. Like I've had a few people, I think Billy Carson, I think somebody sent me that one. And, it's just like someone would say, hey, you should check this out, and just send you a text message. That's such a massive advantage of YouTube and Spotify and a lot of these apps is that someone could just send you a show. Like, you'd really love the show. Check it out. And then you just click it. And all of a sudden it's playing, and I play it in my car, play it in the sauna, and I'm listening to this. And it's a complete new thing that's available anytime you want. You can pause it. No, I know it's you. I know. Like one of the things I like about your show is I can 100% tell this is just you talking to these guys. Like, what did you do? Like, okay, explain that to me. Like, it's just you. And in this world of talking heads, that has become a very refreshing alternative to a lot of people. And if you do a good show like yours, it just grows. It's just people will find it. People share it, and it just organically grows.
Well, thank you for checking it out.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Why did you start yours?
I started just on a laptop answering questions, like with a friend of mine, my friend Brian, who I started with. We were just fucking around. We thought it'd be fun to just do for fun. I always wanted to do a radio show, but I thought, no one's ever going to do a radio show. When I was touring, doing clubs back in the day where you would have to do morning radio, I would like to do it. Because I have crazy things that I'm interested in, crazy stories. So I'd come in, do these morning radio shows, and I'd be like, wow, what a great job out the morning radio gig. Yeah, I'd fuck up and swear. That wouldn't work. And then the rise of podcasts happened, and Adam Carolla had one, and there's a bunch of other ones. And then Opie and Anthony Cumia from Opie and Anthony started doing his own show called Live from the Compound, where he's doing like karaoke, holding a machine gun, and he's out of his fucking mind. He built a television studio in his basement. And I was like, fuck, you can do that and do that online. Like, I need to start doing something. So we started out just doing this little, and also the Tom Green show. Tom Green had his own, like, internet talk show. And I was a guest on it long before my podcast. I was like, he's got to figure out how to make money out of this. Like, you could see the seeds of my podcast being planted while I was on his show. I was like, this is amazing. No executives, no one talking to you. And then I actually even was in talks with the company that was doing it with him to do my own thing with them. But I just decided to do it on my own. I'm like, I don't want to do nothing with nobody. I wanted it to just be 100% me, just fucking around. And in the beginning, all my friends were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you wasting your time? They'd come over to my house, and my kids were really young at the time. So, like, in the early days, like, you would hear, we were in one of my spare bedrooms with a desk set up, and you'd hear, Mommy, she took my thing. You'd hear that in the background when the kids are arguing with each other. So it was, from that, move into like a little studio. We rented a little office space somewhere, and then moved into a warehouse and got a real studio, and then started having security there, and then started, I should have a fucking gym here. Let's put a gym in, and started, bringing guys to train with, and then it just got big. All organic. I never did ads for it. I never did put a billboard up. I never went on other people's podcasts and said, please watch my podcast. Never did any of that. Never promoted it. It just grew. That's awesome. It's all the same reason why yours is growing. It's just, I talk to whoever I want to talk to. Yeah. I watched your show a bunch of times, reached out to you on Instagram. What's up? Yep. But the way you do it and the way I do it is, I think that's why it's interesting. Because I can tell, like, when you're talking to that guy that was talking about the direct energy weapons in Antarctica, all that crazy shit, like, you wanted to hear what the guy had to say. Yeah. Like, this is why he was on there. This isn't like some producer has told you the list of guests that you're going to have for the week, and you're not really interested in it. You got to interview some fucking kid in a boy band. I can't do it. Yeah. I can't do it. There's no reason to do it. Yeah, when I started, we started in the attic. It was me and my wife. We had these shit cameras that had like 30-minute timers. So Mike Glover was my first guest. And so my wife was like running back and forth, resetting these 30-minute fucking timer cameras. And I'm trying to run the sound and listen to what the hell Mike's saying. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. We're going to do this for a long time. What year did you start? I started, first one got put out Christmas of 2019. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's also a great example, because a lot of people want to say that the podcast market is too saturated now. Like, I've heard people say that, it's too hard to make it in the podcast market. I'm like, I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe that. I think if you got a good show, it's going to rise. Same here. And that's you. Thank you. Well, I studied the hell out of your show, and when I was doing it, and I wanted to, I just wanted to make it different. I didn't want to copy the red curtain, and you know what I mean? And you made it yours. Yeah, you really did. And it's that's the great thing about this. And we need more voices like yours out there, more different people that are doing the same kind of thing, following their own interests, talking to people honestly, having these long-form podcasts. Like the one with the guy studying the UFOs, I think that's like 4.5 hours long, right? Which one? Is it, what's his name, John Alexander? Yeah. I did one that was like 9 hours. Yeah, John Alexander. This one is, how long is this one? Let me check. Let's say. Resume. Yeah. 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah. It's 6 hours and a couple of minutes. Yeah. Of you talking to this guy about paranormal programs in the government. I don't want to let him go. No. It was amazing. It's crazy stuff, man. Thank you. Well, listen, Sean, it was great to meet you. I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate how you do it. And it's good to become friends. Hey, thank you for having me, Joe. My pleasure. It's good to be here. All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, watch the show. Sean Ryan Show. It's on everything, right? Yep. All right. Cheers. All right. Bye, everybody.
Gift cards, and one lucky person will win a 40 burrito party boss. Must be present.
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
That will live in it.
It is the best clip because he's like a totally different person.
Well, it's what he really is.
But he really is.
Yeah, it's like the Ellen thing. You know, it's like.
I mean, he really did lose his shit.
Oh, it was like weirdly. You know, was it like I got the Christian Bale one because like he's in characters, intense scenes. Some guy's fucking around in the background, like God damn it, stop fucking around. I get that.
Yeah.
Like he's in this frenzy of this intense scene. But what is Bill doing? Republican talking points on Fox News. Well, that was a different
before. It was when he was current affair. It's when he's doing like gossip.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He was a gossip guy. He was like an Entertainment Tonight type guy.
Inside Edition.
One of those deals.
Inside
is that what it was?
That's what it's
called. Yeah. And fucking those things. They never go away. It's such a weird environment, the left and right. There's no like centrist news source on television. There's no like this is probably what's going on news source. It's always one or the other, and it's like you're living in a bipolar person's brain. You know.
I think like part of what's happened is we used to have news, and you could make a good living in news, and you know, journalists were really sort of the top of the social hierarchy in some way, shape, or form because they were this second.
Rabbi always wins.
And then somewhere along the way, this business model focused people on clicks, and nobody told the rest of the world that the underlying incentives were going to change. And so that's where you find yourself, where there's very little news. There's a lot of opinion. And then the problem with opinion is that feeds the outrage. That's the clicometer. The clicometer doesn't go high when you're like, hey guys, I studied this equation. There's a 50% chance totally because it just amps people up. And that's a real bummer because I think like you don't know what to think of.
Well, it's also a completely novel new thing that we weren't prepared for. So before there was social media and online news, no one was prepared for the world of the algorithm. No one was prepared for being like, literally everything that freaks you out is what you'll be shown because that shows that you're engaging, and that's how it's set up for it, which is just so contrary to the rest of history. I mean, it was always it leads in the news because they wanted to win ratings news, but they only had so much control, and it was only on time. And now it's 24/7 anxiety.
It's omnipresent, and it's basically and it's like a bad diet. You know, like the first few shots of it, first few bites of it tastes amazing. But, you know, if you eat the full coffee cake every day for the next 365 days and then for the next year, I mean, you're going to get that. So the version of that is like your brain just gets totally fried. And then the bigger problem is then when you're presented with, maybe it's not even the truth, but an opinion that you should consider, you get totally shut on. And that's like the real problem. You build these antibodies in your body. Where this other version that says, take a step back and reconsider, it's not allowed. Right. And, you know, then if you say to yourself, well, how do you even start? Where do you get? You know, like if you're, a friend of mine worked at Facebook, he showed me threads. We were playing poker last week and he showed me threads. And what's incredible is like threads and X are like the exact polar opposites in some ways. And he was showing me in the context of like how the outrage machine on threads means.
I love Rabbi. What up, baby? How you living? Ryo.
2 + 2 = 5. And you'll get like 1 million views, and then it'll first start with
Bro, got no beds. I love Rabbi. Uncle Gang shit the best.
And then it builds and it builds and it builds. And so there's just like this.
Can't wait to see Rabbi's next day.
And it tends to be kid gloves, and then people just lose their minds. So it's kind of like,
Give me
and
a
then over
discount.
here, I think on X, what we find is
Yeah,
there's a lot more structural data, but then it can easily get lost in the noise because there's just a few things that just constantly consume what the algorithms want to amplify and what is important in the moment. And I think that finding a way to like probably blend the two is probably what is the best, in the sense that there's probably some stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. And there's probably a lot of stuff over here that doesn't make it over here.
Everybody liked Diddy Party back in the day. Everybody liked Diddy Parties.
Is there?
Oh hell yeah! He had the White Party and Cavassier and MTV Cribs was there and Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny and all the friends.
The engagement farming works. It just sounded
Not
kind of
Milky.
like ludicrously.
Dog.
So to explain,
You're hilarious. Your shit is so fucking funny.
Thing that was going around where they were talking about how math is racist.
Exactly. Basically, that's where it gets to. Math is racist.
He's just like,
oh no.
Math is racist.
Join
because that means everything's racist. Because everything's math.
You know, we have this thing. I don't know if you saw this in the Bay Area in COVID. The city of San Francisco, brought together their board of education or whatever, and they eliminated a bunch of AP classes, including like a bunch of AP math classes. And part of it was because of this.
Been there, dog.
They felt it was exclusionary. And I think what it misses is that there's all this other stuff you can do to kind of like
I think this is hot.
for folks. But if you rip out things like AP math, like take a step back. Like 8 billion people in the world, what are the odds that there's only literally one Steve Jobs? Or literally only one Elon Musk, meaning capable of that kind of execution?
God,
I suspect that there's
owned you.
And so, like,
that was so fucking
part of the human, like, part of our social responsibility as adults is how do you make it so that that second Steve Jobs can find a path?
So fucking funny.
And I'm not saying AP math is the answer.
No.
But I'm saying there are people that I remember when I was growing up.
You in for a treat. You in for a treat.
But there were 2 subjects which I was just like, wow. Like the little time I spent in school, I was like, I felt a little safe, I could connect. I built up a little bit of my self-confidence.
This motherfucker sex tape is just him.
For some very small subset, maybe that's what that kind of class is. It pushes them to a boundary that they didn't know was possible. It's teaching them stuff.
That's it.
So I understand.
Where's the other person?
Is, but then the byproduct is
motherfucker, that person don't even exist. They were like part of the alphabet. Huh? 26 and 24, B.
That Elon Musk-like person is held a little bit back. And I think that hurts all of us. So you got to find a way where we're doing just a little bit better.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know
I
your
love
dog's food
Rabbi.
is as healthy and
Fuck
as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. Just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Well, isn't that the part of the problem with eliminating gifted classes? Right? There's talk. I think they're doing that in New York. Is that where they're doing that? Find out if that's the case. There's some where there's this hot controversy about eliminating the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is, there's some people that are going to find regular classes, particularly mathematics, and some of the things that they're going to find them too easy. They're more advanced. They're more advanced students. Some sort of an option to excel, and it should be inspiring. It may be intimidating, but also inspiring to everybody else. I mean, that's part of the reason why kids go to school together. Look how hard she works. She works so much harder than me. Look how much she's getting ahead. Fuck, I gotta work harder, and it really does work that way. That's how human beings in cooperation. That's how they grow together.
And I think that it used to be the case that if you went to in high school, you'd be really cool with people that were going to like specific high schools to get really good at something. Remember like that show? Yes, right?
Wait 10 minutes after following.
Right. But that was amazing. It's like, you know, wait 10 minutes after following. What you say is, wow, you are incredibly talented in this one specific thing. Go push the boundary of that and see what happens. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that. Yes, right? There's 330 million. Don't you think that if we created a bunch of different ways for people to figure out what they're super good at, things are better, not worse?
Yo,
what is the answer?
What you want to do? Want to be ballers,
you have more Joe Rogans, you have more Kevin Harts, you have more great actors, you have more great directors, you also have more scientists, you have more doctors. And you create a way for them to just go deep in something where their curiosity is okay. That's okay. What's wrong with that idea?
Just nothing. Right? It sounds optimal.
It sounds pretty reasonable.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of resources and then also like completely revamping how you teach
Ain't nobody's hero, but I want to be hot. I'm hot, not seven. Everybody, that's my word. Women with their own condominium. 5+5. Who drives millenniums? It's all about the Benjamins. What? I get a faded pound bag for the month. 5 calves on my hands with the cup. Got the medication that is essentially man, drinking my liquor, trying to grow thicker. Read the jiggle, set my dough jiggle. Rock and roll, been on the ground, but whole simple. Rock your pounds, you can't dodge. Rockin' crystal, freaking and 3/4 reptiles. The water screen, forest screen, and bring your cheek, man, I cheek, man. It's nothing but this. We do what we do, stack chips like Hebrews. Don't let the melody be intrigue you. So
that wants to get children accustomed to the idea of sitting still for an hour at a time over and over and over again throughout the day, being subjected to people who aren't necessarily that motivated or getting paid that way.
From Daytona, when I was young, I wanted to boner, but now I only hit chicks who win beauty pageants and caking me skin of an Aspen.
To create computers that are able to do a lot of
what now? What you want to do? Wicked, want to be ballers. Wicked, want shot callers.
Differentiate ourselves is that we're going to have judgment.
We're dipping in the bins with them
those are very defining psychological characteristics, in my opinion. But what that means is if you go back to like how school was taught, what you said is
What's his
very limiting
bitch's
for what the
name?
world is going to look like in 30 years.
This
You know, in
dude?
30 years where you have a PhD assistant that's in your pocket that can literally do all of the memorization, spell checking,
Three-course
grammar,
meal.
all of
Forget
the
it. Fettuccine
fact
and
recall
veal. What's the
for you.
Never heard of veal. And
Teaching that today
what you can have.
is probably not going to be as important as interpreting. Like, how do you teach kids to learn to think, not to memorize and regurgitate? So we have to flip, I think, this education system. We have to try to figure out a different way to solve this problem, because, like, you can't send children in this generation, our kids,
I get a bit
to go and have to compete with the computer. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's
They can
crazy.
make a Drake song in 3 minutes.
The computer is going to win.
Yeah.
So what can't the computer do is, I think, maybe a reasonable question. And I think the computer, in a lot of cases, can't express judgment. It'll learn, but today it's not going to be able to the same way that humans can. It's going to have different taste, right? So the way that we interpret things, the same way that you motivate people, like all the psychology, all these things that are sort of like these softer skills that allow humans to cooperate and like work together, that stuff becomes more important when you have a fleet of robots. And so if you go all the way back to school, today, the school system is unfortunately in kind of a pretty tough loop. Like, look, teachers, I think, are like going to become the most, the top 3 or 4 important people in society. And the reason is because they are going to be tasked with teaching your kids and my kids how to think, not to memorize. Don't tell me what happened in the War of 1812. I don't, like, you can just, use a search engine or use a ChatGPT to find out the answer. But why did it happen? What were the motivations? If it happened,
Close this
what would
shit.
you do differently or the same?
Look at this athleticism.
And those kinds of reasoning and
Dog, this
judgment
shit
things,
sucks.
I think we're still far ahead of those computers.
Stop.
So the teachers have to teach that. Which
Dog.
means you have to pay them more. You have to put them in a position to do that job better.
And taking
then
me
back
skiing.
to what you said, I've lived this example of ADHD in my family. I have 5 kids.
Review your
One
phone.
with it. And
Welcome to
unfortunately,
your
what happens is the system a
timeline.
little bit
Everybody
closes in.
on this
So on the one
platform
side,
hates
it gives
you.
a lot of benefits.
Welcome to
I
your
put it in quotes because
timeline.
you get these emails that say
You
if they
little
want
bitch.
extra time, if they want this, if they want
Everyone on
they'll
the,
give
your
you a
account
computer,
is
for example, to take notes so
suspended.
that you don't handwrite.
And everyone
So those
hates
feel like aids to
you.
help you, right?
And
But then on
everybody
the other side,
hates you.
one person was very adamant, like, hey, you want to meditate?
Yo,
And
Harry Potter
my ex-wife and I were
Obama.
just like, under no
Sonic
circumstances are we
Candyman.
medicating our child. That was a personal decision that we made with the information that we had, knowing that specific kid. And all kids are different, so I don't want to generalize.
Cryptocurrencies.
And then the crazy thing, Joe, what we did was we took the iPad out of the kid's hand. And we said, we had these very strict device rules. And then COVID turned everything upside down. And you're just surviving. You're sheltering in place. 5 kids running around. They're not really being, taught by the schools. The schools won't convene the kids. And so what do? You just hand them the device. Everything was through the device. The little class they got, through the device. The way that they would talk to their friends, through the device. So it reintroduced itself in a way that we couldn't control. And then we saw this slippage. And then what we did was we just drew a bright red line and we said, we're taking it out of your hands. No more video games. No more iPads. We're going to dose it in very small doses. And he had an entire turnaround. But then here's what happened. I took my eye off the ball a little bit this summer because it was like he had a great year. He reset. His self-confidence was coming back. I was like, man, this is amazing. And then I do the thing that, a lot of people would do. Here, you can have it. Yeah, it's fine. Talk to your friends, And then it started again. And then again, now we just have to reset. So at least in our example, what we have found, and it may not apply to everybody, but for us, him not being bathed in this thing had a huge effect. Playing basketball outside, roughhousing with his brothers, having to talk to his friends, having to talk to us, watching movies, you know, or we would just sit around. Because, by the way, what I noticed was like my kids had a hard time watching movies or listening to songs on Spotify for the full duration. They'd get to the hook and they'd be like, "For next," and then they'd be like, you know, they'd watch like 8 minutes next, and I was like, "What are you guys doing? Like, this is like, enjoy the fullness." They couldn't even sit there for 3.5 minutes. So what at least, you know, my son was learning was, right, to just chill a little bit, be there, be able to watch the show. And these shows move at a glacial pace relative to what they're used to if they're playing a video game
or TikTok.
Yeah, because TikTok, they're like this, boom, 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 and it's helped. It's not a cure, but it just goes back to what you're saying, which is like, if you give parents options, and I heard this crazy stat, I don't know if this is true. If you take their devices away from the kid will feel isolated from their other students. The critical mass, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's what I was told, so I'll go with it, was that if you get a third of the parents, so like in a class of 20, if you get a third of the parents to agree as well, no devices, the kid feels zero social isolation. Because it becomes normative. It's like, it's normal. Yeah, you got a flip phone.
Yeah.
And you're texting like this to your parents, or you're calling, you know. And I don't know, it may be worth trying. There was a crazy thing, I don't know if you can find this, but there was a crazy thing, Eton College, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK. It's kind of where like all the prime ministers of the United Kingdom have matriculated through Eton College. It's like high school, fancy high school. They sent a memo to the parents for the incoming class. And the headmaster said, when you get on campus with your child, we're going to give you like what is basically a Nokia flip phone. You are going to take the SIM card out of this kid's iPhone or Android. You're going to stick it in this thing. And this is how they're going to communicate with you and communicate amongst each other while they're on campus.
Wow. Mandatory.
I thought this was incredible. I don't know what the impact is, but that takes a lot of courage, and I thought that's amazing.
Well, it's great because then if they're communicating, they're only communicating. They're not sharing things or Snapchatting each other back and forth, and the addictive qualities of these phones, which is, if you think about the course of human evolution, and you think of how we adapted to agriculture and civilization, and we essentially became softer and less muscular and less aggressive, like, that took a long time. That was a long time. This thing is hitting us so quickly.
What's up, B? What's up, B? What's up, B? I'm so fucking happy you're here. Shout out to Back's video.
There's a disconnection between human beings and normal behavior and learning through interaction with each other, social cues, all the different things that we rely on to learn how to be a friend and to learn how to be better at talking to each other.
I have a rule with my oldest who's 15.
Dude, this is the best. This is the best space ever.
Or even when I call
Breaking news: Bitcoin voice transformer. Hey, everybody! I sound like a douche.
It's like this, it's like a grunge.
Amazing. Amazing.
And I'm like, hello.
Yo, dog. Welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Psych. You thought somebody was here? Nobody's here. Nobody wants to be here. This is the worst. Worst.
And then finally I said, I just want you to have these building blocks. They may sound really stupid to you right now, but looking people in the eye.
Yo, dog. This is the sickest shit of all time. Whoa. Hey, everybody. Remember when everybody in this shit helped?
People will really be connected to you. You may not feel that, and you may think this is like lame and stupid what I'm telling you, but I was like, just try to do it. And then what's so funny is like, I would tell this story about like, you know, our kids go to like a, you know, very well-meaning private school, right? And I almost think like sometimes
Bitcoin
like,
Twitter space.
again, we're not teaching
Please
necessarily
don't.
kids to think for themselves. We're asking them to memorize a bunch of things. And one of the things
Bitcoin
that
Twitter
I worry that
space.
we taught our kids to
Please
memorize are like the fake greetings and salutations. So on the one hand, you have what's really visceral, which is, oh. And then on the other hand, you know, sometimes you'll see these kids and they'll get introduced and like, hello, how are you? It's great to meet you. And I'm like, man, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen. So you're at these two ends of the spectrum. And I would make fun of my kids sometimes because, like, you know, they would say thank you, but they would say like thank you like the queen. They'd be like, thank you. And I'm like, what are you doing? Who taught you that? And I thought you were taught at school to say thank you like that? Hey, you could just say thank you.
Right.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Just look somebody in the eye, thank you.
But what concerns me is as this tech gets more and more invasive in terms of how human beings, particularly children, interface with it, and as it gets, I mean, we would just be guessing as to what comes out of AI and to what kind of world we're even looking at in 20 years. It seems like it's having a profound effect on the behavior of human beings, particularly young human beings, and their developmental. How old are you?
I'm 48.
I'm 57. So when I grew up, there was zero of this, and I got this slow trickle through adulthood from when I was a child, the VHS tapes, and answering machines through the big tech.
Yeah, you had the rotary phone.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
So we went through the whole cycle of it, which is really interesting. So you get to see this profound change in people and what it's doing to kids. And you got to wonder, like, what is that doing to the species? And is that going to be normal? Is it going to be normal to be emotionally disconnected and like very bizarre in our person-to-person interface?
I think that when technologies get going, you have this little burst, like it's like these Cambrian moments. You get these little bursts which are overwhelmingly positive. Like, I don't know what your reaction was, but my reaction when I first saw the iPhone, I was blown away. And I think like the first 4 or 5 years was entirely positive. Because it was just so novel. Like, we took this big computer and we effectively shrunk it to this little computer, made it half to a third of the cost, and lo and behold, supply demand, just the number of computers tripled and quadrupled and quintupled, and so many more people were able to be a part of that economic cycle, all positive. Then you get a little dip. And the little dip is when I think we lose a little bit of the ambition of that first moment, and we get caught up in the economics of the current moment. What I mean by that is, you know, the last 5 or 10 years, I think why you feel this viscerally is we haven't had a big leap forward from the iPhone of early 2014, 15. And I'm not picking on the iPhone, I'm just like a mobile device. So what have you had over the last 10 years? You've had an enormous amount of money get created by an enormous number of apps. And the problem is that they are in a cul-de-sac. And so they'll just iterate in this one way that they understand, because the money is really good, quite honestly. And the incentives of the capital markets will tell you to just keep doing that. But then I think what happens is something shocks us out of it, and then we get the second wave. So if you go all the way back to look at like the PC, the first moment of the PC in the 70s and the early 80s was incredible. You had these people that, you know, were able to take it and do all kinds of really interesting things. It was pure. Then you had sort of like the 90s and the early 2000s, and what was it? It was duopolistic at best, Microsoft and Intel. And what they were able to do was extract a huge tax by putting all of these things on folks' desks. And it was still mostly positive, but it was somewhat limited, because most of the spoils went to these two companies, and all the other companies basically got a little bit run over. And then it took the DOJ to step in 2005 try to course correct that on behalf of everybody, basically. And then what happened was the internet just exploded. And the internet blew the doors wide open. And all of a sudden, if you had a PC, you didn't have these gatekeepers. It actually didn't even matter whether you were running on Intel anymore. You just needed a browser. So you didn't need Microsoft Windows, right? And you didn't need Intel. And then just the internet just explodes. So we have a positive moment followed by, call it 10 or 15 years of basically economic extraction. And then we have value. I think today it's like we've invented something really powerful. We've had 10 or 15 years that were largely economic. And again, I think, this is like the problem. I'm going to sound like every other, nerd from Central Casting from Silicon Valley telling you this. But I do think that there's a version of this AI thing which blows the doors wide open again. And I think we owe it to ourselves to figure out how to make that more likely than not likely.
Well, it seems it's inevitable, right? AI's emergence and it's where it goes from here on is inevitable. It's going to happen, and we should probably try to steer it at least in a way that benefits everybody. And I agree with you. There is a world I could see where AI changes everything. And one of the things that makes me most hopeful is a much better form of translation, so that we'll be able to understand each other better. It's a giant part of the problem in the world. It's, the Tower of Babel. So we really can't communicate with each other very well. So we really don't know what the problems are in these particular areas, or how people feel about us, how we
can't
feel
empathize.
Yeah, we can't. And it's very easy to not empathize with someone, or you don't even know what their letters are.
Have you been in a situation where you have a translator with a thing in your ear?
No.
Empathy 0. Because the problem is the person there is giving it to you in a certain tone because it's first person.
Oh, I've had that with,
and then
when I interview fighters.
But when you're here, it's very hard to feel empathy for this person because it's this person that you're focused on because you're trying to catch it. So you hear the words. I think somewhat of the meaning is a little bit lost, and then you go back to this person and you say something, and they're in the same problem that you are. So I agree that the translation thing is cool. I think that there's going to be some negative areas. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on certain jobs, and we got to figure that out. So it's not all roses. But some areas, if you imagine them, I'll give you a couple if you want, are just bananas. I think. Okay. So I'll go from the most likely to like the craziest. Okay. So most likely today. Do you know if you know somebody that's had breast cancer, if they go into a hospital, a random hospital in America, and the doctor says we need to do a lumpectomy, meaning we need to take some mass out of your breast to take the cancer. What do you think the error rate today is across all hospitals in America? It's about 30%.
Wow.
And in regional hospitals, so places that are poor, right, or places that are in far-flung parts of the United States, it can be upwards of 40%. This is not the doctor's fault, okay? The problem is that you're forcing him or her to look with their eyes into tissue and try to figure out, well, where is the border where the cancer stops? So for every 10 surgeries, what that means are a week later. So imagine this, you get a breast cancer surgery, they take it out, they send it to the pathologist. The pathologist takes between 7 and 11 days. So you're kind of waiting. 7 of the calls come back, clean margins, you're great. Now go to the next step. 3 of the calls, I'm sorry, there's still cancer inside your body. 3. So these women now go back for the next surgery. But the problem is, one of those women will get another call that says, I'm sorry, there's still cancer. And so what is that? That's a computer vision problem, right? That's not necessarily a problem that can't not be solved literally today. We have models, we have tissue samples of women of all ages, of all races, right? So you have all of the different boundary conditions you need to basically get to a 0% error. And what's amazing is that is now working its way through the FDA. So call it within the next 2 years, there'll be an AI assistant that sits inside of an operating room. The surgeon will take out what they think is appropriate, they'll put it into this machine, and it will literally, I'm going to simplify, but it'll flash red or green. You got all the cancer out. You need to take out a little bit more, just right over here. And now you get it out, and now all of a sudden, instead of a 30% failure rate, you have a 0% failure rate. That's amazing. That's today because you have this computer that's able to help you. And all we need is the will and the data that says, okay, we want to do this, just show me that it works. And show me what the alternative would be if we didn't do it. And the alternative turns out to be pretty good. 14 surgeries for every 10 surgeries. Like, I mean, that's not what the most advanced nation in the world should be doing.
Right.
Okay, so if you do it for breast cancer, the reason why breast cancer is where folks are focusing is because it gets so much attention, and it's like prime time. But it's not just breast cancer. Lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, stomach cancer, colon cancer. If you look at any kind of tumor, so if you're at the stage where you're like, we need to get this thing, this foreign growing thing out of our body, we should all have the ability to just do that with 0% error, and it will be possible in the next couple of years because of AI. Okay, so that's kind of like that's cool when it's coming. I think between years 2 and years 5, you're going to see this crazy explosion in materials. And this is going to sound maybe dumb, but I think it's one of the coolest things. If you look at the periodic table of elements, what's amazing is like we keep adding. So there's like 118 elements. We actually just theoretically forecasted there's going to be 119, so we create a little box. It's theoretical, but it's going to show up. And they forecasted that there's going to be 142. Okay? So the periodic table of elements, quote unquote, grows. But when you look at the lived world today, we live in this very narrow expression of all of those things. We use the same few materials over and over and over again. But if you had to solve a really complicated problem, don't you think the answer could theoretically be in this? Meaning, if you took, I'm going to make it up, selenium and then doped it with titanium 1%, but if you doped it with boron 14%, all of these things are possible. It's like stronger than the strongest thing in the world, and wow, and it's lighter than anything. So now you can make rockets with it and send it all the way up with less energy. Like, it's all possible. So why haven't we figured it out? Because the amount of energy and the amount of computers we need to solve those problems, which are super complicated, haven't been available to us. I think that is this next phase of AI. So what you said, which is we're going to have these PhD level robots and agents. In the next 2 to 5 years, we're going to come up with all kinds of materials. You know, you'll have a frying pan that's like nonstick but doesn't have to heat up. Like, whatever you want. From like the most benign to the most incredible stuff. We'll just re-engineer what's on Earth. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be incredible. We all benefit from the kinds of jobs that creates. We don't even know what job class that is to work with selenium and boron. I'm making up these elements. So the point is that so that's like in the middle phase. So our physical lived world is going to totally transform. Imagine a building that's made of a material that bends. You can just go like this and nothing changes to it. Why would that be important? Well, if you want to protect yourself from, the crazy unpredictability of climate, in the areas where it's susceptible to that, maybe you can construct these things much cheaper. Well, earthquakes. You could construct more of them. Imagine in San Francisco, you could build buildings that solve the housing crisis, but do it in a way that was cheaper because the materials are totally different, and you could just prove that these things are bulletproof. So instead of spending $1 billion to build a building, because you got to go, hundreds of feet into the earth, the earth, you just go 50 feet, and it just figures it out. So that's possible. And I think there will be people that use these AI models to go and solve those things. And then after that, I think you get into the world of, it's not just robots that are in a computer, but it's like a physical robot. And those physical robots are going to do things that today will make so much sense in hindsight. So an example, I was thinking about this weekend. Imagine if you had a bunch of Optimuses, a Tesla's robot, and they were the beat cops. They were the highway patrol. Okay? Now, what happens there? Well, first, you don't put humans in the way. I suspect then the reaction of those robots could be markedly different. Now, those robots would be controlled remotely, right? So the people that are remote now can be a very different archetype, right? Instead of the physical requirements of policing, you now add this other layer, which is the psychological elements and the judgment. And so my point is that if you had robots that were able to do the dangerous work with humans, I think it allows humans to do, again, judgment, those areas of judgment which are very gray and fuzzy. It'll take a long time for computers to be able to replace us to that. I really do think so. I think the biggest thing that we have done as a disservice to what is coming is some folks have tried to say that AI is the end all and be all. And I think the better way to think about this is that, you know how like you used to have to get your spelling right in an email, and now you just don't think about it because like Gmail just fixes it. It up-levels us. Like you used to have to remember the details of like some crazy theory, random detail fact. Now you can just Google it. So you can leave your mind to focus on other things, right? The creativity to write your next, to write your next set, to think about the next interview, to think about your business, because you're occupying less time with the perfunctory stuff. I think these models are doing that, and they're going to get complemented with physical models, meaning physical robots. And they're going to do a lot of work for us that we have not done, or today that we do very precariously. Like, should a robot go in and save you from a fire? I think it can probably do a pretty good job. They'll have multiple sensors, they'll have vision, they'll be able to understand exactly what's going on. If something is falling, they'll just be able to put their hand up and just like, you know what I mean? Like, if they encounter any person with any body weight, it's no problem. Pick that person up, transport them. Again, it allows humans to focus on the things that we're really, really differentiating. I do think it creates complications, but we have to figure those out. So that's like a kind of like a short, medium, long term.
Well, I see what you're saying in the final example as the rosy scenario. That's the best case option, right? That it gives people the freedom to be more creative and to pursue different things. And I think there's always going to be a market for handmade things. People like things that they like an acoustic performance. They like stuff where it's like very human and very real. But there's a lot of people that just want a job, and these people maybe just aren't inclined towards creativity, and maybe they're very simple people who just want a job and they just want to work. Those are the people that I worry about.
I worry about them as well, and I think that, like, I didn't live in the agrarian economy nor in the industrial revolution, so I don't know how we solved this problem. But we have seen that problem 2 times, and each time we found a way. And this goes back to sort of like news and politics and like just working together. But in each of those moments, we found a way to make things substantively better for all people. Like I saw this crazy stat. In 1800, do you know how many people lived in extreme poverty? 80%. Whoa. Do you know where we are today? Sub 10%. Single digits. And it's a straight line that goes like this. And that was through an agrarian revolution. It was through the industrial revolution. So it is possible for humans to cooperate to solve these problems. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think you're right that it will put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. But that's why we got to just figure this out.
What are your thoughts on universal basic income as a band-aid to sort of mitigate that transition?
I'm pretty sympathetic to that idea. I grew up on welfare. And so what I can tell you is that there are a lot of people who are trying their best. And for whatever set of boundary conditions, can't figure it out.
I agree. I grew up on welfare as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if I didn't have that safety net, my parents' struggles, I think, would have gotten even worse than what they were.
Right.
So I'm a believer in that social safety net. I think it's really important.
Best case scenario, right? Because your parents worked their way out of it. My parents worked their way out of it. But some people are just content to just get a check. And this is the issue I think that a lot of people have, is that people become entitled and just want to collect a check. And if it's a substantial portion of our country, like if universal basic income, if AI eliminates, let's just say a crazy number, like 70% of the manual labor jobs, truck drivers, construction workers, all that stuff gets eliminated. That's a lot of people without a purpose. And one of the things that a good day's work and earning your pay, it makes people feel self-sufficient. It makes people feel valuable. It gives them a sense of purpose. They could look at the thing that they did, maybe build a building or something like that, and drive their kids by. Hey, we built that building right there. Oh, wow. It's a part of their identity. And if they just get a check, and then what do they do? Just play video games all day? That's the worst case scenario, is that people just get locked into this world of computers and online and just receive checks and have the bare necessities to survive and are content with that and then don't contribute at all.
The jobs that, like, let's put it this way: if we were sitting here in 1924, whatever, 100 years ago, right in the midst of the turn of the Industrial Revolution, we would have seen a lot of folks that worked on farms, and we would have wondered, well, where are those jobs going to come from? And I think that now when you look back, it was like not obvious, but you could see where the new job classes came from. It's like all of these industries that were possible because we built a factory. And a factory turned out to be a substrate. And then you built all these different kinds of businesses which created different kinds of jobs on top of it. I would hope that if we do this right, this next leap is like that, where we are in a period where it's hard to know with certainty what this job class goes to over here. But I think you have a responsibility to go and figure it out and talk it out and play it out. Because the past would tell you that we have a really good humans, when they're unimpeded, have a really good ability to invent these things. So, I don't know, maybe what it is by 2035, there's a billion people that have traveled to Mars. And you're building an entire planet from the ground up. There'll be all sorts of work to do. And
what kind of people are going to go first there?
I think that there'll be a lot of people that are frustrated with what's happening.
Yeah, sure. Just like the people that got on the Pintos or Santa Maria and made the way.
It all starts with like a group of people that are just like unfed up with this.
Yeah, but to want to go to a place that doesn't even have an atmosphere that's capable of sustaining human life, and to try to figure, and you can only go back every couple of years. Like, those people are going to be psychos. You're going to have a completely psychotic, it's Australia on meth. It's like the worst case scenario of the cast outs of society.
That's like just like what you say is it's so true, but like if you think about what that decision looks like 400 years ago when that first group of prisoners were put on the boat and sent to Australia,
right?
That's probably what it felt like.
Yeah.
Most people on the mainland, when they were like, wow,
yeah.
We're probably thinking, hey, this is insane.
Right.
So it'll always look like that. It'll be easier to rationalize it in hindsight. But I do think that there will be a lot of people that want to go when it's possible to go. And, like, look, we're in the studio. We could be anywhere. We could be in Salt Lake City. right? We could be in Rome, right? We could be in Perth. You don't know.
Right. Especially today.
So,
What a fucking loser.
Yeah.
You know,
that could be the future. Is instantaneous communication with people on other planets, just like you can talk to people in New Zealand.
Yes, yes, my girl.
Amazing.
My girl.
Of an innovation in material science that we have been experimenting with for years. So basically, at the core.
No,
of
dog.
process,
No.
is a
No.
semiconductor problem. It's a building.
Haley, girl.
Is it silicon germanium? Is it silicon germanium with something else? And the problem, Joe, is
Come on, you little
what
bitch.
you just said
Stop
is
it.
a tractable problem.
I'm
that's
ripping up
been
those
found
chest ones.
by other
Haley, well,
teachers.
bitch.
And we're at a point where we're almost at infinite energy, and at a point where we're almost at, like, what I say is very specific, which is
Yo,
we're at
bitch.
the point where
She's
right
not
in
even
the
like,
distance,
what the fuck is this
the marginal
bullshit?
cost of energy is basically the marginal cost. You need to generate the next kilowatt. It's going to cost like sub a penny. Even with today's stuff, you don't need nuclear,
Dog.
you don't need any of that stuff. We're just on this
It's Hawk
timeline.
Tua.
And because of AI,
What the fuck?
we're at the point where to get an answer to a question,
How do you spell your fucking name,
it's going to
lady?
be basically zero. The cost of it. When you put those two things together, what you just said, we will be in a position to answer. The world will be able to say, oh, Joe, you want instantaneous communication between here and Mars? We need to harden these communication chips. We're going to build it with this stuff, which we simulated on a computer. We made it. It works.
What the
it's
fuck?
shipping, we're done.
This one?
Now, it still take 5 and 10
What the
years.
fuck?
But my point is, all these things that sound crazy
This shit
are not.
sucks.
They're actually not that
My
crazy.
first stream.
These things are like
My
achievable
first stream.
technical milestones.
This one.
Everything will boil down to a technical question that I think we can answer. Do you want to
Yo,
follow?
dog.
We could probably do it.
Is she overwhelming it then?
With quantum computing, and one of the things about AI that's been talked about is this massive need for energy.
Dog, I'm not her
So
first.
it is proposed to
Horse
develop
shit.
nucleosides specifically
She'll be
for
red.
AI, which is
I'll be her second beat. I'll be like, I was your second clip. Fuck you. Fucking burger planet.
You have the answer on this?
No, I'll tell you what I do. So, well,
Hi, Steve.
maybe before I give you my opinion.
It's Hawk
I'll
Tua,
tell you that-
bitch.
Okay. Today, it costs about 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Just don't forget the unit. Just remember the 4 cents concept.
Dude, how is that her
20 years
first?
ago,
I
it
guess
cost
it's
like
pretty
6 or 7
famous.
cents. If you go and get solar panels on your roof,
Sit on that
in
thing.
fact, you can probably make them. So it costs you like negative 1 cent because you can sell the energy in many parts of America.
2 minutes.
Back to the
2 minutes.
But if you look inside the energy market, the cost has been compounded. And you'd say, how does this make sense? If
Sit on that thing.
keeps falling, why is my end user cost keep going up? This doesn't make any sense. And when you look inside, we have a regulatory burden in America that says to the utilities, of which there are like less than 2,000 in America, we're giving you a monopoly. In this area of Austin, you can provide all the energy. Now, Texas is different, but I'm just using it as an example. But in return, I'm going to allow you to increase prices.
Bitch, you know
I'm
what
going to demand
streaming
that you
is?
improve the infrastructure. Every few years, you got to upgrade the grid. You got to put up money into this, money into that. Over the next 10 years, you got to put $1 trillion, America collectively, into improving the
Yo,
current,
bitch.
which I think will not.
Come on, you slut.
Because it is.
Oh, yeah, that thing's going.
And most importantly, it's
What up?
insecure.
Hey, everybody.
Folks can penetrate that.
This
Folks
shit
can
sucks.
folks can do all kinds of stuff. So, and then it fails in critical moments.
HPOS,
think
can
that
I
in Austin,
example?
you had like a whole bunch of like really crazy outages.
Dog, this shit
People
sucks.
died. Like this is
Dog.
in 2024,
DAWG, pimp.
So I think there's like people decide that they want resilience We're going to see 110 million power plants, which is every homeowner in the United States. Everybody's going to generate their own energy. Everybody's going to store
Dude,
their
start
energy
the
in power
stream.
walls. This stuff is going to become
Dog, this shit sucks.
absolutely breakthrough. And it'll just be the way that energy is
10.
So
Not,
you
okay,
have
play.
this, but this is not the whole solution. Because you still need the big
Dog.
guys to show up. When you look inside of like the big guys, so like
Is
now
that
we're
her
talking
friend?
about these 2,000 utilities that need to spend trillions of dollars. They
I want
do a
those
lot of
two to
stuff
always
right
hang
now
out.
to
Let
make
me
enough
tell you.
energy.
That bitch bitches could get catty as
But when
fuck.
you look at nuclear, I would just
Yo,
say that
hurry
there
the
are
fuck up. This shit
two different
sucks.
kinds of nuclear. There's the old and the new.
Waiting in
The
computers.
old stuff,
Name a more classic combo.
Money and you can get it turned back on.
I'll wait.
It's a specific isotope of uranium. You can deal with it. Everybody knows
This
in
shit
that world
sucks. This
how to
shit
manage that.
sucks. Wicked, wicked, wow. This shit sucks.
But then what you have are like these next
This shit
generations.
sucks.
This is where I get a little
This
stuck,
shit sucks.
and I'm not smart enough to know all of it.
This
but I'm
shit
close enough
sucks.
to be slightly ticked off.
Yo, dog, if you know
There's a
Hawktua is,
materials and a technical
this bitch will always be Hawktua.
What I mean
Just
by
like Courtney
materials.
Cox is always that bitch in the
Some of
Dancing in
these
the Dark commercial.
X-ray reactors,
You know what I mean.
you need a material that will take you like 50 years
Haley.
in America, in the world,
Not
to, like,
that
harvest it.
bitch.
The only place where you can really get it is the moon in sufficient quantity.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
That's how it's going to work.
That's what I want to know.
Go to the moon.
What
You're
is
gonna
this
go to the moon,
bullshit?
you're gonna harness this material, then
No one cares
schlep it
about your
all-
fucking
all
chairs.
the way back to someplace
Dog.
in Illinois to make stuff. I find
This is
that
the worst stream
hard to believe. What is the
in
material?
the
I
history
can
of
find it. It's in
stream.
one of my folks sent me. But it's like it's a certain form of reactor that uses a very rare material to create the
Yo, this
plasma
shit
energy
sucks.
that can generate all of this stuff, and it's just very hard to find them. So I kind of scratch my
Yo,
head. What's the
dog,
benefit of
what
this
the
particular
fuck?
reactor? Enormous energy. So, like, a solar cell gets this much energy.
Go.
A nuclear reactor does this, and like this.
Oh, it's a meet and greet. How about stop sucking dong?
So my point is that these next gen reactors, I think, have some pretty profound technical problems that haven't been figured out. I applaud the people that are going after
Study
it,
rabbi.
but I think it's
Rabbi.
important to not oversell that because it's super hard.
Stop.
And there's still some profound technical challenges that haven't been solved yet. We just got past what's called
Just do it like
positive
this.
net energy.
Watch this, everybody.
What's it like?
1, 2.
I'm just making up a number.
1, 2.
100
Oh,
units
this
of
shit
energy
sucks.
and at least we try to get out like 100.01.
What the fuck?
And we're kind of there. So that's where we are on the
Dog, that shit sucks.
The old generation of reactors
Watch.
I'm a total believer. And we should be building
Okay, 1,
these things as fast as possible. So that we have
2.
an infinite amount of energy. By the way, if you have infinite energy, the most important thing I think that happens is you have a massive peace together. There's,
3.
like the odds of the United States going to war when we have infinite energy approaches zero.
But isn't the problem with introducing this to other
God.
countries? And I believe it was India where they introduced nuclear power plants. Then they realized very quickly they could figure out how to make nuclear weapons.
Because when the uranium degrades, it can be used in weapons grade.
And the real problem would be if that is not
This shit is the worst.
countries that have nuclear weapons, but the entire world, it could get very sketchy.
I think you're touching what I think objectively means
The worst.
is the single biggest threat facing our country. I escaped the Civil War, so I've had a lived experience of how destructive war could be. The collateral damage of war. Where were we? In Sri Lanka, and it was I was part of the ethnic majority, Sinhalese Buddhists, but they were fighting Hindu Tamil minorities, And it was a 20-year civil war. It flipped the whole country upside down from an incredible place to 99% literacy to just a struggling development.
W Rabbi.
And
Who
so
is
we
this
can't,
rabbi?
we stay in
What
Canada.
in the fuck, dog? This
You know,
shit
my parents, wherever they
sucks.
could, they really, and they got
Dog.
run over by that. They went
Worst
from a solid
shit
middle class life
ever.
to a father, had a ton of, alcoholism.
Global
didn't
history,
really
this is
work.
the
My
worst.
mother went from being a nurse to being a housekeeper. It was dysfunctional. It really crippled us and their dreams for themselves. And so, they breathe that into their kids. Fine. But that can't be the solution where hundreds of millions of
All right,
people have
let's
to
see
deal
this
with.
bitch work.
And I am objectively afraid that we have lost the script again. I think that folks don't really understand how destructive war can be, but also that there are not enough people objectively afraid of it. And that's what sends my spidey senses
Who's
up
this
and
that
says,
keeps
"Hold on."
making clips?
When everybody is
Who
telling
keeps
me
making
that
clips?
this is
Clip on last time.
shouldn't we just look at the world around and ask, are we sure that that's true? And I come and I think to myself, wow, we are the biggest risk of my life. And I think the only thing that is probably near this is maybe at some point in the Cold War, I don't know because I was so young. Definitely, they were kids. But it required JFK to draw a hard line in the sand and say absolutely not. So will we be that fortunate this time around? Are we going to find a way to eliminate that existential risk? This is why, my current sort of vein of political philosophy is mostly that, which is the Democrats and the Republicans. There's just so much fighting over so many small states issues, in the sense that some of these issues matter more or less at different points. But there is one issue, above all which, where if you get it wrong, nothing matters. And that is nuclear war. And you have 2.5 nuclear powers now that are out and about extending and projecting their power. Russia, China, and Iran. That wasn't what it was like 10 years ago. That wasn't what it was like 25 years ago. It wasn't even what it was like 4 years ago. I just don't think enough people take a step back and say, hold on a second, this is contested.
Haley, I've known about you since the beginning. Don't you forget about me with your famous go.
Don't give them so much Fortnite or
this shit sucks.
Optimistic.
Bitch.
It's all off the table.
Go on, girl. W Rabbi.
I just think that's we have an enormous responsibility.
Stop all war. Oh, and I'm getting a really great account. 1.
We are sleepwalking into something that we can't walk back.
2, and it's like, oh, son.
Things about us is the kind of wisdom that's necessary to
I like that stop.
see the future and prognosticate and see where this could go, especially based on the history of human beings.
This woman is so fucking stupid. The man is she making a lot of money. App info. Suck this dick, you dumb slut. Are you fucking me?
And to make that leap and see the potential for disaster that all these things have. And this is what freaks me out about when people talk openly about,
Dog, this shit is sucking so much cock. Unbelievable amounts of cock are being sucked.
This sounds insane, and then applauding the long-range attacks into Russia.
Scale of 1 to 10 it.
This escalation.
A 50? What's a 50? That's a lot of cock.
Are you in a movie? Do you think that this always
3.
ends up with the good guys winning? Because that's not the case in human history at all. And not only that, there is no good
4.
guys. People start launching nukes. Everybody's a bad guy, and everybody's fucked.
5.
And that's on the table. It's all, when you see long range is
My
Obama
first
campaigns in
strain.
Lebanon, and you see
6.
what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Like, who knows? Who knows how this escalates? Who knows what the retaliatory response
Don't
is?
say she's
Who
pretty good.
knows
This
what
girl
the
doesn't know
response
what
to
the fuck
response
she's
is?
saying is. I don't know. She's
let me
doing
answer this by saying,
amazingly.
we know what the response will be not. It will not be measured. It will not be calm. It will not be, hey, let's get on the phone and talk about it.
Right.
7,
Like
8,
the thing is, there was a long period of time where, America
9.
was the leading moral actor, right? And I think that we spoke from a place of wisdom, but also like earned respect. But we
10,
forget that at the end of the Cold War, it's not that
11,
we vanquished the USSR as much as they imploded from within.
12,
Right? It was just an economic calamity. They just couldn't afford to keep up with it.
13,
And the reason was we had these two
14.
edges, right? We had a technological edge.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
And we had
All right, bitch.
an economic.
Welcome to Rabbi's
And
world.
we put those two things together, it created a lot of abundance. Now, we can talk about how some of that is not equal, which I also agree with. But it allowed America to be sort of effectively for a long period of time.
Spit on that thing. You get me?
The reality is that's not where we are today. We are one of two or three.
Just now.
And the problem with that,
Popular
you
clips.
look back in history and try to live your life like what it was like in the good old days. We're not.
Dog, I'm gonna be number 1 on this bitch of shit.
So
George Rabbi Rothschild bullshit.
Modest, in a more reliable and consistent way.
Spit on that thing.
Also,
Very well. Oh, she got her thing.
And just realize that they have their own incentives. And when you tell them to do something, they're not always going to.
Oh, her fucking name is fucked up.
If we don't understand
Hell,
that and find a way to de-escalate these things,
oh, God, I hate her,
what you
man.
said is going to happen. Something is going to be one step too far. A reaction, and then eventually somebody will react. And that is all just so totally.
That shit sucks.
And it just frustrates me that we objectively don't understand.
Flip.
We
Sure,
sweep it
love
under the
that.
carpet, and we talk about all the other things. And I understand that some of those things, all of those things, matter.
Who's this
But at some
rabbi?
point in time,
Who's this rabbi? I'm Haley
Wood.
Wood. Now my name is spelled Haley.
And I think we have to find a way of finding people that draw right line and say, this is the line I will never cross under any circumstance. And I think America needs to do that first because it's what gives everybody else the ability to exit stage left and beyond.
What in the fuck?
The other problem with America clearly
Dog, stop
is
this.
that there is an enormous portion of what controls the government. What do you want to call it? The military industrial complex, military contracts. There's so much money to be made in pushing that line, pushing it to the brink of destruction, but not.
Oh, it's for losers. It's my official gift to you as your chief loser. I'm the chief simp. Here's my loser gift for you. Haley HALIEY. Oh, it's only spelled like huh?
The windfall is huge. The amount of money is huge, and they do not want to shut that off for the sake of humanity, especially if someone can rationalize. When you get this diffusion of responsibility, when you're
12, 11.
together and they're all talking about it, everyone's kind of on the same page. The shareholders that you have to represent, like the whole thing is bananas.
So I think you just said the key thing. This may be super naive, but I think part of the most salvageable feature of the military industrial
Wait, what's it gonna be?
That these are for-profit, largely public that have shareholders. And I think that if you nudge them to making things
that shit
that are
sucks.
equally economically valuable, or more, ideally more, they probably would do that.
This shit is the worst.
Example of that, other than weapons manufacturing, like what would be equally economically viable?
Keep 9 going.
When you look at the plans, the 5 big kind of like folks that
Yo.
get all of the economic activity from the Department of
Nine's going.
What they act is as an organizing principle for a bunch of self-centered.
No 10.
They're like it's an old contract.
100%. Good love and
There's
how
a
to
bunch
play
of
that
stuff
song?
that's happening in these things that you can reorient.
Hell yeah.
If you have an economy that's just supported. So, for example, when you build a road, okay, what you also are building is
Hey girl, you know Rabbi?
value substances. All the navigation, all the communications, all of it has to be.
I'm back again. I'm gonna get that cute egg 100%.
Broad set of commercial applications for that are equal to and greater than just the profit margin of selling the thing. They don't really explore those markets. If, for example, we are multi-planetary, I'll just go back to that.
Get on that thing.
I will bet you those same organizations will make 2 or 3 times as much money by being able to redirect that same technology into those systems that you just described. Hey, I need an entire communications infrastructure that goes from Earth to the Moon to Mars. We need to be able to triangulate. We need internet access across all these endpoints.
Dude, somebody could have hold this
real
shit.
time from the get-go. There's just an enormous amount of economic value to do that. So, again, we have these very siloed parts of the economy that are limited by what we know. And what we know is part of what you just said, which is we built these things. And then
I'm gonna make that cute at 100%.
And I think instead of saying that there's like some crazy nefarious thought to always go to war, instead if you say, if you make the thing and you could sell it to a different market and make more money,
W
these
Mega
people
Mother
do it, or are they
TV.
hell-bent on war? I think it's more that they would just do.
As long as there's not still a business for war.
W Mega Mother
So then it
TV.
reduces wars to a very
100%.
I think it's
Good love and
smaller. I think it's more
why
kind of
does
drone-oriented. I'm not saying that war when that war
sit on that
there's no
thing?
utopia later.
Oh girl,
But I do crazy.
let's look at your channel.
Unfortunately, I think that we're always
Yeah,
going
dude,
to
I
be
do.
fighting for something.
You need to start saying this shit
The last
sucks.
30 or 40 years, all these
Home.
wars.
Popular clip. Rabbi Rothschild,
This
number
is
one.
One bright spot.
Sick.
I think about with
Oh, is that
AI as
fucking
well.
my
So
dog?
everyone's
No,
terrified
he wants to
of
see
the
me
open
near
border
that one.
situation, criminals coming across the border.
3 views. Fuck that.
Wouldn't the solution
How about
be
hashtag Rabbi,
not have a
hashtag
place
Rabbi,
like a desperate third world country where people are
hashtag
trying to
Rabbi,
escape on
Rabbi.
foot with their families? If we were living next door to another United States and you could just travel freely back and forth between the two of them, it really didn't matter. Both of them are equally safe. Both of them have equal economic prosperity. Both of them are, equally democratically governed. No problem. Just go over there. Go over here. I mean, it kind of used to be like that with Canada. With Canada, you used to go over there with a driver's license. You used to be able to go back and forth between the United States. I mean, I think the first time I went to Canada, I did not have a passport. I had a driver's license. And it was kind of the same sort of deal. So just accept it. Oh, that place is cool. We're cool. We're next to each other. If the whole world was like that, it would be incredible. It would be incredible. And I think AI makes that possible. I think it makes that possible. And we're going to have to
This
deal
shit.
with a few.
This fire. What happened to my girl?
One of them being the illegal
Get your shit
drug
together,
trade,
baby.
and another one being the consequences of
100%.
prohibition.
Good
And
love.
forcing people
Not one
into
motherfucker has been in my chat.
of
What
drugs,
in the
yes.
fuck is this bullshit?
I'm
Not one
comfortable with
motherfucker
that,
been in my chat. What in the
feel
fuck is this
the only
bullshit?
way to disempower illegal drug
Nah.
manufacturing is to have legal
One
drug
motherfucker has
manufacturing.
been in my chat.
The only way
What
to
is
stop
this
fentanyl
bullshit?
overdoses
Not one
is to
motherfucker
have
has been in
cocaine
my
become
chat.
legal.
What is
But the
this
problem with that is you get a bunch
bullshit?
of people that are addicted
Not
to
one
cocaine.
motherfucker been in my chat.
Sure.
What is this bullshit?
What's the step before it?
Not
What
one
causes you
motherfucker
to
been in
want
my
to do
chat.
this?
What is
They
this
don't do
bullshit?
fentanyl on purpose.
Okay. They
Most
started
people,
because of the prescription.
no. Most
Hey, Rabbi, for how
fentanyl
long did you do
overdoses
a
is
Twitter space?
fentanyl that's
Hours?
cut into other drugs.
How many people came?
particularly
None.
party drugs like Molly and ecstasy, cocaine.
No,
and
seriously,
heroin,
how many?
things along those lines,
Zero.
where people think that they're getting. A
I mean, if
pure
I
thing,
include myself,
they're getting
one.
it from the cartel, and
It's laced with
Oh, you
this.
mean literally no one came? Yeah.
It's
Did you
cheap
let
and
anybody know about it? Yeah. How? YouTube? What else? Kick? Really? Sorta. Anything else?
It's very small. If you're
All
seeing a
that shit.
relationship to a penny,
This is absolutely the worst stream in global history. What the fuck happened to this bitch?
with a bunch of other things
Dog.
because you want to
Dog.
sell as much of it as possible.
Haley Welch,
Add a bunch of
Hawk
things
2,
into it,
aka
and
Hawk
increase
2,
the
girl.
potency of the
What up?
effects.
I can't believe I'm like, hey, do you know Nick Doherty fucking
all
did
that
his
is
stupid
legal, it's
McLaren?
unregulated,
Fuck
so a lot of
yo
people die.
couch.
And the numbers in the United States, I think there are upwards of 100,000 people.
Yo, bitch.
Is there something to do to motivate folks to not do that?
There you go.
Well, I think you're going to have a massive education.
100%.
Good. Cigarette smoking in young people is down quite a bit from the 80s, right? And I think that's because of people understanding the consequences of it. But you're always going to have people that want to smoke cigarettes. And my belief is that they should be able to smoke cigarettes. I don't think you should do Adderall all day, but if you get a prescription, you can do it. But at least in my mind, you're getting Adderall from a pharmacy, and that pharmacy is going to give you actual Adderall and not some fentanyl-laced thing that's going to kill you. And you have no idea. You think you're taking the same thing you've always taken, and then one day you're dead. And that's the case with a lot of people here, especially with party drugs. I don't think you should do heroin. I don't think you should do cocaine. I don't think you should fuck your life up. And I know too many people will fuck their life up. But I also don't think that I should be able to tell you what you can do, especially when there's all these drugs that are readily available, particularly alcohol, which is one of the most destructive drugs to your health, to relationships, families, to society. How many alcoholics, how many drunk driving accidents, how many drunk people murdered other people. There's just horrible consequences of alcohol, but I completely support alcohol being legal. We have learned how to consume alcohol.
What about what happened in Oregon? You know, like Oregon, they passed, they legalized it, and now they
unlegalize it. They were already off the rails. Okay, this is not like legalizing drugs in it's not like legalizing drugs in San Francisco in the year 2000. It's a completely different scenario. So you have these people that are really, they're accustomed to tents and subsidizing drug addicts and
hey Rabbi, what up, baby? How you living? How are you living? How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp?
Somehow or another, kind and compassionate to allow this to take place everywhere. And that's what you have in Portland, right? Portland is probably one of the most liberal cities that we have, one of the most leftist cities that we have. So for Oregon to do it that way, I think it's like an awesome libertarian notion. To say, you know what?
100%.
Make any of these things wrong. These are personal choices. You can make good personal choices.
What happened to lifetime life?
The fabric of society, the encouragement of discipline and of hard work and of accomplishment had been eroded to the point where accomplishment meant that there was something wrong with you. Right. Like if you were a person that was eat the rich, tax the rich. If you're a person that had accomplished something great, it wasn't because of some extraordinary effort you put in. Even if it was you did something to fuck over other people. That's the only way you get rich in this world. And it's just bizarre. And it permeated Portland. Right. So when you introduce free heroin to that, like you're gonna get more problems. It's just, and you're subsidizing people for living on the streets, which they do. I mean, I watched this interview where they were talking to these people in the Pacific Northwest where they moved there specifically so they could be homeless because they knew that they get money. And there's no incentive to get out of those tents. There's no incentive. There's free food and free drugs, and they give you money. And they're like, okay.
Right, so that didn't fail because of the actual drug policy,
right?
But more of the other social policies.
I think, have you ever heard of Dr. Carl Hart? He's a professor. Is he at Columbia? I believe he's at Columbia. Carl Hart was a straight chemist, like a guy studying chemistry and studying these Substance Columbia. And he was a clinical researcher. And along the way, he started realizing that our understanding of these drugs and the pros and cons of them have been flavored by propaganda heavily. Particularly the sweeping act of 1970 that made almost everything illegal, which was really to target civil rights groups and anti-war people. And so this was during the Nixon administration. They made a bunch of things that were psychedelics.
MK Ultra is that in that one?
Well, MK Ultra was actually before that. It was when they were experimenting with people, particularly with LSD. So when they started doing this, they made everything illegal. And now the only way you can get any of these things is through illegal sources. So you're getting them through the cartels. So if we don't have the ability to legalize things, and the problem with legalization, there's no good answer here. So to keep things illegal, you're going to have fentanyl overdoses. I know people have lost their children. I know people have lost their brothers and sisters to this. It's a horrible thing that happens. You're also going to get heroin overdoses if it's legal. So Jesus Christ, and you're going to get more people that try it because it's legal. But it's just like prohibition during the 1920s or the 1930s, rather. When they had that, what they did was they enabled the mob and they enabled organized crime, and that was the rise of Al Capone, and that was the rise of the moonshiners, and you always had a demand, and the people that were willing to supply that demand were criminals. And they were criminals in this country. We're empowering criminals that are essentially running Mexico, which is bizarre. I know during the latest election, how many assassinations were there? Was it 37 or 35? During their latest elections in Mexico, there was at least 35 assassinations.
Are there European countries that do this well?
Portugal has decriminalized everything. And they saw a massive decrease in HIV, a massive decrease in drug addiction, and all sorts of other things. I don't know what the long-term study is on that. 37 assassinated candidates. I mean, you have to play ball with the cartel over there. Just like you had to play ball with the mob in the 1930s. You have to play ball. They have the guns, and they're really mean, and they'll do whatever the fuck they want to you. The 2021 midterms, when 36 candidates were killed. Oh my God. Jeez. Yeah, it's wild down there. That is a direct result of having trillions of dollars being made by selling illegal drugs, and made most of them to sell to America. I'm sure they sell them to other places as well.
And it's all fentanyl, or is it psychedelics?
It's all kinds of things. No, I don't think there's a lot of money in that. The real money's in meth, cocaine. They have a problem with illegal marijuana that's grown in the United States on national forest land, because what happened is, especially in California, my friend John Norris, he wrote a book called The Hidden War, and he was a fish and game officer, and basically wanted to be the guy that checks your fishing license. Great job, you're out in the outdoors. And one day,
it's the beginning of a movie.
It is the beginning of a movie. I'm sure they're probably doing a movie on it. But in one day, they find this creek that is dried up, and they think that perhaps
they diverted the water.
Someone's diverted the water. They thought it was a farmer that had done something inappropriate or whatever. So they follow the creek up, and they find this illegal grow up that's run by the cartel. And this is and then they become a tactical unit, and they have Belgian Malinois and bulletproof vests and machine guns. The whole thing's crazy. And they're getting shootouts with the cartel in national forest land because it's a misdemeanor to grow pot illegally in a state where pot is legal. So California has legal marijuana. You could go to any store, anywhere, use credit cards. It's open, free market. If you follow the rules, you can open up a store. But if you don't follow the rules, you can sell it illegally.
Yeah, so
it's just a misdemeanor.
I wanted to learn about marijuana, the market. But you can't process the money, I think, right?
In some states. I know in Colorado, it was a real problem. And in Colorado, they had to do everything in cash.
Yeah, it's like Breaking Bad, bricks of cash. And
they were using mercenaries. They're essentially using, military contractors to run the money back and forth to the bank, because you had to bring the bank money in bulk. right? So you'd have $1 million in an armored car and a bunch of guys like tailing the car in front of the car, and they're driving into the bank, and everyone knows there's $1 million in that car. So you have to like really be fortified, and so it was very sketchy for a lot of people. I don't know what the current condition in Colorado is now. I don't know if they still have to do it that way.
A couple of companies, I remember the reason I know this is like a guy came and pitched me on some business, and he was like the software for all that. And, I think the company went public, and I just realized it just went sideways because like nobody wanted to touch it because they didn't want to build rails for that economy.
Yeah.
Which didn't make much sense, seeing as, to me at least, just because if the laws say it's legal, then it should all be treated equally. But then the problem, I think I remember them telling me, was that federally it's still gray.
Yeah, it's gray, and they're trying to diminish that. It's the latest steps during the Biden administration is to change it to a Schedule 3, and that's a proposal that's going that would help. But really, it should be just like alcohol. It should be something you have to be 21 years old to buy. You should have to have an ID, and we should educate people how to use it responsibly. And we should also pay attention to whoever the fuck is growing it and make sure you're not going wacky. Like there's people that are botanists that are out of their mind, potheads that are just 24/7 hitting bongs, and they're making stuff that'll put you on Mars, like without Elon Musk.
I remember the problem that somebody raised, I read this in an article, was you need to make it more than more legal than it is today, so that you can get folks to put like some version of a nutritional label on the thing and show intensity, right? Because the intensity is not regulated.
Right. Well, they
right?
do regulate it in California. If you go to good places in California, let's say this is 39% THC, which is very high. This is 37. This is, But then there's also the problem with one thing that marijuana seems to do to some people that alcohol doesn't necessarily. Some people have a propensity for alcoholism, and it seems to be genetic. But there's a thing that happens with marijuana where people who have a tendency towards schizophrenia, marijuana can push them over the edge. And Alex Berenson wrote a great book about this called Tell Your Kids. And I've personally witnessed people who've lost their marbles. And I think it's people that have this propensity. Because one of the things that I think is beneficial about marijuana in particular, and this is one of the things that it freaks people out, is the paranoia, right? Well, paranoia is, I feel like what it is a hyper awareness, and I think it pushes down all these boundaries that you've set up, all these walls and all these blinders, so that you see the world for what it really is. And a lot of people, it freaks out. But what I think it does is it ultimately makes you more compassionate and kinder and nicer. And you realize, like,
in the moment or
afterwards. I think it's a tool for recognizing things that you are conveniently ignoring. And, my friend Eddie told me about this once. He was saying, if you're having a bad time and you smoke marijuana, you're going to have a worse time because you're already freaking out. You're already freaking out about something.
Listen,
you're going through a horrible breakup and you get high, like, oh, no one loves me. But if you're having a great time with your friends, you'll probably just laugh and be silly,
got me?
right? Because you're not freaking out about something. You're in a good place mentally, which we should all strive to be in a good place.
I have this weird psychosomatic guard I've developed. My father was an alcoholic, and I didn't drink at all in my teens and my 20s, mostly in my 30s. And then in my mid-30s, I started drinking wine, and I love wine, and I think I can handle it. And I really enjoy it. I love it.
I do too.
But I cannot drink hard alcohol. The minute that it touches my lips, I get severe hiccups. I mean, like debilitatingly bad hiccups.
Really?
Any kind of alcohol.
Do you think it's psychosomatic?
I think it's completely psychosomatic because it makes no logical sense.
Right.
If the tequila touches my lip, I just start hiccuping like crazy. And it's like this weird protective thing that I think my brain has developed because my dad used to drink some stuff that would like, make you blind. Right? It was like 150% proof. The guy would just chug it. I mean, it was.
Well, I think there are whiskey connoisseurs, and there is like scotch, like old scotch, does have a fantastic taste. It's got an interesting sort of an acquired taste. But there's real wine connoisseurs.
Oh,
like
wine
like
is incredible.
wine is a different animal. The flavor of wine is spectacular. It's the most delicious of all alcohols without being sweet.
I completely agree.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Like the people that say they're tequila connoisseurs, like shut up. It all tastes like shit. Some of it just tastes less like shit. The great tequila tastes less shitty.
It's alcohol.
Yeah.
And it's like, then there's some flavor around the alcohol.
Yeah, I take a glass of wine with a steak, and it's like, oh, this wine's fucking great.
I totally agree.
And it puts you in like a calm. It relaxes me. You don't like want to go drive fucking wild and crazy and get in a fight when you're drinking wine.
Exactly. And the amazing thing about wine is you can go on these journeys where, like,
feel
when
free
I
to
first
send a
started
message.
to buy wine, I did what every knucklehead does.
West
which is,
Side.
oh, if it's expensive, it must be good.
Gangster.
And you start down that road, and it's just so dumb because the amount of money that I spent on stuff that was marginal, but it had a good label and it had a good pedigree. And then when you discover and you learn, like I remember, like my wife's Italian, so we spent a lot of time in Italy in the summer with our kids.
Sickest shit
And when we
ever.
were there,
Wiki wiki wow.
you find
Wild wild west.
incredible Italian
Dim
wine
West.
chardonnay.
That's right.
In the summer, I'm just going to be honest with you, there is nothing better to drink in the world. It's better than water. You were like, it's cold, it's refreshing, it's got a great bouquet. But these bottles are 40, 50, 60, 80, maybe maximum 100 euros, max. And then you'll spend $1,000 on some stupid white burgundy from France. And it tastes like half of it. You know, the other great example of this is like Chateau Petrus. And, you know, I don't want to get in trouble with the Chateau Petrus guys, but I'll just be honest. Those bottles cost, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000. You see some in restaurants, 19,000. I've never bought one. I've tasted it once because in Vegas I had a host, and once he gave me a thing. He says, Chamath, you can use this for, you know, like your dinner. And I'm like, well, is there a cap? You know, and he's like, this time, no cap. And first I was like, God, I must have lost a lot of money. when they say no cap, I was like,
$19,000
so then I said, fuck it, I'm just going to try this. So I went to Caesars, and it was like $4,000 or $5,000. I mean, I would never buy this in the north, but I got it because it was free. So it was okay. All this build up in my mind.
Right.
This is, oh my God, this is going to be ethereal. It's going to be ambrosia. It was not ambrosia.
Yeah.
Whereas you can find these other ones that are made by, you know, folks that just put their entire lives into it. You taste the whole story. I just think it's incredible.
But it's a weird status thing, the expensive wine. It's just like Cuban cigars.
It's really dumb.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
The real skill is being able to know price value. And when you know it, it's so satisfying because it's like, oh, this is just delicious. And then when your friends enjoy it, you're like, oh my God, this is delicious. And I'm like, yeah, that's $80.
Yeah.
How? And I'm like, well, it's very hard to find. So then the skill is like, it's funny, I'll tell you, this is how bad wine has gotten for me. Meaning, like, I love the story. I love the people. I want to support the industry. So I went to register for an alcohol license at the APC in California.
Really?
Because I was tired and frustrated of trying to buy retail. Because you have to go through folks that have their own point of view. And I was like, well, if we just become, you know, we as in like me and a friend of mine. And so we set up a thing. We set up a list. I filed the paperwork. And it's called like, you know, CJ Wine LLC, you know, my friend, me and Joshua. And we're able to.
I'm interested as well. So Yo-Yo, Bong, James, you're all in it at the same time. Part of that community piece. You took over the BC. You took over the Binance version of it. When did Sprotos come into it? Because you just said that the Voldemort, whatever it was, 9900 were burning Sprotos. So was Sprotos quite early in the development in your ideas of what you wanted, or?
Sprotos actually started in BSC days. We were planning to make like a trading card game. We never planned for them to be NFTs.
Yeah, they were a sticker.
Yo, where's that bitch? Horse stop. What is this horse shit? Hey, well, It's still going? The worst. Hell yeah, bitch. Home. John Rabbi Rothschild. Those are popular clips, bitch. I see why everybody loves them. Love them clips, bitch.
You'll do fine. No worries. We got Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
Hey, Lilo. Your stream sucks.
When you're like at $1 billion, pays an answer to do it. If you're building food, you gotta like pick your project very carefully. Are you gonna build this or that? If you choose the wrong one, you could like be totally fucked because then 6 months later you got no product. And the thing you were supposed to build would have made you a lot of money. So lost opportunity cost is super real when you've got a limited array of resources and personnel. So you gotta pick the right shit. That was a good lesson. Now I'm like, guys, please don't do like you guys are trying to do proto deck. I think it's a great idea, but I don't think it's you're gonna be putting like hundreds of hours into like every single thing about every photo because they're all different. It's like arguing like how you categorize that. You get so into the weeds. It's like a year later, there's no photo decks, and it's a ghost town. Everyone's left because they'll get the whole project for. So don't do that unless you're sure it's gonna be a home run. And everyone demands the product that they gotta have this photo deck, and it's gonna make you money, or at least one of the things.
Were you happy with the performance?
That's the trick. Don't not do it. Let Canada's good people, but you know, we gotta pick like first entrepreneur. We gotta pick the products that are like good and make the most impact and the easiest to accomplish. Because like we're not funded by anyone. We have these pieces to throw cash us to build whatever the fuck. If we did, I would say build everything on the sun. And actually, we're kind of getting close to that because we're kind of crazy. But I won't get ahead of ourselves. So we talk about very change stuff. So that's there. We can do this photo deck. They're all in very change. Someone else is gonna pay for it.
I say no viruses. Obviously, there's always
we'll get to that. That's moving towards the future. So. I think Jay, you alluded to the fact that you're not very good technically. So, Jay, did you take over more of the actual, I suppose, coding aspect of it, and James was just a handsome face, or how did that work? How did you split the load across 5 people? What was that like?
So there's two. The standard.
Right, I'm not the PMU is the super whiz developer coder guy. He's not here right now.
He's a blockchain guy. Personally, if you're not getting
I don't know. I think there's like a group effort. I come from a creative background, building
because they just came out with
this. I tend to help shepherd some of the, I guess, product or projects.
And the main thing
I feel like
is that it looks like
I have always like my hand in the cookie jar when it comes to design and. I don't know what I'm actually trying to say, but yeah, that's kind of my spiel.
Right, so before to give it you did coding and graphic.
Some coding, but mostly design.
Minimum of 8
so I just kind of understand like how things connect end to end and how we can make things happen. But I feel like we work with so I don't know. Depending on what we're creating, we always try to find corral people that can help or see fit. So it's not always just like myself or Ride or Don. It's just like we find people that can help like build things where we need them. So
5 years.
That's just kind of like that.
Chromebooks are just great
Sweet.
for browsing the web and doing the simple.
And Vaughn, with similar, what was your sort of background and what have you done sort of prior to this?
Shit posting and being a retard, pretty much, which is what I contribute.
Vaughn, are you British?
Yep.
Nice. Okay, cool. Sweet. Whereabouts?
Near London at the moment, but I'm from Scotland originally.
I was gonna say I could hear the Scottish accent. Nice. Okay, cool. Fellow Brits in the chat, and I like that. I feel like I was getting overcrowded at one point, so that's fine. Are you in the UK now, or are you out?
Yeah. I'll be going to that event on Saturday again. News and Martini. So if you're around London, commute there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it in for work, so I'll give you the heads up later in the week, but that should be sweet. Cool. Yeah. No, so how did we land on Ticket Bitcoin? Where did Bitcoin come from? Was that just satire?
Go to Apple's website. They have great.
I mean, that was whoever did this show, BSD, was a genius. Came up with the
Apple support did a great job. They used to make books actually, but I'm looking at their
Metacron was with me at the very beginning. So like I said, we played a lot of the very early like marketing stuff. Fighting the school to make it this sort of neo-Nazi, like cool, if I can say it like that. It was just, it's going to go a lot of different directions back in the day. I think we settled on a very good vibe. People wanted a very non-good vibe. So you never know. That was why Metacron's a super thing as well. He's just doing his other stuff on the water recently, but the man,
find a couple of good people that explain.
I loved it. I'm still holding a solid bag of features. And that's going on. I popped in, I popped in and out. I love it. I still have my Sproto. I can't ever let that go. I have my PSP Sproto. I remember when we were able to mint those, and the excitement, it all changed. Ticker Bitcoin changed my life. Like this shit, the way that we went down the rabbit hole together at the same time, hopping into this community and diving in and being like, I remember when Killboy sent us his resignation. Like, quitting his job. That was legendary. We should bring that back. And actually, Killboy popped in a few months ago. He came into the freaking chat. We were on Prime Day. Yeah, I know. He like spiraled out of control, like that's sort of crazy thing or whatever. But now he's fine. He's totally fine. Good to see the guy. He's still doing back in the whole
AM 640.
The whole ring. Why not?
News update.
Yeah, man, because I remember when we came on, he was the whale of the BSC at the time, for that did hold the most supply, and then we had the exploit with the contract where we just kept getting fucked with everything going on. But it was just so fun. The lure of the fucking FA88, guys, if you were there for the BSC days, you don't know the deep lure. FA88 was the most annoying thing on the planet. We checked the contract, and there was like one wallet that didn't have any tags. It's 1010, what do you call it? Reflection token. That was the thing back then. The one wallet could buy itself
jobs created last month, unemployment fell, and just a few weeks ago, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates, which helps.
In 2016, Hillary Clinton became the first Democrat to lose Michigan in 28 years. Veterinary experts in California say 10 to 15% of cattle infected with the bird flu are dying, a number that is higher than anticipated. A total of 56 California dairy farms have reported bird flu outbreaks. State health officials say there have been 2 suspected cases of bird flu found among dairy workers in Tulare County, the largest dairy-producing county in the nation. And we're going to check on a vehicle fire in Torrance on the 405.
Southbound side of the 405 before Crenshaw Boulevard. This vehicle fire is on the right shoulder. South 405, you're stop and go from Sherman Way all the way down to Lakewood Boulevard in Long Beach. Was Southern California's only airborne traffic report. Sideline Torrance.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Inland, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio
Paul has to defend the indefensible. He has to act like Kamala is going to drive down inflation, bring up wages, and bring back jobs, and restore peace, the very peace that she destroyed. Well, I hate to break it to you, Tim, but everyone knows the truth. Kamala caused every single one of those problems because Kamala's day one in the White House was 1,400 days ago. Never let her lie to you and pretend that she's going to do something great. She's been in power for 3.5 years and she hasn't done a damn thing.
He was giving up details of his crime. That only
I hate to say it, but Kamala's record of failure is somehow only getting worse. Just a couple of days ago, I visited an area of our country ravaged by Hurricane Helene.
I'm done hiding.
The Appalachian region of Virginia, and we know the Appalachian region of this country has been left behind and ignored by a generation of American leaders.
The West Side.
But what started out as a natural disaster is becoming a man-made disaster. When Appalachia was underwater, remember, President Biden was sitting on a beach and Kamala Harris was in a San Francisco fundraiser. That is not leadership. That is a disgrace.
I joined because of a brotherhood. Our kids would be Hell's Angels.
And now we're seeing reports that deployments of the military and the National Guard are moving at a snail's pace. My friends, who the hell is running this country right now? Because it sure isn't Joe Biden, it sure isn't Kamala Harris. The Harris administration has given billions of dollars to foreign countries and illegal aliens. But now they swoop in and they promise $750 to American citizens who have lost everything.
For our last caller, before we get to our guest, Jeff and Miriam.
To everybody watching, to everybody at this rally, I want to say, I promise you, when Donald J. Trump is back in the White House, we're going to have a president that puts America first.
Very great hands-on way at the Apple Store. They do these things called Today at Apple, and they are free sessions.
We're going to ensure that emergency funding goes to American citizens and not illegal aliens.
Starting with the Mac computer. Learn the essentials, get the most out of your
We're going to create record prosperity with low inflation and rising take-home pay.
Customize your Mac, and then we'll share shortcuts.
We're going to secure that southern border, stop the drug trafficking, and send illegal aliens back home where they belong.
It's hands-on and with a real human. Those people know
We're going to drive down the cost of housing, drive down the cost of gas, drive down the cost of groceries, and we're going to clean up our streets to make America safe again. And whether we agree or disagree with you, we will always defend your God-given right to speak your mind without fear of censorship, violence, or persecution.
Is it happening more than twice a year, or does it just feel that way?
I think it just feels that way.
But to everybody struggling, I want you to know that though our country has, yes, been through some hard times over these past few years, I want you to know that help is on the way. We have, think about this, the most generous people, the most abundant natural resources, including some great energy right here in the state of Pennsylvania. We've got the hardest workers. We've got the best values. All we need to restore American greatness is leadership that is fit to serve this country. So more than anything, I'd like all of us to leave this incredible community with a message of hope. Because I honestly believe that what happened right here in Butler is a metaphor for the United States of America. In this land, we may get knocked down, but we get right back up and we keep fighting because in America, hope is never lost. We may face enemies who seek our demise, our destruction, and even our death. They may try to crush our spirits. They may try to convince us that victory is impossible, but in America, nothing is impossible. And as long as that flag yet waves, and I see it's doing it today, there is no trial we cannot endure, no obstacle we cannot overcome, and no defeat we cannot turn into victory.
No sluts we cannot fuck.
A lot of other retailers are also having big sales this week, and so
on this field, at this exact spot nearly 3 months ago, we thought President Trump was going to lose his life. But God still has a plan for him, just like he still has a plan for the United States of America.
We see a lot of sales on kind of day-to-day items as well. It makes sense to make a list of some of your favorite products.
This movement, we have so much left to accomplish. And after the dark nights of trial, when the sun rises again, our flag is still going to be there. And nothing will stop the United States of America.
They've kind of started putting these little banners on the price, like these red banners that say like limited time deal or prime deal.
So I want you all, I know he's not, he'll be out in just a little bit, but I want you all, when Donald Trump comes out here, to give him a true Butler, Pennsylvania welcome, because with Donald Trump as our leader, we are going to take this country back. We're going to make the American dream affordable again, and it's going to start right here in the great state of Pennsylvania. God bless you, Butler. Thank you for having me, and we are going to take this country back. I love you.
Yeah, we will.
Look at this move. Thanks for the follow. Rabbi.
Welcome, welcome. Look who it is. Arnold, long time no see. How you living, big dog? Hell no, I got more friends than I've ever had. How you doing, big man? How are you? I'm living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. You want to play a game? All right. What do you want to play? Did you? Did you? Do you? Okay, no one knows what that is. I mean, normal person games like chess.
TV is 2 years ago.
Okay, well, that's all right. You got to learn somewhere. So I'm going to start the game, and you're going to play it. Just it's in Discord. In 3, 2, 1. We are about to have the most amazing round of chess in global history. I'm going to start the game in 3, 2, 1. Chess in the Park should be. Hell yeah, big dog. You want to join the game? All right, let's see what you got. Everybody's ready for you. Everybody's excited for you.
Promotional culture we like to save. Financial poll that found that 76% of us are going to be shopping deals this holiday shopping season, looking around.
Do you have any questions?
Shopping deals. Do tend to get the
Bingo.
and then perhaps top things into our cart that we don't need or don't even want.
Yeah, that's always a problem. Okay, let's talk about the.
Let's see what you got, man. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's ready.
Like the Luna Mini. Let's see, Fire Tap. Groovy Bundle.
Oh, so there's some deals that I'm really excited about. You know, we talked about the Amazon proprietary devices like the Blink camera and the Fire tablets and Fire TV sticks, and those are hovering in the 40 to 60% off range, which is significant. So I'm excited about those. And then the Luna Mini is from a company called Foreo. They make really nice facial cleansing brushes. They're electric, and I use them myself. They're up to 45% off, so that's another big deal that I'm excited about. And then Ruby is actually a company that they make beautiful, beautiful coffee and all different flavors. They partner with lots of different coffee farms, and so they have a lot of high quality coffee pods. And then they have a stylish brewer.
Now that pond can take your night. There you go.
There you go. Off this bundle of the brewer and lots of pods, so you can try all sorts of different coffees. And so I'm excited about deals that are significant like that, that are 50% off. I'm pretty excited about that.
Wow, yeah, because that's I'm looking it up. It looks pretty. It's like evolved cake pop. You know, it's kind of like a little bit elevated, right?
Yeah, it's a very stylish brewer, and so if you want your kitchen to look fabulous and kitchen appliance sitting there that looks amazing, the Ruby is one to look at.
What do you think of Camel? Do you recommend using that? For the price history?
I do, and so Camel is another option besides the Big Hot Honey that we were just talking about. Camel though is specific to Amazon. So for Prime Day, absolutely, they have a browser extension and also a website. There are lots of different tools that you can use. They first of all, if you have the browser extension in, it'll just kind of do some work for you and alert you if it's a good price or not. But if you go to their website, you can set deal alerts and be notified when things go on sale. You can get a real sort of in the weeds sense of pricing on things.
That move that I just did is known as castling. It's where my rook and my king switch. You can only under some limited. You can only do it under some limited rules. Neither can be in check. You can't have moved them previously. There are some other things too, but I just want to make you aware. That's how that's done. We're done.
You can click on a coupon on Amazon and maybe save an extra 5% or 10% or get $1 off amount. So coupons on Amazon, yes. And I do expect to see some sort of external coupons happening. I like slickdeals.com for this. They are a website that has
You're in check.
millions of deal seekers actually combing the internet. But very site, so I like that. I do also like that too because all the best deals are right on their front page. So you look at the front page and they're all there. And then they have a feature called the Deal Alert, which if you're looking for something kind of pricey, say that TV that you're interested in, you add the name of that item to your Deal Alert on Slick Deals, and then they'll be automatically notified when it goes on sale. So I use this feature all year long. And for example, I need a new dishwasher. I drop the names of a couple of the dishwashers I'm interested in into the Deal Alert, and then I'm notified when they go on sale, so I don't have to waste my time looking around all the time for good deals on that item.
I love Slick Deals. I mean, if you're just looking for an excuse to spend, I visit that site every single morning, and I'm always like, oh, I need this. Do I need it? I want it. But there's always great stuff, and it's not just like products. Sometimes it's like, oh, get a free cheeseburger at Burger King today or whatever. So there's always like something. Tell me about your newsletter. You've got your website, truetrade.com. Tell me about your newsletter. What do you do on there?
Yeah, so I have a newsletter as well. It goes out a couple times a month, and that's lots of savings-oriented content there. And then I'm very active on Instagram as well, sharing interviews like this, and also information about how to save money, little tricks and hacks that I've learned along the way on your day-to-day purchases, holiday shopping, gift guides, my favorite products that I'm trying, and some travel tips as well. So lots of money-saving content on my Instagram.
All right, that is truetrade.com. That's the website, and Instagram is the same thing, True Trade. So, Trey Bosch, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, happy shopping. Amazon Prime Day coming up. That is on October 8th and 9th. That is Tuesday and Wednesday. Get those deals or get those items in your shopping cart now so you can save soon. All right, coming up, it is the feedback. Your comments and emails throughout the week to me when we come back. Rich DeBuro, Rich on Tech on KFI, PM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live in KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police investigate another stash grab robbery at a Nordstrom at the Westfield Topanga Shopping Center in Silver Park. Witnesses say between 10 to 20 people raided the store, taking luxury items around 5:15 Friday evening. Leslie has strengthened into a hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean. Forecasters say Hurricane Leslie is not ready for rain. Today, former President Trump is returning to the site of his Pennsylvania assassination attempt for a rally with Jamie Vance and Elon Musk. There is an accident near Atwater's Village to look out for on the tube.
Freeway, southbound side of the two, just before.
Thank you. I saw what you were setting up there, which is really nice. Word. You could have done some major damage.
The vehicle fire go from Sherman Way to Lakewood Boulevard. This Southern California's only airborne traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Into the Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Club. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
all the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. We can add Pink Floyd to the list of musicians who have sold their music catalog rights. Sony is set to have bought the package, which included the band's albums, name, and likeness for $100 million. So the company will now also have the rights to put out merchandise and potentially media projects based on the Rockers. The sale was long in coming. First brought in 2022, it was held up for years due to bad blood between David Gilmour and Roger Waters. This won't likely be the final catalog purchased by Sony, as they're negotiating with Queen to buy their catalog for over $1 billion, which would be the largest rights sale on record. And that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio.
I have it off just because a lot of times people come in and I get distracted.
Starting us off this week is the comedy English. That's followed by Chaos on Netflix. In at number 8, second string is Brad Monkey on Apple TV+. Back at spot to 7 is the new season of Only Murders in the Building on Hulu, followed by Slow Horses on Apple TV+ at number 6. Debuting at 5 this week is the new romantic comedy Nobody Wants This on Netflix, starring Kristen Bell and Adam Brody. Falling back from number 2 last week to number 4 this week is the drama The Old Man on FX Hulu. The top 3 starts off with the new Disney Plus Marvel spinoff, Agatha All Along, starring Catherine Hahn, jumping up 1 spot. Last week's number 1, The Perfect Couple on Netflix, slides back to number 2, and that means after debuting last week at number 3, The Penguin, starring Colin Farrell on Netflix, slides up 2 spots and is your top streamed show. Long-term live longer because of our long life expectancies. Even the most may find a few stints in the knock. 8th selection in between. Until death do us part was invented, death was pretty imminent.
7 on KFI and demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
That's a pretty good move.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech. We'll get to the feedback in just a moment, but 2 items of interest before we do that. The website for the show, by the way, is richontech.tv. If you want any of the links I mentioned, just hit the light bulb there. This is show number, 92. So you can find the links there. I got an email from Andres in Bell Gardens, California. Basically, he said that his Ticketmaster tickets were stolen out of his account. And he wondered if I'd ever heard of this. And no, I hadn't. I reached out to Ticketmaster and I said, hey, what's the deal? And they said, yes, this happens. It's not a Ticketmaster app per se. It is a unique password. And so typically, the hackers win because you either have a weak password on your Ticketmaster account or your email account or both. And they basically steal the tickets right out from under you. Now, the good news is Ticketmaster says because these tickets these days are digital instead of paper, they can often recover your tickets for you. So if you get in touch with their customer service, they can see what happened to these tickets and help you get them back. I don't know if that's always the case, but Andre...
You're gonna win. I think you have the lead right now.
Go on there right now. Make sure you have a strong unique.
You have the lead. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You also have 10 pieces. I know I have a queen, but you can easily make a queen by getting one of your pawns on the other side.
You can get for $14.88 a month, and you can get their $3.48.
That was a good move.
This is big because they really just made a challenge.
I was not expecting that.
These other MVNOs out there like Visible, Total, and Mint Mobile. And I've been testing the Mobile X. It works well. It runs on Verizon. I've had no issues. So if you're looking for a
wow, I'm kind of fucked, dog.
DIY,
So it's not like you can go to a store to get help, but they do sell the SIM cards at Walmart. So Mobile X is the website. All right, let's get to the feedback. These are the emails, the comments, the questions. I got so many emails in response to me talking about budgeting last week. Gary in Rancho Santa Margarita said, hi, your caller asked about an app to check his debit card spending. Quicken will let you download transactions and enter checks and future purchases. Gary. Warren writes in, hey, it's good to hear someone else who updates their budget weekly. I haven't found a good way to automate the process. For my spreadsheet, I use one from Vertex42. Thanks for all the good information you provide. Ken from Lincoln, California said, hey, Rich, though you thought you might have missed a suggestion for your personal finance budgeting, click it. It's been around for years on both platforms. It could be as simple or as complex as you wish. I've been a happy user for as long as I can remember. I am 73. Ken. Sometimes the simplest explanations are right in front of me and I forget. Thomas writes in, Rich, if you're interested in using a spreadsheet for budgeting, take a look at Tiller. TillerHQ.com. I moved from Mint and it does a decent job of pulling in data from all of their supported accounts. I checked this out and basically you have to pay, but they basically will take your transactions from your bank and credit card and all that stuff and put them into a spreadsheet so that you can move them around and organize them. So TillerHQ, TillerHQ.
You're very good, Arnold.
Joy from Anna.
I think so. Yeah.
The senior on a fixed income, I find budgeting.
I think you're very good.
It's actually something I've done for years, including expenses and check.
Yeah, it's just the only rule like that. Everything else is the same.
Not to go over, an app would seem to complicate things. Well, Joy, it sounds like you just do what an app would do. Arnold from Rancho Cucamonga writes in with an update. Dear Rich, thanks for solving my problem. Ads and games kept popping up on my Samsung phone, especially interfering with taking pictures and step-by-step instructions work. Thank you for solving what was an incredibly bothersome problem. Take care, Arnold. Glad to hear that worked. Sonu writes in from Las Vegas. Hey, Rich, I'm a North Jersey transplant to Vegas for 23 years. But as you mentioned on your last show, which I stream weekly on the podcast, you recalled the slider cable boxes. You got me thinking, and this is what we used when I was a kid in Wayne, New Jersey. I think the cable company was Cablevision back then. Thanks for memories. Yes, the slider cable box. First one we had in my house, and I think it was Cablevision. Let's see, we got Bob, also from New Jersey. I guess a lot of Jersey people like hearing me talk about Jersey. Oh my God, Mecha Magic. I'm driving to the car, driving to the gym, and just heard you mention Mecha Magic. I would make my mom take me there as a kid, as a magic nerd. I think it was in East Orange or West Orange. I think I still have a little briefcase full of magic tricks back home in the attic in New Jersey. That's what I kept mine in, a little briefcase. I was the Amazing Richo. That was my name. As far as Rich on Tech, I was Richo. Elise says, thank you. Much knowledge you investigate in detail, giving to we the older. We appreciate what you do. Have a great day. Again, thank you. Well, thank you, Elise, for appreciating me. I appreciate you for listening to the show. That's going to do it for this episode. You can find links to everything I mentioned on the website, richontech.tv. Find me on social media. I am at richontech. Thank you so much for listening. There are so many ways you can spend your time. I do appreciate you spending it right here with me. Thanks for making this show possible. We talk about the pros and cons of parks, TVs. I'm Rich DeMiro.
Going infinite. Moneyball and Liars Club. In the latest season of my podcast, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting destroying our team, our states, and ourselves, Jersey, and beyond, of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules, America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeart Radio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Americans are grappling with a huge question. Trust them.
These are reasons people put on the list. Sometimes for record.
What if I told you that in states all across the country,
Of unlawful orders.
there are lists that could tell you if individual cops were trustworthy.
Obedience to laws.
A straight line from the officer's aides to the person's targets. The problem is, there's a good chance you're not allowed to see
Not good enough for me.
This is the story of how these cities of cops for decades.
It's confusing for me because I had, for all intents and purposes, at least at one, but it didn't feel like I went for the right reasons. It felt really dirty.
We're talking about police officers who carry a gun, a badge, and have the right to arrest us. It's a special trust.
It's a story of how these things have turned the criminal justice system on its head.
Just because someone's on the list doesn't mean they did something wrong. That happened to you. Why are you still doing his job? I whisper to them, I go, I don't know.
Once you know this, blacked out marks, everybody's wanted to know. That's sort of like the holy grail.
From the document team, New Hampshire Public Radio, The List.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. More stimulating talk. No login.
Wow.
KFI.
I was not expecting that.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Pacific Air Show is back in Mother Nature. I'm Amy Gonzalez, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Pacific Air Show in Huntington Beach is having some weather challenges today. They're updating their website once an hour with the latest. You can check it out. Jim I asked to run.
If by the LA City Council, to become the 15th year. McDonald represents the best in policing.
And Jim McDonald will.
In 2010 to run the Long Beach PD, then in 2014 was elected LA County Sheriff. Most recently, he worked with USC School of Public Policy. McDonald said he's excited to get back to the LAPD and push the department into the future.
Very good move. Dude, this is going to be a fucking shootout.
To resume homeless camp cleanups, which the city says has spiked during an ACLU lawsuit.
This is huge for us as we are facing a homeless crisis in our city.
San Bernardino Mayor says hundreds spread into parks across the city because of the 9-month injunction.
It's everywhere you look. It's very uncomfortable for families and children to want to go to the parks, to play, to get some fresh air, to have some family activities at the park.
But the city and ACLU this week agreed camp cleanups can resume as long as property is protected and people are offered shelter and services. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by American Vision Windows. President Biden is encouraging Israel to think twice about its targets in Iran. CBS Janelle says the Israelis could hit Iranian oil fields.
As Israel plans its next move, oil prices have surged in recent days amid reports it may strike Iranian oil production. That could impact gas prices.
Janelle says Biden wants Israel to consider other alternatives. Asian American leaders have expressed their support for expanding LA County's Board of Supervisors.
Federal and local lawmakers gathered in Monterey Park to say increasing the number of supervisors from 5 to 9 and adding a countywide elected executive would boost the voices of Asian Americans in local government. Asian Business Association Executive Director Dennis Wong says his group would also benefit.
This is about equity. Our community deserves representation that reflects our contribution to the LA economy.
The issue is on the November ballot in LA County as Measure G. It would also require more robust public participation in the county's.
Welcome. Hey, HVID, you're up next.
Prescription drugs online. The department says illegal online
All right,
pharmacies are
what'd you
selling
do?
counterfeit pills made with fentanyl and meth. There's been an increase in illegal online, often foreign-based websites that are targeting Americans. The DEA says it found websites in the Dominican Republic and India that have been working with drug traffickers, but claim to be legitimate, based in the U.S. or approved by the FDA. A new In-N-Out burger slated for Woodland Hills has moved forward after a community group tried to block its progress. Jamie Hall, an attorney for West Valley Alliance for Optimal Living, says the project got special treatment to bypass an environmental review.
This is a matter of law. I want to be clear. No deference will be given to the city and the Superior Court.
I wasn't expecting that.
The City Council's Planning Committee disagreed and denied the Alliance's appeal, allowing the project to proceed. A rep for In-N-Out says that outside of the appeal, the planned restaurant has received near unanimous support for the Ventura Boulevard location. This would be the second location in Woodland Hills. This new restaurant would replace the Bank of America on Ventura Boulevard near Holbrook Avenue. There is a disabled vehicle causing problems in City Valley on the 118.
Sounds like the 118 just before Temple Canyon Road. Apparently, a vehicle with a flat tire is blocking the fast lane. That's causing it back up to Erringer Road. Traveling farther east on the 118 before Balboa Avenue is a three-vehicle accident. This thing is clearing off the right-hand shoulder. No delays approaching that accident scene. We have Caltrans working on the 10 eastbound. They're working in the carpool in two left-hand lanes between the 710 and Rosemead Boulevard until early Monday. And you do have reduced speeds through the cone zone from City Terrace Drive to Atlantic Boulevard as you come away from the East LA interchange. Onto the Glendale Freeway, southbound 2, just before San Fernando Road. An accident involving a car and a van cleared off the roadway. That's good news. Caltrans, though, on the northbound side of the 2, again, the Glendale Freeway, between Mountain Street and Foothill Boulevard. They're going to be here for another hour. No delays through the cone zone. 60 westbound past Lorena Street is a solo crash on the right-hand shoulder. 60 closed from the 710 to the East LA interchange. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
I'm Carrie Champion, and this is season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. Every great player needs a foil.
People are talking about women's basketball just because of one single game. That's how you play basketball every single day.
Clark and Reese have changed the way we consume women's sports. Listen to The Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search The Making of a Rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, and start listening.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling.
Thank you.
Free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
SoCal weather from KFI. Low clouds and fog. It will turn sunny with highs in mid-80s to lower 90s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s at the beaches, up to 106 in the valleys and Inland Empire, and 90s in Antelope Valley. Right now, it is 101 in Santa Clarita, 79 in Hazy and Lakewood, 88 in Monrovia. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Hey, Kayla.
Yeah, Emil? I don't know what that was. I'm sorry. It's my first time on radio.
Do you know why burritos are such good listeners?
Why?
They're very in touch with their own feelings.
You're all right, dog.
Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary challenge. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat.
KFI, AM 640 live and everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey, everybody. It's the Fork Report. Hi, how are you?
Interesting move here. Very interesting move.
Good-looking crowd. I apologize. I uglied this place up. It is the Fork broadcasting live from 16545 Ventura Boulevard at Taquito Mas, the original Baja Taco stand. And I remember this. I was talking with Mr. Tim Conway Jr. last night, who is a Valley rat just like myself. I was born in Encino. Look at that. For the Big E. Oh, yeah. So I was born here in Encino, and it means a lot to me to be here today to hang out at Taquito Mas. They have such a great local story. Got to shake the big man's hand, Kevin, when I walked in today, and it just is. We're going to be talking to him later to hear the whole story. If nothing else, I get really wonderful feedback on the show. When people are inspired to come on and they think, wow, I heard their story and, it motivated me to do X, Y, and Z and start a restaurant or whatever it might be. So it's the Fork Report on Neil's Favor. I'm happy to be here today. We're going to be here all 3 hours. We got a lot going on. It is the 40th anniversary of Paquito Mas. How amazing is that? 40 years, multiple locations here in the Southland, and looking for them to continue to grow. I love pacing, proper pacing. Nothing more sad than seeing a place grow too fast and then shrink just as fast.
Whoa.
So this is one of our favorite places at the station as well. There's a Paquito Mas down the street on all
Was not expecting that.
KFI, where we broadcast normally, and it has been a favorite so much so that it is a running joke that if our boss, Robin Bertolucci, asks you where do you want to eat when she's buying, just say Paquito Mas, because it doesn't matter. It's going to end up being Paquito Mas. So you can say, hey, I'm not in the mood for burgers. And she goes, great, Paquito Mas. I'm like, how about some pizza?
Great move.
Paquito Mas. So that's always the answer around KFI. And so celebrating their 40th is a big deal for us because we are fans of theirs indeed. If you've not been, it's one of those places that is for good, quality, fresh food. And I like their attitude, and they talk about the freshness of everything, and that it's worth waiting for, and they'll get it to you as fast as you can.
I know. I don't really get it.
Growing up with my mother, spoiling.
I don't know. Maybe it means I'm old. I don't know.
Fresh tortillas, so we're constantly. My family is on the lookout for finding the best tortillas in town and having them fresh. So if you're in the area, come on out. Many of you have already joined us and gotten to shake some hands and say hello to some wonderful listeners. And if you're in the area, it would be my honor always to meet you. I'm sorry, this is the face that you're going to put with the voice and the name. It's the only one I have. It's not my mom and dad's fault. They did a really nice job. I've just messed it up along the way, so don't blame them. Take care with me, and we're going to be hanging out. She'll be eating, and we've got stuff to give away. The folks from Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints are here today. Yeah.
Wow.
Wanted a mint. That's pretty impressive. It's more than a mint. It's a functional breath freshener, people. That was a test. You failed. They'll be giving away. Have a special coming up that we'll tell you about as well if you want to try them. I've got some Fork Report swag here today. Even I got some t-shirts. I have exactly one mug. I think we should auction it. We've got some t-shirts and some stuff like that. Yes, and you brought your own mug. That one is a custom. Jim just held up a very special limited edition mug of my brother Craig and me on a trapeze.
What a tough win. Damn. Great job, Honor. Much better. You're much better than you come off to be. Excellent, man. Come back whenever you want. Come back whenever you want. This is a lot.
There's some stories going on.
Oh, sure, Doug. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're watching.
Need to go and fight.
That was an amazing fucking rain after
I
that.
do think you're right.
Drained.
This reduces.
Oh, man. Oh, my brain. Just game, dog. You.
Meanwhile, that one.
I think you're probably honestly better than I am. You missed 2 big moves. You let me get that queen. That was the thing. I played the previous game that I played. I let that happen to myself. It's all downhill after that.
That's not what happened. Clearly.
I saw this discussion that you had that is here, but
You did very well, Doug.
did actually were very
You
positive.
did very well.
And I think that's a very difficult thing to describe. It's a very difficult thing to express to people because we're so polarized, particularly with a character like Trump that's so polarizing. It's very difficult to attribute anything to him that is positive, especially if you're a progressive or if you're on the left, or if you've been a lifelong Democrat, or if you're involved in tech, or if you, I mean, it's this bizarre denial of basic reality, the reality of what can you see based on what was put in place for the net benefit.
And
I'm drained for
I've
now.
always been a
You did
liberal.
very well.
And I think I should define what liberalism used to mean.
I know. I'm telling you, I'm drained. You did really well.
And
I think you recovered.
Support of the government, support of the private industry. Try your best. Go out there. We'll look out for you. Come back to us if things go wrong. That's an incredible view of the world. And I was given a choice.
How is it?
I would vote Democrat or I would support Democrats because I vote for it. Really understand. I got, and I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it in 20. I don't think. And then in 20, I got lost. By 21, I started to see all this data, and I said, "Hold on." And I need, and
Did you know more people die playing football a year than from sharks? Yeah, not a lot of people die that much from sharks. Not that they're not dangerous, but it just goes to show you football is actually more dangerous. Head injuries, concussions, and I'm talking both American football and soccer. Essentially, going up for a header, two heads collide, one person can brain bleeding.
America's newest form of legalized gambling. It's America's #1 podcast. Free. It's the rules and start with all the good stuff.
I've never seen so many people in one Twitter event ever. 2.8 million people are live streaming from Butler, Pennsylvania right now. No, they're not dying. I've never seen so many people in one live stream before on Kick, on Twitter. They have 2.8 million people at once are watching this on X. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. When Trump was on Kick, they got 500,000. This has 2.8 million, but it's on X. Trump. I don't think so. No. Maybe, but not necessarily. He's on Kick. Wow.
When he is elected, deliver the greatest economic boom to America. See growth
That's wild shit, dog.
in our energy sector, become a powerhouse. All Americans. It's great to see something here.
That's very popular nowadays. Right.
Stage.
Elon Musk is supposed to be at this event as well. Word, dog.
I have to extend my blessings to the Dutch and Copenhagen family, and also to the Corey Compatori family. My heart is with you. This is a beautiful, beautiful town. I was marveling at the beauty. Patriots of Butler, Pennsylvania, it is my honor and my blessing to stand before you today. I'm not just here as a speaker, but I am a dear friend of the president, someone who has had the privilege of knowing President Trump personally, witnessing his strength and commitment to our nation. You know President Trump is a man who never backs down. I've been at his side through some of the toughest moments, and I can tell you, he embodies the leadership we need in these times. Whether you're watching 10 feet second assist. An unmatchable chaos. He didn't flinch or complain, not once. He chose strength, not for himself, but for us, for me that day, his friends, his staff, and for every American who believes in this country. That's who Donald Trump, my dear friend, is. He's a fighter, the toughest fighter I know, who refuses to be broken or beaten. He faces adversity head on and says, "Bring it on." At the Republican National Convention where I spoke, I shared a side of the president many do not have the luxury of seeing. His empathy. While the media paints him as tough, they don't show how deeply he cares. He feels the burden of every challenge this country faces and understands the struggles of everyday Americans. I'll never forget when he reached out to me after I lost my son, Andrew. He wasn't just the president. He was a friend, offering comfort and ensuring we weren't alone. That's the kind of leader he is, the kind we need more than now than ever, the kind who came here today, even though he lost his own life on this very stage,
but he was not going to be deterred. Today we stand at a pivotal moment. In the wake of the Iranian attack, our nation stands at a crossroads. The world watches to see who will step up to lead us. We need a leader who understands the gravity of this moment, who embodies strength in action. President Donald Trump is that leader.
3.1 million people watching this bitch.
My friend has stood up to bullies, making tough decisions, and always, even when it wasn't an easy choice. That's why we need him more now than ever. Politics about the soul of our country. It is about choosing strength over weakness, vision over indecision.
I mean, just watch Kick, dog. I mean, it's on X.
We are living in a time that demands greatness.
He hasn't even spoken yet. There are other people going first.
Escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. President Trump understands that he is the most consequential president in the history of this country. He knows that leading this nation is about taking responsibility for our future, ensuring our children and grandchildren inherit a country that is safe, prosperous, and free. Behind the headlines, political battles, is a man who wants to see America thrive. He believes in every fiber of his being that this country is still the greatest nation on earth and that her best days are yet to come. So as we face this pivotal moment in history, ask yourselves, who do you want leading this country when the enemies of freedom threaten our way of life?
There's something about it, like even recently, you still have the line fire going on, the fires going on. So people don't understand.
Do you want someone who bows to pressure because this man doesn't? Or someone who stands up, fights back, and says, no matter what you throw at me, I will not break. I will not waver. I will not back down. That is Donald J. Trump.
Wow, that's insane. Seeing everything going on in the empire.
He has the courage to face these challenges and the vision to build a brighter tomorrow. The pathway to peace, prosperity, and strength isn't found in weakness or hesitation. It's found in unwavering resolve. It's found in a leader who refuses to let America be pushed around or let our enemies dictate our future. So Butler, Pennsylvania, this beautiful town, I ask you to stand with me. Stand with President Trump and stand for the future of this incredible country. Together. Together, we will overcome every obstacle and make sure America's best days are still ahead. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless President Trump and his family, and God bless the United States of America.
Going down in the downtown area, it usually starts around Vermont, right? The best starts to tighten up almost always. Sometimes it gets a little better past the 110, and then sometimes it just stays slow all the way to east of that. Yeah, that 110 junction where you've got both north, what is it, north and south splitting off there? Yeah. Well, it's the level interchange. The 110 and I know they designed it for a very smart time. Yeah, their time was horse and buggy. We have lots of cars.
Here's it's not really political per se, but some people might see it that way. How many of the angular new
those ugly trucks?
I'm not going to say that. I'm not saying that. The new angular. I hear they're actually stunning on the inside, but very angular. How many of those angular trucks are you seeing now on the freeways?
Well, I don't know about you. I've seen them all over the place. I mean, not all over the place. They've been popping up, and they're not cheap. I don't think they're cheap.
No.
Somebody's making some money.
But no. But I hear that. I think the Tesla cars are pretty outstanding. They're gorgeous on the inside.
I know trucks. They're all on their third recall right now. There's something fifth recall.
Fifth. They just had one with the reverse mirror not clicking in. Good thing about that is it's a firmware update.
Pennsylvania.
I bet you I would fall in love with one if I drove it. I'd just sit there.
Pennsylvania, I've never been more proud to be anywhere in my life than I am today here with you on this stage. This is a big family. They tried to take away someone we all love. And they did take away someone we love. In Corey. An incredible man. His family's backstage. It's heartbreaking. They've tried to get my father every single second since he went down that golden escalator. Laura and I have witnessed it every single day. They tried to smear us. They tried to bankrupt us. They came after us. They impeached him twice. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They weaponized the entire legal system. The Russia hoax, the dirty dossiers. You remember every single one of them. Far-left AGs, far-left DAs in every far-left place in this country went after my father. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to pull him off the ballot in Maine. And it has not worked. And then, guys, they tried to kill him. It's because the Democratic Party, they can't do anything right. You see it this week with the FEMA response in North Carolina, and in Georgia, and in South Carolina, and in Florida. You have people's houses floating down rivers. What does Kamala do? She comes out and says, yes, I'd like to give that family $750.
20 people ransacked the store, ran off luxury items. They escaped.
We send $200 billion over to Ukraine so beautiful young kids can shoot at each other in trenches. $200 billion. We give hundreds of billions of dollars to Pakistan.
And that's why she chose McDonald. From the beginning,
they wouldn't tell us that Bin Laden was literally a mile away from their equivalent of West Point. We sent hundreds of billions of dollars to them. We gave $150 billion to Iran, a country that death to America.
The Long Beach Police Department. In 2014,
and Kamala Harris comes out and says, we're going to give $750 to the person who lost their house in a mudslide. Guys, this isn't America first. This is America last. But the good news, help is on the way. And help is on the way from the bravest person I have ever met in my entire life. My father's been the greatest father a person could ever have. He's been an inspiration to this entire Butler when he stood up with blood running down his face and said, fight, fight, fight.
This year, the man accused of orchestrating the murder tried to implicate Combs in the plan. He says Combs offered to pay.
I I love all of you so much. I really mean it. This is a family. This isn't politics, guys.
Holmes was recently arrested and is facing multiple charges of sexual abuse, trafficking, and in the sky, it's one of the most popular air shows.
Guys, this isn't politics. This isn't politics. This is a movement of absolute love of hundreds of millions of people who want to save the United States, who want to keep our country number one at absolutely everything we do. And that's why we're going to re-elect Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Guys, we love you. And to a woman that is doing a truly great job in every aspect of life, from being a great wife to an unbelievable mother. By the way, I think Caroline and Luke Trump are the most popular Trumps right now. Did you guys see them a couple weeks ago? Vote for Grandpa. Make America great again. But she's doing a hell of a job as the RNC co-chair. You know, I get to go to bed every single night and wake up every single morning listening about voter integrity. It's really great. I'm really, really excited for November 6th when Laura can turn over in the morning and not talk about voter integrity. But she's doing a hell of a job. Ladies and gentlemen, Laura Trump.
All right, Pennsylvania. Is anybody here ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House?
That gonna happen.
Well, we're 31 days away. 1 month from right now, as Donald Trump always says, will be the most important day in the history of America. Because this is a pivotal moment for our country. And I don't even have to tell anybody that here. We can all feel it. This is no longer a fight between Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. It is good versus evil. And good is going to win this battle, ladies and gentlemen. And if you had any question whether God exists and he performs miracles, we got our answer here on July 13th, right here in Butler, Pennsylvania. He spared Donald Trump's life because he was not finished with Donald Trump. And he did it not once, but twice. And I've said it time and time again, but now you feel it more than ever. Donald Trump was made for such a time as this. It's such an honor to be back here in Butler. And, you know, I knew before Donald Trump even said he wanted to come back here that he would come back to Butler, Pennsylvania. Because in life, you can operate with fear and cowardice, or you can operate with strength and faith. And that's what Donald Trump operates with, strength and faith. And that's the kind of leader we need to see back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We need strength in this country. And Eric's right. I've been doing a little something with making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections. And only voting in our elections here in the United States of America.
With highs in the mid-80s to lower 90s for Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s at the beaches. There is an excessive heat warning in some areas right now. 88 in Monrovia, 91 in Diamond Bar. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
Hi, this is Rick Chavez-Burr running for State Assembly District 51 in the November 5th general election. Our community deserves a bright future. This election day, let's make history together. Be sure to cast your vote by mail or visit usa.gov to find your local polling place.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. His name was Duncan Goodrich. He didn't talk much. There's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds a flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. For all your HVAC and plumbing needs, visit us at Gettle.com. GOE2TL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Contractor license 1047781.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Every day is better with a sweet soda.
Don't believe everything you hear. Sugary drinks come with health risks like tooth decay and type 2 diabetes. Learn more at uncoverhealthyhabits.com from the California Department of Public Health.
Whether you're boating, floating, paddling, fishing, or just chilling, remember a good day on the water always starts with everyone wearing life jackets. Save the ones you love. Life jackets save lives. A message from California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways.
This season on the new podcast, Rip Current, the story of the only two women who tried to assassinate an American president. A woman fired a shot. President Ford in San Francisco this afternoon. One was a protege of Charles Manson, 26-year-old Lynette Brom, nicknamed Squeaky. The other, a middle-aged housewife undercover for the FBI. Identified by police as Sarah Jane Moore. Listen to Rip Current on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Rip Current and start listening. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
AM 640 live everywhere. Hey, everybody. Everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It is the Port Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. Thanks for hanging out today. Man, what a great group today. You guys are lovely for coming out. I don't want to cause a scene, but this lovely lady in red over here, we took a photo together. She had her hand on my ass the whole time. Don't deny it. Do not deny it. Call me. We'll be here until 5 o'clock. Piquito Mas in Encino. It is such a lovely location.
You want to play again?
Right on Ventura Boulevard, 16545 Ventura Boulevard. Come by, say hello, and you know what? You can do this. It's really fun. You park up, and you listen in your car. Wow.
You good, big dog. Have you seen the Harry Potter chart?
It's not real super fun, but it's different. Okay, I want to introduce you to.
You like that?
A little bit about his path and why we're having him on in a moment.
Thank you so much for having me, Neil. It's a pleasure to be here today.
What a travel. So you basically have done great chef migration, New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, or the culinary. Why don't you take us back to the beginning days and bring us up to today?
Pretty interesting. Started off returning from college. I went to school at the University of Michigan, and I graduated with a degree in English language and literature.
Of course.
I found myself back in New York City, and I fell into working in an IT job where I was doing desktop and network engineering. I did that for 3 years, and then it kind of transitioned into a role where I was brought out to a company to kind of bring them into the modern age. So that ended up with me becoming their accounting and eventually their controller. So I did that for 3 years, and I realized that I am not made for an office environment.
I hear you.
Yeah, it was a tough decision, but what really spurred it was my brother, who he and I worked in like delis and restaurants growing up. He gave me a call, and he told me that he had enrolled in culinary school. And my first thought was, F that guy.
Yeah, that's about right.
I realized I was talking about myself, and that was what I was supposed to be doing. So the same day, I basically called up the same school, and I enrolled, and that was the start of my career.
Talking with executive chef Michael Hung here in Los Angeles, you might know him by Faith and Flour, which was one of those restaurants that came on the scene, kicking and screaming with vibrancy and intensity, and got attention immediately, and with good reason. Really, you should be so proud. Absolutely fantastic. But you mentioned something, and it's come through some of the things that you're talking about, and it's something I've noticed having the pleasure of interviewing so many chefs on the program here. There's almost a bit of rebellion that I find that comes with some of the best chefs.
All right. You're very good. If you ever win, I let you win.
And as a result, we are all individualistic. So, not in the sense of us kind of being after the right, but our own minds, we're focused on
You can join, I think.
for me, a lot of it is just really to do that.
Leave and come back.
Effective of the vision, but then you also realize that
Press the little square, press the red, then come back. Whatever, like wherever. Do you see where I'm talking? Or okay, or just close the whole app and then come back. There you go. Are you ready?
I bristled rather at going into the corporate scene. Long way. It's like an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is somebody who would rather work 80 hours for themselves than 40 hours a week for someone else.
Absolutely. I think that a lot of chefs are naturally entrepreneurs as well. Most of us want to or have the dream of opening up some jewel box restaurant where we are just being purely creative.
Yeah, and you know what? From the work that you've done, you've defined that. Can you stick around one more segment? I want to talk about Manhattan Beach Food and Wine Festival coming up next week. A week from today, we'll be broadcasting out there. But I want to talk about your affiliation with that, what you're planning to do, and beyond. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, hang tight, everybody. Chef Michael Hung is going to join us on the other side of the news here, and we'll talk about his journey from New York to Palm Springs more, and also to the Manhattan Beach Food and Wine event that's coming out that's up next week. And the folks at CCAP are the beneficiary of this event. We know we've had them on many times. We love them. Careers Through Culinary Arts program. So go know where. It's the Fourth Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. Let's get the latest news now with Emily Gonzalez. Eileen, I'm sorry. Sheesh. Sorry. She comes right at me. And now I'm skittish. I don't want to say anything. I'm going to... KFI 24, don't hit me in front of everybody. It's the latest news with Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Thank you for that. Former LA County Sheriff Jim McDonnell has been named LAPD's new chief. Mayor Karen Bass made the announcement yesterday. City Council still needs to confirm, but the approval is expected. Tropical storm Milton has formed in the Gulf of Mexico. Milton is expected to reach Florida next week. The Ferris wheel at Pacific Park on the Santa Monica Pier will be lit up for the Dodgers in celebration.
Minty mouth. Hey, did you know that the folks from Zelman's are right over there? Look at that. Don't they look like their breath doesn't stink? It doesn't. I love this product. It gives me that breath confidence. Yeah, Zelman's.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like the Beatles Now and Then.
Great move, dude.
Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
We're so careful.
Author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball.
We're like being very careful. Like no one's taking anybody's pieces. It's very careful doing.
Our states and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey. Understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
In fact, I don't know if I've ever played a game like this.
Start listening. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. We're getting closer to the second season of HBO's The Last of Us, with a 2-minute teaser being released. Narration by Catherine O'Hara, who's on board as a guest star, frames the video as part of a conversation with Pedro Pascal's Joel while new clips are shown. Bella Ramsey also returns with quick looks at new characters played by Caitlin Dever and Isabella Mercedes. It doesn't seem to give away too many mysteries, including the return date for The Last of Us, though the show is expected to be back in early 2025. The teaser is posted on the Max YouTube channel. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
We are the boy band between Mickey C. We are the boy faithful concert number 3. We are the boy band. We're 5 and 19. We are the boy band. Always singing on key.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
One of country music's biggest stars has released a benefit song to help the victims of Hurricane Helene. Aaron Church dropped Darkest Hour on Friday, his first new song in 3 years. He has pledged to donate all publishing royalties from the single to the people of his home state of North Carolina. Church said Darkest Hour is dedicated to the unsung heroes who show up when the world is falling apart. The singer-songwriter has also pledged his Chief Cares organization will help those in need in all states impacted by the storm.
I know this big girl. She's really pretty.
Eminem is going to be a grandfather. The Detroit rap star made the announcement in the video for his song Temporary, released yesterday. The video shows him sitting on a deck when daughter Haley Jade hands him a blue Detroit Lions jersey with the number 1 and Grandpa on the back. The video also shows footage from her entire life, including her marriage this summer to Evan McClintock. Eminem was seen with his jaw dropped, holding her ultrasound picture when she told him the news. Abbott Elementary is doing a crossover episode with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for its 4th season. Sunny star Rob McElhenney broke the news Thursday in an Instagram post. The new episodes of Abbott Elementary premiere on October 9th. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Pain relief therapy that pro athletes like golfers to stay active and enjoy pain-free recovery. Here's a special offer. If you're in pain, call for a special neck and back spine exam that includes an infrared laser joint an X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $5, but 17 callers is only $97. Pound 250 and say pain-free. If you're in pain, call for the special $97 exam. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations, and the Beatles now and then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free, so good.
So the following recorded.
House of Money. I am Matt Altmix.
And I am Joel Larsgard.
Don't forget to sign up for the how.com/newsletter.
Out to Money, tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, guess we have Ian. I'm Neil. What? Oh boy, I'm gonna get letters. It makes me happy. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday to you. Neil Savager here with the Fork Report, your friendly neighborhood Fork Reporter out and about today in the Valley.
Interesting.
Valley here at Paquito Moss on Ventura Boulevard. 6545 Ventura Boulevard here at Paquito Moss. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary. So very cool to be out here. I will tell you, listen, their food is spectacular. All of it, you're not. You tried their shrimp. Holy smoke, their shrimp is insane. Absolutely.
Their shrimp is phenomenal.
Really is.
Oh my God.
All right, so there's a great event coming up, Manhattan Beach Food and Wine event next weekend. Manhattan Beach Wine. Why? Because they have an amazing lineup of chefs, but even more important than that is
Nice
that
move.
they are going to be benefiting careers through culinary arts program, otherwise known as CCAP. And it's just an amazing organization with people with the biggest hearts you've ever come across. And right now we're talking to one of the chefs that is Michael. The weekend, everything starts, I believe, on the 11th. I'll be out there on the 12th. But what is your hope that people's experience will be when they go to the Manhattan Beach Food and Wine event?
Well, my first hope is that everybody thinks that everything is delicious. There's some really incredible chefs out there. A lot of people actually who I look up to, who have been mentors to me as well, including some people like Dominic Craig, chef coming out of San Francisco.
What are the, jumping around from these places as you've had, New York, San Francisco, here, Palm Springs, wherever it might be, how is the energy or the general
Interesting.
different? You know, like you were playing some punk rock music coming in. Minor, one of my favorite bands, Minor Threat, grew up with. That's, the punk rock movement. But every
That's a really good move.
different energy or vibe, even though it was the same music.
Absolutely.
So what about with the food scene? What do you see different about what's going on in LA and in the South Bay now?
Well, LA and the South Bay, I think, is a very exciting place to be for food. Obviously, LA for the last 3, 4, 5 years has been sort of carried on as American cuisine, just in terms of the diversity and the excitement of the different chefs coming out of here. And the South Bay is really starting to grow, both in terms of the number of restaurants and also.
I guess I have to. There's a lot you can do. There's a lot you can do with this.
And really has been driving the scene in Manhattan Beach, so-called Guinness, which is
to say.
For most each of the Ghana are all just.
But there is a theory that if you're going to start someplace, and then the rest. It's my team. I would have signed up before.
Oh yeah, just the melty cheese. Oh my God, this is right there.
When interesting. That's
Very move. Very interesting.
Fantastic food. He's been on the show many times before, but when you start a restaurant, what's that point of inspiration? The area? Do you look at where you're going to be doing it? What is it?
For me, I look at inspiration in many places. A lot of times I'm really just looking at each project individually. Some of it has to do with ownership, some of it has to do with place, and then some of it has to do with concept. I'll give you an example. Right now I'm the chef and the director of food and beverage at the Palm Springs Club here in Palm Springs. And we are relaunching our restaurant called Rabbi. And being that we are
Perhaps.
inspiration for this restaurant, I've taken it from different famous surf regions around the world.
Oh man, that's cool.
The Iberian Peninsula, North Africa, South Africa, Indonesia, obviously Baja California.
That's right. All of those I was check. Wait, I'm kidding. New Jersey. Well, I appreciate your time, and you know what? The Surf Club, for those who don't know, is going through a renaissance.
Wow. That was an amazing move.
Special location.
That was one of the best moves I've had used ever. Oh man, was that a good move.
Fun, the heat and the water, and a very particular kind of water experience and all those things. A great location, and of course, your food adding to it will only make it better. So, Chef Michael Hung, let's hear that for Chef. Executive Chef Michael Hung. Very cool. What's that?
Let's get you out here one of these days.
Absolutely. And I can't wait to shake your hand next week when we're out there at the Manhattan Beach Food and Wine. I can't encourage you enough if you're looking for
amazing
food experience. It's coming up next weekend. There are some tickets left. ManhattanBeachFoodAndWine.com. ManhattanBeachFoodAndWine.com. You can find them on Instagram at MB Food and Wine. And of course, this is beneficiary is Careers Through Culinary Arts Program, CCAP, and they are amazing. Thanks, Chef. Looking forward to seeing you next week. We'll be back. So go nowhere. This is the Fork Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. This is KFI Los Angeles.
Remember when you used to have a radio? To KFI.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mother Nature put a damper on the fun. I'm Eileen Gonzalez, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Pacific Air Show is having some weather challenges due to a thick marine layer earlier. They're updating their website once an hour with the latest. You can check it out at pacificairshow.com. The LAPD has a new boss.
LA Mayor Bass made the announcement yesterday.
Public safety is job number one, and it's personal for me.
McDonald left the LAPD in 2010 to be the chief of the Long Beach PD. Then in 2014 was elected LA County Sheriff. McDonald says he was drawn back to public service after seeing how cops were treated post George Floyd.
What we do is to avoid society, not to take it very seriously, and to hold ourselves to the highest of standards.
At City Hall in downtown LA, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
I think your horse finally has to die.
ACLU that allows the city to
So well.
2 hours notice of cleanups, protect homeless people's property, and provide shelter options.
With compassion and dignity, and make sure that it's needed, so that way they're not at the parks.
You can't do anything to save him. Not that I see.
Are not needed resources and services.
I mean, maybe there's something.
Spread across the city's parks during the 9-month injunction caused by the
But
lawsuit.
I have a vendetta against him. So.
The city was destroying homeless property while not offering people anywhere to go. Jobs at bars and restaurants, construction, healthcare, and government has increased over the last month. ABC's Alexis Christoforous says the strong jobs report is suggesting the U.S. may be headed for that soft landing in which inflation returns to normal levels while the economy avoids recession.
The Labor Department said the economy added 254,000 jobs last month, significantly more than the 150,000 expected and the largest increase we've seen since March. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1%.
The Federal Reserve is expected to reduce interest rates by just a quarter point at November meeting instead of that half point that we saw last month. Officials from the CDC say they'll be in San Diego later this month to do a health survey because of pollution from the Tijuana River. Millions of gallons of raw sewage being dumped into the river has forced city authorities to close beaches for the last 3 years. People who live near the river have been saying they've had unexplained illnesses and breathing problems because of the stench of hydrogen sulfide, a chemical used in various industrial processes. Music legend Dolly Parton is joining Hurricane Helene recovery efforts, announcing $1 million donation to help survivors and communities recover from the devastation. Helene has caused widespread destruction in 6 states, including Parton's home state of Tennessee.
I'm donating $1 million. But there's a lot to be done, and we're trying to find other ways to either raise more funds.
A week after Helene caused widespread devastation in 6 states, nearly 7,000 homes still don't have power or water. A 9-year-old used Legos, play, and the song Staying Alive to highlight his mom's breast cancer. Lives in LA.
Let's see what you got, big dog.
1,000 breast cancer deaths avoided.
Jack Fleming says that's because of early detection. The kid used clay rays of radiation to illustrate treatments while explaining breast cancer and giving more steps.
This was early detection. According to the American Cancer Society, and in the localized stage, the 5-year survival rate is 99%.
The kid's mom, Megan, says her tiny stage 2 cancer was caught at 41, all because the screening code was 50.
I'm not sure I'd have this much optimism about my prognosis. So
A really great move, dude.
Real to think about.
Jack says talking about his mom's early diagnosis could save other moms.
I did this video to spread the word to the community that you should get your mammograms.
Donations can be made at More Than Pink, LA. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Forecasters say it'll be hot.
Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's rock and roll. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
And it could be even hotter tomorrow. The National Weather Service's maximum temps will go well into the 90s and possibly above 105 in the valleys, but in the lower mountains. The cooling trend is expected on Monday night.
Well, what the?
For life in Torrance is looking a little better now that a vehicle fire is cleared.
Great move.
On the Crenshaw Boulevard off-ramp away from the 405 southbound. It was closed because of an SUV that caught fire. Well, everything has been cleared away and the off-ramp has been reopened. But the South 405, you're stopping to go from the 105.
Really great move, dude. That is so dumb.
Costa Mesa, 405 southbound transition to the 55 northbound is blocked because of an earlier 3-vehicle accident. That's causing it back up to the 73 Corona Del Mar freeway. Game 1 of the NLDS between the Dodgers and Padres just hours away at the Ravine, and you're going to find delays on all the freeways leading to Dodger Stadium. Right now, the 110 northbound, a string of brake lights from the 105 up the Stadium Way. South 110, you're tapping brakes from the 5 down to Century Boulevard. Also slow, the Hollywood Freeway, South 101, bumper to bumper from Vine Street to the 4 level, which of course leads you
Man,
to
I'm playing badly.
Dodger Stadium. And the 5 southbound, as slow as well from the 134 Ventura Freeway down to Stadium Way. The Southern California's only airborne traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
Zellman's Minty Mouth. You know, I love this product and I love what it does for my breath confidence, which is different than just your personal confidence. There's something, you know, you start talking at an angle or something so your breath doesn't get on people, then you need your breath confidence. And they'll do the same thing for you. Zellman's cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It's actually a functional breath freshener. You eat garlic or you eat onions, that taste and the odor lingers in your mouth.
Man, I'm just playing like sad. All right.
You'll save 20% when you order 3, 5, 10 pack, whatever it is. Use the code TACO today. Taco, because we're at see what we did there. So now it's time. Zellmans.com, Zellmins.com. You'll get 20% off with code TACO. Zellmans.com.
I can't put any pressure on you.
SoCal weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the mid-80s to lower 90s for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 70s at the beaches, up to 106 in the valleys and Inland Empire, and 90s in Antelope Valley. There is an excessive heat advisory in effect in some areas. Right now it is 105 in Santa Clarita, 71 in Huntington, 86 in Anaheim, and 77 in Carson. We leave local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Irene Gonzalez.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, rock, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
teach you how to marinate the. Let me teach you. It's a culinary change. Let me teach you how to. Let me teach you how
AFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, thanks. Thanks for coming out. Report on Nielsen Baker.
Arnold Z's turn.
Look at that. We haven't been in the. I didn't think anybody was going to show up. I'm going to be honest. So, thanks, folks. Been out in the. And we're thrilled to do it. We're at Taquito Mas. Why? Well, it's Taquito Mas, and they're feeding us. But it's also the 40th anniversary. That's a wonderful story here in Los Angeles to have such a gem and a place that we love. We have one in Burbank, so we go all the time from the station. But to hear the story and to learn more
Arnold
about
G.
How this came to be, how we're
Make
so
it, baby.
to have it here in Los Angeles, we thought the best person to tell us about. Kevin, this is your beauty.
It's one of my stores. Stores owned by Edgar, who was a longtime employee.
Edgar was on with us last week. And then also,
Interesting move.
he's here roaming around with great pride, beaming with pride, which is pretty cool.
And he should be very proud. He runs a wonderful plot. And his wife, Jackie, who is microphone shy, but she's waving there.
Yes, we love Jackie. We already last week went through her eyesight problems and how the fact, he really married up.
He did.
Yeah, it's really, it just goes to show you, like me and my wife, that personality rules. So I'll take it. So lead us through the story of Taquito Mas. How did it come about?
Well, I think, first of all, I was a culinary orphan. My mother, a phenomenal woman, a nurse, 7 kids, 5 of them boys. And boys eat a lot, quite a bit.
Wow, good move.
So we ate a lot, but that means at home we had to have efficient food. And, meatloaf was efficient. Oatmeal was efficient. Bologna, peanut butter and jelly. And did I mention oatmeal and meatloaf? Because they were a big part of our diet. So I really had no palate growing up. No, it just didn't exist. I didn't know. I didn't have a cuisine that I could point to that belonged to me. And so when I was working at Grauman's Chinese Theater, late night show, midnight show, and I had to give one of the girls, the Candy Girls, a ride. And she Echo Park. We're going down Sunset. She said, well, stop here. Let me buy you a taco. Just put and free taco stand they have today, but it was just makeshift there. And so, for the first time in my life, she brought me a carnitas planchada. I did not believe flavor existed. I didn't believe that this was. I really had an epiphany, like, wow, what is this? And so it just turned my life around.
Oh, that's an onion. Relax.
Yeah. Well,
it's so hot and spicy.
It's the first food I talked about. There were no vegetables involved, right? So this was like one of my first salsas, like vegetables. I didn't know I liked vegetables. I didn't like peas and none of that stuff, but vegetables, all of a sudden salsa. And then so for the next decade, I spent every vacation I had, I worked corporate for a while in restaurants and stuff like that. Every vacation I had, I would go to Mexico and look for different flavors and tacos and things like that. I love with Mexican food, and I have adopted Mexican cuisine for myself.
Wow, what a story, isn't it? Colorado and Sunset, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so because when you said the car wash, I'm going, that car wash is still there.
It's still there. The car wash is still there.
What an interesting move.
2 o'clock in the morning, hot carnitas taco. There's just nothing like it. And I had no idea until that moment that this stuff existed, that texture for the kind of food existed. Meatloaf has some texture, but not a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole different kind of texture.
Yes.
But there is something about the flavors of Mexico
And there's all we're finding more about regions, different regions of Mexico now, but whether it be Oaxaca or different areas of Mexico that bring. And yours, it comes from the Baja region primarily, right?
Yeah, originally it was Baja because I used to go to Baja all the time. San Felipe, obviously.
Oh yeah.
The lady was down there making tacos, and I said, we had a great conversation with her because we would go so often. My brother and I, he speaks fluent Spanish and fluent Cuban, and so we would go down there, and I would say that I like this, but I need to have
amazing move.
No breading on it. She's no, everybody likes the breading. I said okay, but then my brother says, Kevin, when you come into town, go to Maria. She's got something for you, and she had a bunch of shrimp floating in ranchero sauce. And that's where my taco San Felipe came from.
Oh, wow.
They just said, hey, Mr. Kevin, try these. And I
Dude, amazing move.
We traded recipes. I have a roux that have, I have a ranchero sauce that have a roux. So I gave it to her. She had that. And it just made our tacos in. So it was so good. It was so much fun to have that.
You know, there's something incredibly satisfying as someone who loves food, to be sitting in the place that we're talking about. So like when I get a craving right now, I can walk right over there and get it. Usually on the show, if it's not brought to me, I'm not getting it. So as you talk about this, these are things that are on my orders all the time. It's Burbank when I go. And so to hear you talk about their origins and the life of them coming to be is a powerful thing. Sit tight. We're going to get some news and we'll come back. We'll talk more as we go through the birth and the life of this incredible chain here. Our Southland chain, Quito Mas, the original Baja Taco Stand, their 40th anniversary that we're celebrating today, and we're just happy to do it in the Valley. So you can come out to 16545 Ventura Boulevard and come out and celebrate with us as we're hanging out. We'll be doing some giveaways, have some food, and enjoy yourself. Just go nowhere, right? Stick around. We'll be back and we'll talk more with Kevin when we return. Let's get the latest news. Now, all right. Let's get the latest news now with Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour news.
About 6,000 people have taken part in the annual Susie G. Komen Walk Against Breast Cancer this morning at Exposition Park. Organizers say nearly $450,000 was raised for research and support services. Transgender rights, the regulation of ghost guns, and the death penalty highlight the Supreme Court's election season term that begins Monday. The family of Tupac Shakur has hired New York attorney Alex Spiro to investigate a possible connection between the rapper's murder and Sean Combs. There is an accident in Costa Mesa.
Move.
All right, so you're hanging out and you walk by a house. If it's me, and that house is made out of...
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our state, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm Drew Biden.
And I'm Barbara McDonald.
And we are the hosts of the new podcast from HLN, Down the Hill, The Delphi Murders. And Barb, I think, it's important for us to kind of tell the folks that are going to be listening to this podcast, the real goal here is to tell the story of this horrible, horrible thing that happened in Delphi and do it through the voices and the people of the town, of the community, and really give a sense of what it was like to live through such a
horrible, horrible crime.
And you're going to hear from friends and family members of both Abigail Williams and Luke Sherman, who were murdered in 2017, and it's still unsolved.
And it should also be noted that over the course of this podcast, we're not going to try to solve this crime. That is for the authorities to do. But what we're going to do is try to make some sense of it. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of theories. Make some sense of what happened in this town. You'll be able to hear Down the Hill, the Delphi murders. This is HLN's first original podcast.
You can also go to downthehillpodcast.com to see maps and photos and a lot of bonus material.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Lots of fans were angry when Warner Brothers killed the mostly complete Batgirl film in 2022, but Michael Keaton is taking it in stride. The actor, who is to reprise his role as Bruce Wayne, a.k.a. Batman, for the first time since 1992, called the project, quote, big fun, nice check, while also expressing empathy for the directors behind the movie. Keaton would officially play Wayne/Batman again in 2023's The Flash. Other stars of the now-canceled film included Leslie Grace, J.K. Simmons, and Brendan Fraser, along with Kyle. Holiday on.
Get ready to destroy me. Put me out of my misery.
Many more pulled from their Max streaming service to harvest tax benefits. The company recently announced $11 billion worth of write-downs to further reduce their tax liability, and as subscription rates for tax continue to rise. And that's what's popping on iHeartRadio.
The September job report beat expectations by a considerable amount. Numbers out today from the Labor Department show that 254,000 new jobs were created last month. That's compared to 140 to 150,000 jobs that most analysts have predicted. In addition, the unemployment slightly to 4.1%, down from 4.2%. Data out this week has shown that the economy remains solid, even though it's also slowing. The market's falling with the Dow closing down more than 180 points. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P are on track to snap a 3-week winning streak. Ports from Maine to Texas are reopening after dock workers and the port operators reached a deal on wages, ending the industry's longest strike in nearly half a century. Solana Anao reports.
There is a backlog of cargo will take time because at least 54 container ships lined up outside the ports this week prevented from unloading and threatened shortages of everything from auto for about half of
You gave me a chance to win. Maybe. I'm fucking dumb. But maybe.
The East Coast is also a top destination for coffee importing.
The Biden administration can move forward with its student loan forgiveness plan. A federal judge in Georgia allowed the temporary restraining order on the plan to expire. This comes just weeks before the November presidential election. The judge ruled Georgia lacked standing to sue against the relief plan and could not be the venue for the case. The lawsuits against the loan plan was brought by 7 Republicans. Missouri, Dakota, and Ohio. Amazon is employees to hire 250,000 positions. Pay starts at $18 an hour with benefits such as healthcare. With consumer and business news, I'm Erin Real.
You're definitely beating me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have 10. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Personal wellness. iHeartRadio has teamed up with some of America's
I have a strategy. No timer, just go.
For parents and their families to find the resources they need. For the well-being of a veteran,
No, I was just counting how many guys I had.
Hey, it's Conway here. I had a chance to sit down with Dr. Adair from Advanced Hair Restoration to discuss why it. And here's what he had to say. What makes you guys different from the other?
That's an interesting move.
It gives me an edge because I'm highly trained in cosmetics. I've chosen this as a specific niche, so this is all I do. I don't dabble in other procedures or do any plastic surgery anymore. The crew we have working with us who are equally important to my role, are all highly seasoned. So it's a very well-oiled machine.
Advanced Hair combines science and technology to give you back real growing hair. With a quick, simple one-day treatment, your hair starts growing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for the rest of your life. Go to advancedhair.com, promo code Tim for $250 off. Advancedhair.com, promo code Tim, $250 off. One-day treatment, life-changing results, guaranteed to grow.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercials. Explore right now, like the Beatles now and then, celebrating all things. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search The Beatles Now and Then. Listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
When single people say, I don't want drama and I don't want to play games, they don't understand the game. Finding and keeping mates is all about strategy, and that strategy can be learned.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Thanks, folks. What a good crowd today as we broadcast awesome. 545 Ventura Boulevard here. My birth town, actually. Here at the original Baja Taco stand, of course, Paquito Mas. Looking at all the faces and having themselves some great food. We're going to get back to this very lovely our unsung. So they all have the hots for me. All three of them. And I was over there. And I don't want them to think I was lying. So for those of you with working eyeballs, that would be nice. They're going to back me up because I don't want you to think I'm a liar. I told them that I am a little bigger and more chiseled than The Rock. He's very art. And that if they've ever been to a museum and felt any of the early Italian works of the granite and beautiful marble pieces, that they'd get an idea, except as you go a little south, because they were often chiseled when they were cold, and it's a little different experience. But thank you, ladies. It's I was going to say it's nice to see you, but that seemed like a jerk. But they've been to events before. They're always lovely. Hey, if anybody's drinking, I want to know who's driving. Well, okay. But thank you so much for coming out. We're talking with the founder and owner of Paquito Mas, Kevin McCarney, which is it's a very small region of Mexico where that name comes from.
It is. It's a single house.
Yes, it's one house. But I love as you talk about, these neighborhoods, the Echo Park in the area right there. You're talking about having your first taco because when I drive down Sunset Boulevard and I'm on the eastern side there, when I drive through those areas and I see the taco stands that are still popping up in these areas that are bringing flavors from Mexico, it does my heart good to see that is still such a part of the culture here in Southern California, and that food vendors are part of the culinary scene, just as Paquito Mas and the success of Paquito Mas.
We've always considered ourselves a taco truck without wheels.
That's a great way of doing it. Now, is this a normal crew today?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So, Will Colschreiber asked me, he goes, is this normal? I go, yeah, you've never been to a Paquito Mas? I go, cannot do this food this fresh any other way. You have to have people behind that counter.
This is the people part of our business. These girls, these guys back there that are so good at what they do, and they're all so nice to be. If you've been to Paquito Mas, They want to comment. People tell me, "Oh, you people are so nice," and they are. They're just genuinely like they like people, and this is the people part of the restaurant business. It is a people business.
Oh yeah, there is. I will go into, if it's my turn to go pick up the food in Burbank, I will go in there and it is eyeballs deep in humanity.
Yeah.
Just so many people coming in and out of there, and still that they take the time to make sure that we're taken care of, and eye contact, and honey, did you get everything all right? It really, that's the hard part.
It is the hard part. One part of our training program is we teach them where the word restaurant came from, which is, French, Boulanger, 1765. He puts a little sign in his window, "Come in, you weary travelers, and my food will restore you." And that word, restaurant, became restaurant, to be restored. So we teach them that people coming in, there are different things going on in their life, maybe stress or something. Our job is to bring them back to who they want to be and who they are. I mean, that's our job, is to take them out of the stress of their day, relieve that stress with a smile, a friendly set of eyes, and a nice tone of voice, and say, "Hi, how are you? And what can we do for you today?"
And that combination with seated in the umbrella or under the umbrella of the hospitality industry brings two of the most important parts of the culinary experience when you go out. That time of rest. Well, mostly back then it was because you were traveling, right? So you were going in to eat at the inns or things like that. No real menu. You ate what they served you. But and then that hospitality part of it. And 40 years, you must be so proud to be celebrating your 40th anniversary.
Right? Only because I have my partner here, Patty Ravelis, who's going to probably jump in and overtake me here.
Well, she said she's shy.
She is, but I tell you, when you get really good people working around you, and I've been fortunate enough to have really good people working with us, because it's a business that is it's a tough business, and the only thing that keep you inspired is the people you're working with. And so I'm really inspired by Patty, what she does for me, and Edgar and Jackie. Hi, Jack. These are all people that every time they re-inspire me, and although it's one of those things where I feel, I've got enough stress in my life. When I come to the restaurant, I want to relax myself, but it's these people and the employees and the customers. You see the smiles on their faces. That if we could put a smile on your face, I feel we've accomplished something.
You know what's funny is when I told people that I was coming here, when you get responses like, "That's my Paquito Mas." It's not, I know where that is, although that's near me. That's my Paquito Mas. I think that is a testament. So, hey, what are we doing when we come back, Caleb? Okay, hang tight, because I have a question for you when we come back. Broadcasting live from Paquito Mas here in Encino, 16545 Ventura Boulevard. Come down and say hi. Such a great group of people out here having great food and camaraderie. And I love when KFI listeners come up to me and say, "Hey, I just met this other KFI listener," because you're all crazy. And we have something in common. I say, "Yeah, you're crazy." And then they bond and exchange numbers and create more crazy, and it's always a good thing. So come on down, say hello. I would love to meet you, and we're doing some giveaways. All right, let's get the news now. How about that? Let's get the news with Eileen Gonzalez in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A Long Beach man has pleaded guilty to federal charges after authorities say he took a runaway underage girl he met online across the state border from Arizona and engaged in criminal sexual activity with her in his apartment. Prosecutors say that they found out about the girl after her friends shared information about her whereabouts.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One,
watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu beginning Monday.
see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu beginning Monday.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting, it's doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
It's back to work today for dock workers along the Gulf and East Coasts after a strike that started earlier this week. Director of the National Economic Council, Leo Brainerd, said this was a big focus for the Biden administration.
President Biden has been absolutely laser focused on making sure that this strike gets resolved and the ports get reopened and dock workers back at work as quickly as possible on the basis of supporting the collective bargaining process.
Members of the International Longshoremen's Association and management groups reached a tentative deal on wages Thursday after tens of thousands of union members walked off the job earlier this week. The Supreme Court will decide whether Mexico can sue gun makers for violence at the U.S. border. Gun manufacturer Smith & Wesson, along with other companies, requested the High Court review the case. Mexico alleges in the lawsuit that the companies were aiding and abetting the firearms purchases by dealers known to supply drug cartels. That's politics.
No way.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the comedy English Teacher on FX on Hulu. That's followed by Chaos on Netflix. In at number 8 for the second straight week is Bad Apple TV Plus. Back a spot to 7 is the new season of Only Murders in the Building on Hulu, followed by Slow Horses on Apple TV Plus at number 6. Debuting at 5 this week is the new romantic comedy Nobody Wants This on Netflix, starring Kristen Bell and Adam Brody. Falling back from number 2 last week to number 4 this week is the drama The Old Man on FX on Hulu. The top 3 starts off the new Disney Plus Marvel spinoff, Agatha All Along, starring Katherine Hahn, jumping up 1 spot. Last week's number 1, The Perfect Couple on Netflix, slides back to number 2, and that means after debuting last week at number 3, The Penguin, starring Colin Farrell on Max, slides up 2 spots and is your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. So owners in that company, American Vision Windows is now 100%
Man, I messed up.
employee-owned. Can you believe that? That's insane. So anyone you deal with, the person picking up the phone, anybody, in terms of people that come to your house, they've got real skin in the game because they're an owner. And Bill and Kathleen, they started the company and they ran it right because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let that happen to you. They basically exist so that doesn't happen to you. So use American Vision Windows. They're the #1 window company in California. I've used them multiple times. I even got a new project with them. My friends and family have used them, and for a limited time, you can pick any 2 of these offers together. Free upgrade to Sun Matrix, free sound package, 0% interest, 0 payments until 2026. They pay the tax or free expert installation. All of those. You can pick 2 of them. Call now for that free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908, or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Now, for all their offers, call or see the website for details. On approved floor edits. Offer expires 10/31/24. CSLB number 778326.
SoCal weather from KFI, sunny with highs in mid-80s to lower 90s for Metro LA and Orange County, low 70s at the beaches, triple digits in the valleys. There is an excessive heat warning in effect. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Eileen Gonzalez.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu, beginning Monday.
Watch this move.
Festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu beginning Monday. Pumpkins, skeletons, changing weather. Fall is when the chill hits the air and your old windows leak energy. Bill and Kathleen from American Vision Windows offers you fantastic savings.
I am once again now 23 years later very energized about what we sell.
Those installers, the 15 to 20
Excellent move, dude.
experience that come to your house, they want to delight the customer, and it's a white glove treatment.
American Vision Windows is now 100% employee owned, so no matter who you talk to, you're speaking with the owner, and our installers are AAMA certified. Free upgrade to Sun Matrix, free sound package, zero interest, zero payments till 2026. We pay the tax or get free installation. This month only, choose any two. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Catch the vision. Catch the vision. American Vision Windows.
Approved credit. Some restrictions apply. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Call and see website for details. Offer expires 10/31/24. CSL number 778326.
Every day is better with a sweet soda.
Don't believe everything you hear. Sugary drinks come with health risks like tooth decay and type 2 diabetes. Learn more at uncoverhealthyhabits.com from the California Department of Public Health.
Whether you're boating, floating, paddling, fishing, or just chilling, remember, a good day on the water always starts with everyone wearing life jackets. Save the ones you love. Life jackets save lives. A message from California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways.
Hi, this is Laura Richardson, running for the State Senate 35th District in the November 5th general election. Our community deserves a bright future. This election day, let's make history together. Be sure to cast your vote by mail or visit usa.gov to find your local polling place.
Mental health, social work, and child welfare professionals step into a role of a certified wellness coach and help children and youth lead happier, healthier lives. Learn more at cawellnesscoach.org. Supported by the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information.
Oh, man.
Tim Conway Jr. with an extra side order of Mark Thompson. Tuesdays 4 to 7 on KFI.
AM 640 live. Everywhere. Thanks, folks. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I just heard a story about a handle that I'd never heard before, and after 30 years, that is pretty hard to do. I will not repeat it on the air, but holy smokes. All right, Neil Saavedra, your friendly neighborhood.
We might do a stalemate.
This is the Fourth Report broadcasting live from Taquito Moss in Encino. If you're out and about and want to come by, we'd love to see you. I'd love to shake your hand. It always means a lot to meet people and to connect.
I think we probably will.
Lovely group of people coming through today and celebrating the 40th anniversary. The 40th anniversary. Gotta love that of Taquito Moss. The story of the birth of a young man who had meatloaf every Monday, I think. And Mondays. Then was taken to a taco stand on the east side there in Echo Park, and his life opened up. You know what? I've heard a lot of stories in my day, Kevin, and that it started with I took one of the candy girls from the movie house I worked at, and we drove.
Stalemate. Congratulations. Good game. Damn, I can't believe I didn't beat you. Pissed. That's cool, though. That was really good because I should have lost in the first place. Good job.
Like, you live absolutely no like perspective on the world or anything. Maybe you understand it's all a joke, but it's kind of yeah.
No, that's what does. That's one of making someone famous on America's Got Talent, something like that. And you're like, what do you do?
I became friends with Chappelle when he was 19. I saw Chappelle when he was 19. So like, he was a savant though. He was, but he also did a thing that was really interesting where he would do outside shows. He would just throw a hat down and start doing stand up on the street. No, anywhere.
Oh yeah.
He did it in Montreal. He did it right in front of the Club Soda. We did a show, and then Chappelle goes outside and fucking does stand up to people in the street, and they all gathered round, and he was doing stand up in the street in Montreal, crushing.
And this was him at 19.
Yeah.
So no, he's not famous at all.
Maybe he's a couple years older by then. Maybe he
was 19. He got his first deal.
This was 94, I want to say. I did the Montreal Comedy Festival with him, and I met him in like 90. And so what? 1991.
Sounds good, dude. Peace, dog.
He was 19, I believe.
Dude, it was crazy. Like, he would do this thing where he would.
Hi, man.
He was 19. He would just do stand-up on the street. It was the crazy.
I would. If anybody did that now and put it on video, we would all mock them.
Bye, big dog. Take care, Arnold.
Charlie Barnett was like a famous New
We
York
love you.
comic that got on Saturday Night.
Take care, big man. Take care, big man. We'll see you tomorrow. God willing.
He lost the gig because he couldn't read the scripts. Yeah, he was. He was in DC Cab, right? A couple things.
He was a hilarious comic.
He was popping, and then he couldn't read the cue cards, so they had to hire Eddie Murphy.
And I think he influenced Dave a lot in that too. That like he saw Charlie doing those.
Better learn how to read, Dave. You want to make it in this business.
That poor guy, man, because he was super talented, supposedly.
The early influence of Tony Woods.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tony Woods still is hilarious.
He's great. He's doing the festival this year, right? He was there last year. Yeah. He's awesome.
He did my podcast. Then we went to the Vulcan and did a show. He murdered, man.
He's a killer, dude. Really, really. Like low energy and levels.
Charismatic, though. He's so good.
He's very good. As some comedians just have that gift of like luring you into their world. Like Nate Bargatze's very like that. Like when you watch him, you're just like you slow down and you just kind of like sink into his speed. I can't kill unless I'm yelling at the audience. If I was screaming at the top of my lungs, there's no chance I'm monologue.
But isn't that your personality? That's more of your personality. Like imagine if you were forced to do Stephen Wright's act.
Oh my God.
This is not me. But for Stephen Wright, it's perfect.
Yep.
For Stephen Wright, it's the fucking best act
well,
ever.
Jay, you're very low energy. You kind of bring them into you, but it's very you sit down, which is like that's by design though, because you're lazy. I said I watched that. I'm very lazy. No, I watched Patrice. Like it's a complete like mimic of Patrice's things. I was watching him go from standing to sitting and seeing that the crowd, some of the people that took him in is very like he's like looming over them and saying these like crazy things, like being like turned off by that, to seeing when he was laying back and letting them come into him. You could say like much more people like embraced that. They were leaning into him.
That makes sense.
And when you're a big guy, so that's why I just thought it was a big presence. I was going to say all this kind of crazy shit. Like when I'm down over them, it looks like I'm like pointing down at them.
Right.
Instead of letting them kind of like come into the stage.
That actually does make sense. But and also they're sitting down too. Why are you standing up? Well, you're not moving around. Unless you have some activity in your act. If you've got some activity, you got some things you got to act out a little bit.
When I started the Black Comedy Clubs, man, I was doing a straight Chris Rock pace, nonstop. A lot of direct finger point. You know what I'm talking about. Just know what I'm saying.
Those are good. Those juice the old act up. Yeah, man. It's interesting now too because like Kill Tony's sort of a similar situation as getting interviewed by Charlie Kirk. So these fucking dudes, for their first time ever, they do stand up and it's at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, yeah.
And they're just like, what the fuck? And they go out there and they just frozen in the eyes of 16,000 people, and that's gonna be them forever. Everybody at work's like, look at Mikey Bauman. Look at Mikey Bauman. This fucking idiot thought he was funny. And then the comments, all your neighbors.
Well, it's not right before me. Just got booed. I couldn't even hear what he got booed for. I just know he followed a handicapped guy who gave a sweet emotional speech about being handicapable, and then he walked off. And I said the other guy just got there, and they were like, "Fuck this biped." No, he was. I remember he was like, he's whatever it is, dude. A show like Kill Tony, if you're good looking, it's held against you pretty quickly. It's like, yo, fuck you, dude. Where are your burn scars?
Like the rest of Earth. The audience represents the rest of Earth. When you see someone that's good looking and they're got a spotlight on them, fuck you. It's like a natural inclination.
I think there's a subconscious thing, though. I think we good-looking people, we want to grease the wheels for a little bit. Good-looking people have it pretty easy in life. In comedy, it's just a weird thing. It's just you almost give them a little bit. Humor is the weapon of the not good-looking person. So like counteract this. So you're immediately going like, you're hot. You don't have a fucking personality. Get out of here. Fuck yourself. Even though there are good-looking people who are hilarious and have good personalities, but generally speaking,
well, generally speaking, it's not likely.
Right. Schumer had a thing one time. She said, I saw her on stage at the Cellar once, and it was about her and her boyfriend meeting Kate Upton, and like she walked away to go get something to drink, whatever. When he came back, he was like, Yeah, her husband said to Amy, he was like, she's great, man. She said the funniest stories. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, you don't get the idea of like, come on, man, don't.
Well, yeah, you learn to be funny.
People are like, dude, George Clooney, that prankster, he's the best. That guy's the funniest dude. Like, he's fine at best, I'm sure. Relax.
Yeah, it's a personality trait to get laid. We all learn to be funny when we're kids because we're not good looking enough to get laid without it.
It's like, look, I either got to get funny or do donuts in the streets of Philadelphia. And it's easier to get funny.
I love when really good-looking actors tell you who to vote for. They're my favorite. They're my favorite. These are the guys with all the wisdom, and then they're going to tell you. They're the same guys who told you to get vaccinated too, by the way.
Well, the best,
same guys.
The best was like early in it, like in March and April, when they would all take videos from their mansion and be like, "We're all in this together."
Yes,
like,
stay home. I would also stay home if I had $30 million in the bank.
Imagine you're twirling a Tom Collins with your finger on a raft.
Living from the future, if we go into apocalyptic times, do you think they'll look back on like the shutting down of the country for a year and a half as like the trigger that made society begin to collapse?
I don't think they will. They'll never acknowledge they were wrong.
Do you think, but like historians, objective historians, you think they'll look back at this time and be like, this was the fall of Rome?
Dude, there's going to be a lot of books written about this period in time.
I think it's the internet. The internet is the beginning of the end for everything.
But is it the beginning?
Yeah, but it's not, because the internet didn't shut the fucking country down for a year and a half. The internet didn't do
that.
that.
They share the ideas that quickly.
Yeah, but it's a very specific group of people who decided that was a good idea.
Nah, you wouldn't have had anyone even fighting back against it if it wasn't for the internet. It would have all just been
without the internet,
guys.
they would have pulled that off so much easier. They would have scared the shit out of you. You would never know. But if there was this happened in the 1980s, you would never know how many people died on respirators. You would never know about any of that shit. You wouldn't know about a goddamn thing they didn't want you to know about. That's what's so scary about the media today.
When you hear about the Spanish flu, you're like, how do you know how many people died? There was no internet. There was no there's no way.
Yeah, by the time you got your horse to the next place with the information, more people have died.
Bro, living back then, you were fucked. If you lived in the city, the hygiene was insanely bad. People would shit in these outhouses that were set up for the block.
They never present
food.
that. I think that always when I watch like Tombstone stuff and like Kurt Russell and a girl run off into the woods to go kiss, and like, I bet her armpits smell like shit. And like everything,
she's gum disease.
Everybody smelled like shit. You had a shit in a hole in the ground. They hadn't even invented toilet paper back then.
What do they do?
How they even
Dude, you had to be so horny in the 1600s to just power through all of that to have sex.
It's a big hairy bush. It stinks.
I guess you'd just be like
I'm going to put my chin in your shit-covered ass cheeks and eat it disgusting, smelly, hairy pussy.
Dogs don't give a shit what anything smells like, and I guess you just get used to stuff.
I guess so. It's probably hot, dude. Dude, a stinky pussy was probably hot in the 1600s.
By 1880, horses in New York City deposited 4 million pounds of manure on city streets every day. In dry weather, it would turn to fecal dust and choke pedestrians. Vacant lots were filled with the waste. These manure piles would rise up to 60 feet high.
Now it's called Staten Island.
60 feet high. Dude, if you fell from 60 feet, you're dead.
Yeah, save me all that shit about carbon emissions, by the way. We're doing great. This is way better than what it used to be.
Oh my God, you're breathing shit air.
Yeah. By the way,
everyone was sick.
I'll tell you who's right now nodding their head. He goes, yeah, that's why I'm the guy who invented that bag that goes behind the horses' asses.
Isn't it amazing, though, that the invention of the internal combustion engine and the adoption of cars by everybody and the abandonment of driving horses literally stopped there from being shit air throughout every city street. Shit air.
You've never been to Newark,
I was born in Newark. I've been there.
It's not much better smelling in Newark.
I lived there in the 1990s.
There's like was it bad when you lived there?
Horrible.
Yeah,
I lived with my grandfather to save enough money to get an apartment. When I first moved to New York, I didn't have enough money for an apartment. And my grandfather lived on North 9th Street in Newark. And he was there from the blockbusting days. So he bought a house there like in the 1940s or 50s. And then in the 60s, they came by and they said, black people are moving into your neighborhood. Sell now. And it was like a real estate scam. And then they would try to sell to black people and just like get money out of all these houses. My grandfather it was an Italian community. My grandfather was like, I love black people. I don't give a fuck. Get out of here. This is my house. And he wasn't moving. And so all these
Your grandfather's
people,
old enough also that he's like, I was the black person 5 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, when he moved here, he came here straight from Italy. And he told me it was horrific. Like the term WAP, I always think it was funny. If you say around him, he would get angry.
Yeah.
Like someone called somebody a guinea, he would get angry.
Classic WAP behavior, am I right?
Exactly. He was a peaceful guy, but he would just get like that was a terrible thing that they used to call us when we were kids. But that's not how long ago, man.
No, it's all
really crazy.
all the like basically across the country, even like California, but like all the like areas that you think of as like the hood, like Oakland or Compton or Newark or Crown Heights or any of those were all white areas up until like the 60s, and then like a bunch of black people from the South came up, and then all the white people left.
And they did do these scams. It was like a lot of it was like pushed by these real estate guys, and they would like purposely fuck up a neighborhood to make money off of it. And then there was redlining, where like they wouldn't sell to black people outside certain lines. Like that was a Baltimore issue too.
Well, my grandmother, it was funny. The neighborhood I grew up in, like, was Jewish and black. And then down the next neighborhood was Italian. Everyone became predominantly black by the time I moved out. My grandmother, until 2 years before she died, was in a nursing home, stayed in that house, and it did not scare the old people at all. It didn't, like, as it changed around them, it didn't scare. There would be literally people, like, on her front step, like her neighbors, like a bunch of like teenagers, like rapping with a loud stereo, and she would just be like, "Oh, they're nice.
At least they're not trans."
Like they call me Miss Jeanette, and so whatever.
My grandma was delightfully racist. She didn't give a fuck. My grandma was in her mind.
The only brown person at the table had the most racist.
My grandma was like openly racist. She didn't give a shit. My Aunt Emily,
the penalty of being a Puerto Rican that's racist is less.
She was white. No, she was Italian. She's Italian. I'm half Italian Irish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And no, they would literally. I'd be at the dinner table, and I remember one Thanksgiving my grandma said, because I was getting picked on by white kids in the neighborhood because it was like a white trash neighborhood, and I was the only brown kid. And my grandma was like, it's not his fault that he's an N-word.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And she was right. She was right. It's not your fault. I'm not choose that. It's not my fault.
Yeah, that's what the original Goodwill Hunting was.
Not you, Grandma. Not you.
I just go hug black people and Goodwill Hunting them. It's not your fault. That's not my fault. It's not your fault. Not you, Jay. Don't you do this, Jay.
Have you guys seen that Matt Walsh movie? Am I racist?
I watched the trailer today. What's it out?
It's really funny.
I've heard great things about it.
It's a top 10 movie in the country right now.
Yeah.
I think it's what number is it?
Well, the first one was
which is crazy, dude. It's got no press reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, but customer reviews is 99%, which is wild.
Yeah.
Like no one will review it.
Why?
Because it's funny.
Well,
and he's not being sanctimonious. He's not like talking down to people or preaching to them. He's just showing how nutty all these fucking people on these struggle sessions with white people.
The other one was great.
Dude, it's just like, I think it's better. It's better than that because this one's really funny. What is a woman at certain times?
Well, the trailer says it's a comedy.
Yeah.
It calls it a comedy.
It is a comedy.
I don't think the other one really was pushed as that.
But he's essentially doing like a right-wing version of one of those like Sacha Baron Cohen type shows.
Yep.
He's essentially doing that. He's sitting down with these people and he's pretending that he is with them and he wants to know, how he can do better. Number 7 in the fucking country with no press.
They made $2.5 million this weekend.
Do you know how nutty that is to have no press and have a show take off and become a top 10 movie in the country? That's pretty wild. And no press reviews at all. It's an interesting time, man. It's interesting.
And it is like the thing that was real interesting about the first one, and I think probably is true about this, although I haven't seen it yet, is that even though he's obviously like a real right-winger, it's not like that's the movie. Like the movie isn't even making a right-wing argument or anything like that. It's just like letting these crazy left-wingers showcase how crazy they are.
Exactly.
Like, okay, you tell them. Like, it was nuts. He just went up to these, in the first one that I did see, he just went up to these gender experts and just kept asking them what a woman is. Crazy. And they all just collapse into themselves. Like, this is the toughest question. The trans woman he asked outside was the best because he's like, well, what is a woman?
I think I want to go.
They've made it. They tried to boil it down. I think I saw somebody do this the other day too. Like try to come up with a logical explanation. Something really ridiculous.
Rabbi Rothschild,
Although recognizing that there are biological differences, a woman is anybody who tells you they're a woman. While recognizing so this is like the loophole. While recognizing that Harry probably can't get pregnant, he is now Harrietta, and that's just it. That's just it. There's no conversation that can be had here. And in some countries, they're talking about jailing people. Was it Scotland that had something about the proposal about literally jailing people for misgendering people?
Oh, I mean, that's like a big discussion always. Yeah, but it's fucked.
But they were talking about putting people in a fucking cage. Like, find out where that was. Was that
and that's the thing that happened in Canada. In Canada, a guy got sent to jail for misgendering. He wouldn't agree to call his son or daughter or vice versa.
I mean, how many people are actually legitimately? It's like 0.001% of people are actually. Well, now it's way higher than that with young people because there's not a real thing to be trans anymore.
Dude.
I was 3 steps away from racing my cars and doing donuts, and also 3 steps away from becoming trans.
Yeah, they're just like loonies.
By the way, ironically,
I just wanted
everybody would love you.
Louis, ironically, if you were Asian, you would have been better at both things.
Maybe,
Well, you would have been a tough sale as a chick.
No, dude, I would first of all, me and Dave dressed up as chicks years ago to make fun of the guys we fucked podcast. We mocked them. We did a sketch dressing up as them, and I looked fucking good.
I'm sure you did, but there's not a lot of dudes who are going to want to climb you.
I'm telling you, you're an intimidating lady.
You're a big lady, man. You're a scary lady.
Yeah, if I decided
Claim
to
that your Scottish law would jail people for misgendering is false. And look at the Elon's picture.
Why did he get brought
What
into
is
it?
the actual truth? What is the actual truth?
If I became a woman, I already know
okay.
fucking skinny black, dude.
Is misgendering a crime? What does it say?
Jay, you're going to move false.
According to Adam Tompkins, one guy. I'll trust him. Misgendering could only be considered a hate crime if it was done in a way that a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive.
Yeah,
Wait a
right.
minute.
That's pretty
subjective. That means yes. That doesn't mean no. That doesn't mean it's false. That means you just if that's how you're gonna write it out, that in quotes a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive. Who the fuck is reasonable? How many people do you know that are reasonable?
And also,
they're going to be able to decide whether or not you should be jailed.
Well, threatening is a little bit more concrete than abusive. Abusive is really vague. Like, what do you mean? Verbally abusive?
If you're a 100-pound man and Lewis calls you a man name and you want to be called a woman's name, that can be threatening.
Right.
That can be threatening.
I also would have been threatening the guy, to be honest.
Why are you being a woman?
That's a weird thing. Misgendering would only be considered a hate crime if it was done under. Okay, what does it say below that? According to Adam Tompkins, a law professor and former conservative MSP, asserting that sex is a biological fact or that it is not changed just by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime under this legislation. Okay, so he's saying that like designating someone will never be a crime.
Well, no, but see, even this is in a kind of a little bit vague way because he's saying asserting that sex is a biological fact. So if I just say men are men and women are women, that cannot be a crime. But can calling an individual could be like, no, you're not a woman, you're a man. Could that be considered abusive or whatever? Like, it's all the interpretation.
Right.
Like, what is that?
That's a very good point because this is just step one, right?
That's what it seems like to me.
Right. So this is not saying no, arguing with them that you're a man. It says it's not changed by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime. But yeah, that is weird because like asserting that it's a biological fact, like what if you're arguing? What if you're saying you're a man? Is that harassment now? Fuck you, I'm a woman. You're a fucking man. And then you're getting in one of those exchanges? What's that? You know what I mean? Like that might get...
If I call somebody an asshole, they're not literally an asshole, right? So like technically isn't it all just sort of like deciding what words have power and what words don't?
100%. Because if you're not swearing and this person's swearing back at you that wants to be called a woman, fuck you, you fucking cocksucker, I am a woman. And you're like, no, you're not. You're a dude. Like you're like standing your ground in that situation.
situation.
Right? That could also be the case.
What if you don't threaten them, but like if you hypothetically, like if that dude was like, I am a woman, and I was like, if you were a woman, I'd slap the shit out of you right now. But you're a man, so I'm afraid you might beat my ass. So like I didn't actually threaten them.
So what up,
That's a
baby?
good balance.
Welcome.
You're putting yourself in the thinking about
We're glad
nothing.
you're here.
I
Hey, Power Obama Sonic
I'm
10,
gonna
you
get
know.
fucked up, so that's
Like, I don't know, you train
Good
very well.
morning.
Yeah, that's very well phrased.
What's to be said for feeling how you feel and also just not giving a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, as I said before, I think they should not give hormones or any kind of operations to children to, you know, change their
Imagine
gender.
that being a radical idea.
But I'm saying, but I don't. But also, if they're like, they're not making it illegal. They're doing it. I'm like, well, now I want to see a 5-year-old with tits. Like now I want to see it. Like, I'm against it. I just want to go. They did it. They already did it. So I go, let me see.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that.
You say what?
But it's a boy's tits. That's the thing that's weird. It's like the nipple thing is odd, right? Didn't New York City, didn't they free the nipple where you walk around with your tits out?
So, yeah.
You ever see it?
Yeah, once in a while.
Wait, really? Is that ever a parent that you really looking forward to seeing?
Rarely, but once in a while in the park you'll see nice pair of tits. In what's the Sprinkle Barton Springs? So it's tops are optional.
Oh my goodness.
I brought my son there, dude. He was 10 years old, and I just saw him staring at this girl's tits, and it's all hot chicks. It's all like hot, awesome chicks.
Of course, they're being free. They're
Yeah.
ketamine. Yay.
I remember James was just fucking keyed in on this girl's tits, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" He was like, "Oh, she's like, it's natural, Dad. Mom says the body's natural, so
Mom says, the fuck is she talking to you about?
Bro, imagine what people like before they had clothes. Yeah, just like chimps, just fucking every chance they could, just trees and shit.
Imagine before people figured out clothes, how wild it was. I think we figured them out pretty early on in the game.
Clothes?
Yeah.
No,
You put over
yeah,
your
it was millions of years of being sub-human hominids.
What I should say is I think pretty early in the game of being humans. So like whenever they're like they trace like the genetic to like this is when we consider you like a modern Homo sapien. I think one of the first things
Came out of the water, our dicks were so small. You threw something on Claire.
I don't know if that's true. I think it was all climate based. I think in Africa, like how much they probably covered their dicks.
Well, in
If you
Africa,
go to like
still
some places in the Amazon that are totally buck naked.
Well, in Africa, they have to cover their dicks, otherwise it's dangerous.
You don't need to
tie it back like a hair bun.
Like they didn't need to stay warm, right? So I think it was only when people started moving.
Yeah, you might be right about
I think it's a migration thing because where human life evolved, the same area where like a lot of different primates evolved besides us.
Yeah, human beings got together. They got together and they went, all right, let's cover our dicks and build some shit. When did we start? I know in the Bible they says it was like, you know, God gave us embarrassment at one point or whatever. But when did we really start getting embarrassed? It was cold. Who was the first guy that was like, oh, my dick is small. I don't want people to see this.
I hope we don't find out or Sebastian's not going to have anything to talk about.
Aren't you I think it's as soon as we start moving to places where it's cold, and then we don't see people's dicks and pussies all day long, it kind of changes your behavior. And it probably led to us like saying there was a city blocked all these wild motherfuckers, these bare dick motherfuckers from coming over the hills. That's probably what happened. Probably people started getting really shy because they were covering themselves up with animal skins to stay warm.
But why was it having a small dick? I need to get to the bottom of this. What was the problem with having a small dick that everyone was like, you need to cover that little dick up?
You know, well, you know, the Romans thought that having a big dick was gross. The big dick was a sign that wasn't barbarian. That's why they like have little dicks and all those giant dudes. Like the odds of like, if you look at some of Michelangelo's statues, the odds of those guys not having a massive hog are very small. That is, that dude built like Francis Ngannou. You know,
the funny is all of those kings and all of those like important people, they literally commissioned them to build them like they were gods, and they would build the statues bigger than the statues of gods, right? And you'd think that they would give up big fat hogs,
they all have little tiny dicks because they
that's
thought
just the artist's signature.
some person, just like the same people that are tricking people into thinking your cat could be non-binary. Somebody back then tricked them and thinks that big dicks are bad. And it's probably some conniving little dick, some little motherfucker who's trying to win.
He's like, oh, there was a hilarious.
Look at the hog on that guy, though. What's that one from?
Cost you $29,000.
Oh my God!
Fucking dong.
Look at his dong. Look at all the extra skin he's got at the front of his dong.
That guy must be libertarian.
He looks like a fucking hawk's face.
By the way, that's the only one that's uncircumcised of all these.
Well, once they're hard, it pops out. You know? Look at these animals. Jesus, what is that from?
My bedroom. That's why I keep my bracelets on.
But look at that one right there. The guy has a tiny dick. The one in the right there. Look at that tiny dick. God, that's an average size, Joe.
It's so, everybody, yeah, but everybody can't stay fucking boned up for the fucking sex.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Joe, leave the man alone. It's not a bad dick.
I think it's weirder that that guy was so hard.
No, that's normal. That's normal.
That's normal.
Walking around Heil Hitler and the giant dog.
He goes, oh, Michelangelo,
I don't care what your excuse is. If anybody ever gets a picture of you, Heil Hitler, and with it, go back to that picture. With a giant hog. The one that you just had with the guy Heil Hitler.
Hey, his hand was upside down.
Clearly Heil Hitler to me, bro. Is it the one, the white one? Yeah, that one right there. Click on that, bro. Let's highlight that. That's not the one, though. That's not the one you had. That one's freakier. This one looks like more modern. That last one looked like she was wearing high heels. Who was the one you just had up? Oh, that one right there. That one right there. To the left of that. To the left. No. In the middle. The gray one. Up one row to the right. That's it. Bam. So that's Heil Hitler. That's how it started. It started like this. Remember, it flipped it over. It's like how you turn over a bucket. That was. He was getting ready to give a fucking strong one. Look, the guy's got a giant heart on. He's very excited.
He's Nazi on the left side and gay on the right side. I was just saying, they really are. They make him sort of flamboyant too.
Jamie, go back to that one and give us a description. What does that mean?
Politicians, it's always the first thing.
I think it's the guy with the big dick. Don Lucas, like some kind of a cop. Oh, okay. What's his name? Oh, that's right. Let's go, champ.
He's the only guy with a big dick in any of that art.
So many different versions of him, though. Sometimes his dick is reasonable. You know, really big but reasonable.
Different things. It looks like sometimes he just busts and then he goes shower.
The Kyle one, he looked pretty reasonable. Right? It was a reasonable dick. It was a big dick. But some of them are like, hey, come on. There's no way.
I've just gotten to an age now where I just go around the locker room.
Jesus.
I go around the locker room completely naked now for the first time in my life. Like, I think it's funny.
It's the men's locker, right?
The men's locker room, yeah, of course. Yeah. Men's, women, children, it doesn't matter. This is in there. But I think it's so funny to just be naked amongst men. I don't like it. With my little dick. It's hilarious. It makes them uncomfortable. I don't like it at all. I'm taking a little bouncy dick walk to a shower. Nuts. A little bird. Yeah. No, fuck
that. Did you guys hear about that Canadian guy who's 50 years old who identified as a teenage girl? He wanted to do a swim meet with teenage girls, and they were letting him step. I believe there was like an argument, but see if it's true, if they let him actually into the locker room. I want to make sure that this is true. Like the girls' locker room. Can you imagine you have a teenager? What a dream. He's going to do a swimming event.
This is like attached to a school?
50-year-old trans swimmers shared locker room while competing against teens.
That's awesome.
And this is how crazy Canada's got. They're just like the Moonies. They're just like the Juggalos. Like, they're in a cult. They don't realize they're in a cult. But if you think this is a good idea to let a 50-year-old guy who decides to identify as a woman change in a locker room with teenage girls because he identifies as a teenage girl, you're out of your fucking mind.
Ladies.
Does it say that this person? Let me be clear that does this person say they identify as a teenage girl?
This was a plan that I would have drummed up when I was 12 years old.
I don't think that it was meant that teenage girls began 16 and older.
I think it's just a locker, just going to a women's locker room in general.
Okay, 16 and older. This person's competing as 16 and older. So you could be any age. Okay, so is there any evidence that this person identifies as a teenage girl, or is that just the internet?
We're going to fix it fast. Nobody is going to stand for
Google that just in case.
Nobody is going to stand for
I would like to know, because that makes it extra crazy and fun.
I can hear that.
It does make it extra crazy and fun that people are like, okay, It's the same way I feel about all the other things we talked about. Like, the odds of you not being out of your fucking mind are really low. They're really low. They're super low. And the fact that everyone's like, yeah, inclusivity, like, well, also, how? How do we get to this meeting point?
It's also, we should be allowed to say that some things are weird and crazy. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to hate them or be against them. Comedians are weird and crazy. Like, we're all weird and crazy.
Okay, see, this is apparently, that means Wiseheart was swimming with young girls because of how fast or slow a swimmer is, not because she identifies as a young girl. But the competition is presumably separated by gender, so there's an issue where Wiseheart is competing against females while being biologically male. And also, I think, intact. So which is also the weird one, right? Like, you could be a woman, but you don't even have to try that hard.
No, you don't have to.
Sorry, turn around real quick and hit you with my pussy on your back.
And you can go back and forth. And you don't have to choose.
I'll tell you your name if you cut your dick off. If you don't cut your dick off, I'm not gonna call you. Or maybe I will call your name, but I might fuck it up. But I think that's okay. Either way, he's gonna check. We'll figure it out. We'll go from there.
It's just so nuts, man, that you're just giving this pervert pass. But like, allows, because there's real trans people that are like, they're all eternity. There's something wiring, you feel female. But there's also crazy people. There's also real perverts. And you give it a pervert and Willy Wonka golden ticket.
I've gotten real good at calling people the gender they want. If they, like, I still will fuck it up. And I find I'm pretty good at it. If they look like a girl, if the guy transitions to a girl, and they look like a girl, I say, I'm pretty good at all this shit. But if I fuck it up, look at yourself. That means that you're not shaving enough, or you haven't done whatever it is to make me go. I'm pretty good at calling them girls.
But it's also a weird thing to get stuck on, because you have to agree to this thing. And you have to. Especially like if you meet a person as one thing at one point in time, and then they decide to change their name and gender, and you're like, you're changing a lot of things. Like, what's going on here? Strength. Yeah, and you're getting mad if I fuck it up and call you Harry.
Well, that's the weirdest part of all of it. Is like you can't like be mad at someone, especially if it's like a mistake.
Right. That's why I say that's what I'm saying. The internet is such a bad place for it because everyone has such balls. Everyone's a keyboard warrior on the internet. Even people that are like, bleeding heart liberals and people that are looking to, they find a place to go and have this voice. Back in the day, if you were trans and you were like a man that was dressing up as a woman, and you wanted to get mad at somebody about it, you had to get in their fucking face. It wasn't going to happen. And if you went to the Village in New York City, they did. They did get in your face. They were aggressive like that. Yeah, on the West Village by a trans chick. Well, what's the one? That's what I love. That was the GameStop video, right? Yeah, when I thought that was the famous one, right? It was like, it's ma'am. Support, sir. And it's like
that's not how ma'ams talk.
GameStop there just going like, okay, sir. It's like taking over PlayStation.
See, that's the problem that women have, is that these men who decide that they're women are now they're entering these places that are just women's only, and women's events and women's things. They're dominating like men.
It was one of the very few points that I've had with seeing that other side of it that I didn't for a long time. So kind of recently, it's like the argument in sports is almost like, oh, they're going to dominate and kick ass, and it's basically a guy beating up a girl in this fight and all those things. But it was a scholarship thing. I don't know why that never dawned on me before. It's like, no, these girls are like, I was going to be like the number one recruit out of my school, for sure. And then this girl made me look like I'm terrible because she's 6'5" and 35 pounds more than me.
Yeah, it's nuts. You're letting people cheat. You're literally, there's a reason why Title IX was invented. It was invented so that women could be able to compete with other women. And you can't have an exemption for that just based on feelings. Because it's not about feelings. It's about fairness in sports. And the only way to make it fair is if you're an intact biological male, you have to compete against intact biological males.
Yeah,
It's you can still call yourself Debbie. Get on aisle 4, Debbie. You're in lane 4. You're competing against Mark and Steve. We're not children here.
There's no rational sense of the trans community. I don't know if I've ever heard some of the trans community come out and agree with that sentiment. Like, oh, yes, we shouldn't.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Blair White.
And there's a bunch of people who are trans who are like, basically come out and say like, look, I know I'm not a woman. I know I'm a man. And yeah, we shouldn't be around kids. We shouldn't be competing in women's sports. There's a decent.
We shouldn't be around kids at all.
Blair White goes to these events where like trans people, and she gets like called a Nazi, kicked out.
Yeah.
Because she's highly outside.
Huge cock.
I think she's gone through the whole thing. It's like one day they're going to be able to manipulate chromosomes where you're not going to ever have to worry about that.
James Kaminsky, how you living, pimp?
You're going to actually be able to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it to us, but somebody's lifetime in the future. There's going to be people that are like, people are like serial divorcees. They keep getting married and divorced. There's going to be people that go back and forth, man to woman. They're just going to be pigs. They're just going to be dirty, greedy pigs. They just want to fuck and get fucked.
Welcome. How you living? What's going on? Port? Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good with you? Excellent. There you go. That's what I like to hear. Do you like the NFL?
At one point. Yeah, Mexico.
That's okay. Trump is having a press conference on on X. It has 11 million people watching right now. That's the most I've ever seen in any event on X. Yeah, just for a moment. Elon Musk is there. Here you go. I'll put it by the speaker.
U.S. Steel. I don't like that. We will deliver massive tax cuts for workers, and we will have a policy that I think is so great. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. No tax. And when you think of it, our seniors were hurt so badly. Inflation has killed our seniors. They have a fixed income and it just got worse and worse every week, every month. It's gotten worse and worse, and it's just horrible. And they haven't gone down. They've only gone up. Prices have still only gone up. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on the credit card interest rates at 10%. People are paying 28% interest, 25% interest. I will always protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts. We're not going to do anything with Social Security, but they're going to destroy Social Security because all of the migrants coming in are going on between Medicare, Social Security, other programs, and nobody is able to afford it. I will settle the war in Ukraine. I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent, I promise you, World War III. We're not going to have World War III. And right now, we're very close to having it. We will lead the world in space exploration. Thank you, Elon. We will lead the world in military, and we will reach Mars before the end of my term. Elon promised me he was going to do that. I don't know. Can you do that? Stand up. Can we do that? He wants to reach it. I think he's going to do it. JD, work on him. Work on him. Work on him. JD is working on Elon. Now, he told me that we're going to win, and he's going to reach Mars by the end of our term, which is a big thing. Before China, before anybody, right? And my money's on that guy right there. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. It's losing right now. It's losing right now, but I'll be able to do it. Other people won't. I'll tell these countries as they leave us I say, you want to do business in the United States? You're going back into the reserve currency. And if you don't We're going to charge you a big, fat, beautiful tax to do business in the United States. And they're going to say, I would love very much to go back into the U.S. reserve currency. No, we're going to save it. But these people aren't going to save it. They don't know how to talk. They don't know how to think. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, and low inflation so that everyone can afford groceries, a beautiful car, and a home. Very basic. It's very basic. We will stop the invasion, end migrant crime, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory and transgender insanity. We're going to keep it the hell out of our school. We're going to keep that insanity out of our school. And as I said, we will keep men out of women's sports. So demeaning to women. You saw that in the Olympics, they have female boxing, women's boxing, and a young lady from Italy, very good boxer, very, very good. She was all excited, but she played a person who transitioned. A male transitioned to a female. And the young girl from Italy, beautiful young woman. I'm not allowed to say that anymore politically, but I'll say it. She was a beautiful young woman. If you say that, that's the end of your career, right? But it's not. If it is, so be it, okay? We've got to get back to real life. But this beautiful young lady is out, and she gets little jab, left jab. And she goes back, oh, my God, I've never been hit like that. This is just like a defensive. Then he goes,